its worn steps rising toward the sun. You probably won't survive this journey untested by the sweat and reverence it demands. But hey, let's face it, if you last a day dragging right time, hey, if you're loving this content, I'd really appreciate it if you could give the video a quick like and hit that subscribe button. Tell me where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You find yourself at the base of Tenochtitlan's great temple, called the Templo Mayor by locals remembered as the core of Aztec religious life. The pyramid rises in two stairways, each wing dedicated to different gods. Tlaloc, the rain deity, on one side, and Huitzilopochtli's son and war god on the other. Historians do whether the builders intended magical alignments with celestial bodies, or if those alignments emerged by happenstance. But either way, your attention is drawn upward to the weathered stones and the ceremonies they hosted. Even now, you can almost hear faint echoes of drums and see traces of pigment on walls where priests painted jaguar motifs to honor warrior gods. A fringe rumor suggests that some stones harbor trapped spirits, murmuring warnings to anyone who dares chisel too deep. You brush a fingertip along a worn corner and feel a gentle vibration as if the temple itself remembers every footstep. You inhale, tasting the hot air mixed with the sweet scent of copal incense, imagining how it once curled around wooden altars. The plaza around you is paved with volcanic rock worn slick over centuries. Traders and pilgrims once crowded here, leading llamas and baskets brimming with maize or colorful textiles. You might spot a jagged-edged obsidian blade lying half buried in the dust, a tool and symbol of sacrifice and daily rituals. Mainstream evidence tells us the Templo Mayor was rebuilt 6 times each generation, layering new stone atop old, making it an architectural palimpsest of Aztec devotion. Despite its grandeur, the temple's life was not all high ceremony and ritual drama. Everyday work thrummed through its halls, people dedicated to tasks we might call strange from our perspective, though essential then. Imagine flower cultivators rising at dawn to pick dew-laden petals, scribes painting vibrant codices by candlelight, and keepers of sacred birds whose wings brushed against royal cloaks. Each roll hums with its own quiet rhythm. Now step into a low-ceilinged chamber, the air thick with humidity. Torches flicker, casting tall shadows on limestone walls painted with swirling glyphs. You can almost hear a priest's soft chant blending with the clack of wooden looms where weavers tighten dyed fibers. Historians still argue whether those textiles came exclusively from local cotton fields or if rare fibers were traded through distant routes, hinting at connections that reached beyond the city's lakeside. A gentle breeze carries the memory of conch shell trumpets and drum pulses, reminding you that sound shaped the temple's soul. You might imagine temple bell ringers timing every ritual, their bronze bells tolling at dawn, midday, and dusk. A quirky local legend suggests hidden love messages were once encoded in bell chimes secret consonants woven into temple rhythms. Ahead, a narrow staircase spirals upward, and you feel the stone edges under each palm. You pause to consider how these steps guided pilgrims to summits where feathered headdresses, jade figurines, and bowls of flowing chocolate drink marked devotion. Aztec chocolate, or exocolotl, was a luxurious bitter beverage flavored with chili and precious cocoa beans. And yet beneath grand layers, some walls hide crudely carved graffiti footnotes of everyday Aztecs doodling small faces or simple prayers in pictographic script. A fringe tidbit tells of a scribe so enamored with his own artwork that he snuck personal caricatures of temple superiors into official codices. Imagine the astonishment when those glyphs bore sly grins or exaggerated noses. As you settle into this atmosphere, the pulse of the city seems to slow, finding a rhythm that matches your breathing. You focus on the scurrying of lizards across sun-warmed stones and the distant cry of a child learning chants. This is not a place for hurried footsteps or loud exclamations. Here the temple's voice is soft, a whisper of wind through reed mats, the scrape of a chisel shaping limestone, and the delicate tinkle of barter beads. You pause at a doorway framed by twin serpents carved in stone, their mouths open in silent hiss, guiding you toward where unknown temple workers toiled, some huddled over flower petals, others heating obsidian until it glowed like midnight stars. It's tempting to panic at the thought of so many unseen faces and tasks, but instead you let your eyes linger on carved motifs, maize, stalks curling into spirals, hearts suspended above blades. The art speaks of cycles, life, death, and renewal. Your own heart steadies as you grow comfortable in this half-light. Historians still argue whether the Templo Mayor's final shape was completed just before the Spanish arrived, or if work continued even under caution. But in this moment paused between past and present, it feels complete, perfectly poised for you to slip into the world of those who labored here. You take a deep breath, feeling eyes drawn toward the first of many secret jobs waiting to be revealed. As your eyelids grow heavier, you feel the temple's pulse sync with your own. Tomorrow, you'll meet the morning ritual linen keepers who maintained pristine cotton cloth for priestly ceremonies. Tonight you remain here, absorbing the hush of ancient stone, letting each soft detail fold into your mind like a gentle lullaby. So let's keep moving forward, one quiet step at a time. You step forward from the low-ceilinged chamber into a vast courtyard, and your senses open to the magnitude of Tenochtitlan's great temple precinct. The space stretches out before you, a labyrinth of plazas, staircases, and smaller shrines branching from the central pyramid. You feel the warm stone beneath your sandals smoothed by centuries of foot traffic. You might imagine yourself standing amid a hive of activity, priests in plumed headdresses, striding purposefully, children weaving baskets of marigolds, and traders calling out prices for jade beads. Historians still argue whether the temple precinct was intentionally designed to mirror the Maya city layouts, or if Aztec architects simply reinvented familiar patterns. But either way, this arrangement of sacred spaces creates a gently humming backdrop to your journey. In the early morning light, the whole complex seems to glow in hues of gold and rose. You notice how terraces cascade down toward the sacred plaza, where tall flagpoles crowned with colorful pennants sway in the breeze. To your right, a cluster of smaller temples sits atop raised platforms, each dedicated to minor deities or ancestral spirits. You tuck a stray lock of hair behind your ear as you take in these subsidiary shrines, some topped with carved representations of Tlaloc's goggle eyes, others with jaguar motifs honoring Tezcatlipoca. A quirky rumor suggests that if you press your ear to a cerulean painted wall, you might hear the muffled rhythm of ancient slaves singing as they hauled stone up these ramps. Ahead of you, the main pyramid looms like a sleeping giant. Its dual staircases, one flanked by water symbols representing the life-giving lakes surrounding the city, the other edged with sun discs, converge at a broad landing beneath twin temples. You pause to trace the worn steps with your fingertips. Each stone feels cool, despite the rising sun, as though the pyramid holds onto the chill of last night's mist. A mainstream architectural fact tells us that the Templo Mayor's final iteration rose to roughly 60 meters in height, making it one of the tallest structures in the pre-Columbian world. Yet a fringe tidbit whispers that some stones came from as far away as Tula, suggesting hidden alliances or conquests no longer remembered in the official annals. Peering downward from the landing, you can see the city's grid of canals and causeways shimmering in the morning haze. Canoes drift along narrow waterways, transporting baskets of maize fish and vibrant textiles. An aged fisherman leans over the side of a canoe, casting a net that looks smaller than a blanket, but somehow nets enough tilapia to feed half a village. You wonder if he's related to that timber trader you met at the foot of the pyramid yesterday. Life is full of tiny connections, like breadcrumbs in a story you're still piecing together. Historians still argue whether some causeways were constructed primarily for ritual processions, or if carrying daily goods played an equal role, but the watery arteries undeniably bound the city together. Your gaze shifts to the stone carvings decorating the pyramid's base, intertwined as serpents, stylized waves, and twisting vines. You smile to yourself, imagining that someone at some point carved a tiny hidden frog face among the vines, a private joke for future builders to find. A playful aside, some believe this secret frog was a good luck charm, ensuring that any builder who discovered it would avoid the fate of slipping on wet stone and tumbling down the stairs. The idea may be fringe, but it certainly lightens the mood as you imagine ancient masons grinning at each other, knowing that their secret frog would live on long after their own bones turned to dust. Descending the stairs, you notice how alcoves at each level house small altars lined with offerings, ceramic bowls filled with amaranth seeds, bundles of copal resin, and clay figurines painted in vibrant reds and blacks. Every decade, priests replaced old offerings with fresh ones, ensuring the gods never went hungry. You pick up a small obsidian-bladed knife, discarded near an offering stack, its edge so sharp it would slice through soft cloth like butter. Scholars still debate Whether these blades served only ritual purposes, or if some blades ended up in daily life, markets traded as mundane tools. Holding it, your fingertips tingle, remembering how obsidian fragments spark when struck against flint, an echo of fire birthed from two stones. Maybe one day you'll test that theory yourself, though hopefully not on your fingertips. You wander toward a row of slender columns carved with entwined vines and faced with semi-precious stones. These columns once marked the eastern boundary of the precinct where the rising sun first kissed the temple's sacred stones. A soft breeze rustles through nearby feather banners, and you inhale the faint aroma of pine resin mixed with fresh maize husks. It's easy to forget that this place was once vibrant, with the chatter of thousands of vendors hawking amaranth sweets, scribes copying codices on amate paper, and eagle warriors exchanging jokes about the weight of their feathered capes. A fringe tidbit recalls that one eagle warrior once challenged a Quetzal feathered dancer to a foot race up the steps, ostensibly a bet on endurance, though legends insist the dancer cheated by tying feathers to his sandals. Imagine slipping and hearing a soft squawk before hitting the hard stones. Talk about a public embarrassment under the gaze of all the gods. In the center of the plaza stands a sunken court where ritual games, some might call them sports, played out. A low stone marker once denoted the center line, and players used rubber balls that squeaked when struck, a sound drowned out by chanting crowds. You bend down to brush away dust from a shallow basin that once held sacred water for purifications. The water itself came from springs in the surrounding mountains, believed to be blessed by Tlaloc. Historians still argue whether those springs were guarded by temple priests or if commoners fetched water regularly, risking annoyance from the higher-ups. Just imagine overhearing an Aztec parent scolding a child. Quit splashing all that sacred water, or you'll hear from the priests. Your feet carry you past open-air workshops draped in woven mats, each inhabited by different temple workers. To the left, you see stone masons sculpting half-formed idols, their hammers producing a soft percussion that blends with the creak of wooden pulleys hauling basalt chandelier of feathers drying overhead, destined to become part of a priest's ornate headdress. A playful aside reminds you of a curious rumor some feather artisans allegedly used jaguar whiskers to tickle Quetzals into displaying their best plumes. If that story is true, you can't decide whether it's inventive or slightly cruel, but either way, the plumes ended up breathtaking. To the right, textile weavers hunch over backstrap looms, weaving intricate patterns in vivid blues and reds. Their threads came from cotton fields irrigated by Chinampas, floating gardens built on lake beds. A mainstream fact notes that Chinampas produced multiple harvests per year, a revolutionary agricultural method in the ancient world. Yet scholars debate whether Chinampas sprang from local ingenuity or were influenced by earlier civilizations. To the south, you swallow a small laugh when you imagine one ancient Aztec consulting a scroll. Step 1, find swamp. Step 2, tie up my sandals. Step 3, enjoy endless salads. As you move deeper into the complex, you notice how life continues unceasingly. A procession of priests, draped in embroidered cloaks, passes by carrying trays of fruit offerings to the central shrine. You catch the scent of fermenting magui, a reminder that pulque, the sacred mead, offered gentle warmth to those seeking communion with the gods. You think about the ritual significance of pulque, how it once flowed during festival days when mortals dared to taste alcohol in a sacred context. Historians still argue whether pulque's intoxicating effects were a divine gift or simply an indulgence that risked angering deities. Either way, the beverage's sweet aroma clings to the air. Sunlight glints off polished obsidian mirrors set upon pedestals near the northern steps. Priests used those reflective surfaces to divine omens, tracing patterns in flickering torchlight. A fringe tidbit whispers that one observant priest once predicted an eclipse so accurately that nobles sacrificed a roasted turkey in his honor. Imagine how awkward it would have been if he'd miscalculated, forcing nobles to hurry after a turkey wandering across a cornfield, feathers still charred from the previous feast. You linger by a circle of sculptures depicting Tlaloc's jagged fangs and Huitzilopochtli's hummingbird helmet. Each sculpture boasts surprisingly lifelike details: the curl of a serpent's tongue, the ridges of a warrior's cheek. Mainstream archaeology tells us that artisans mixed stone with pigment, creating vibrant polychrome surfaces that have long since faded. Yet a fringe rumor persists that some pigments glowed faintly under moonlight, lending the sculptures an eerie aura during nighttime ceremonies. You can't help but shiver at the thought, though a gentle breeze wafts through, reminding you that nights here weren't always silent. Frogs croaked near water channels, and owls called from distant rooftops. As you circle back toward the central pyramid, your foot brushes against a scattering of small rabbit sacrifices kept for fertility rites. Seeing those tiny animals reminds you of the days coming rituals, hungry nobles placing baskets of rabbits before statues, hoping to secure blessings for abundant crops. It's a sobering sight, yet you notice that rabbits with their twitching noses and fluffy tails don't exactly scream terror. Historians still argue whether rabbit sacrifices held purely symbolic weight or if they were meant to feed priests later. You imagine a priest nibbling on tender rabbit meat, purring in delight, like a content cat, simple pleasures even atop the mightiest pyramid. Finally, you stand beneath the eastern colonnade, where the first rays of the sun filter through carved stone lattices. Light and shadow dance across ancient murals depicting conquests, harvests, and the ceaseless cycle of life. You sense the hum of early offerings, the distant clatter of pottery as maize flour is pounded, the rustle of feathered banners pulled taut by morning wind. All around, dozens of temple staff, scribes, weavers, gardeners, and ritual specialists begin their day's work. They move as one, each knowing that their role, no matter how small, sustains the spiritual heartbeat of Tenochtitlan. You close your eyes for a moment, soaking in the layered tapestry of sight, sound, and scent. In that brief instant, every stone, every carved glyph, and every flicker of incense smoke coalesces into a living, breathing organism. The temple precinct is not merely a structure, but a living mosaic of tasks, some grand and some humble, all woven together to honor gods, sustain the city, and define a civilization. As you open your eyes, the sun has risen higher, piercing the plaza with golden light that warms your skin. You feel a sense of anticipation, like standing at the edge of a story that has yet to unfold. Tomorrow you'll meet the morning ritual linen keepers, whose crisp folds and spotless fabrics frame the most solemn rites. But tonight linger here a moment longer, letting the temple's pulse become your own. You rise before the sun has fully crested the horizon, slipping from a makeshift pallet beside the temple wall. The air is still cool, touched by the lingering mist that rolls off Lake Texcoco. As you pad barefoot across smooth stone, you notice the faint crinkle of linen stretched taut across wooden frames in a corner courtyard. These are the workshops of the morning ritual linen keepers, those devoted souls who ensure that every fold of cloth is as crisp as a dragonfly's wing. Historians still argue whether Aztec linens came exclusively from homegrown cotton fields, or if soft fabrics trickled in through long-distance trade networks. But here in this courtyard, the question feels academic. What matters most is the ritual precision with which the cloth is prepared. You step into the courtyard where spindle-whirring looms hum gently, weaving threads of white and off-white into smooth sheets. You watch a line of keepers bend over wooden tables, their fingers nimmed from years of washing and ironing. A mainstream fact you recall: cotton, called cotonal in Nahuatl, was a prized crop in the highland regions, grown on sun-drenched chinampas, those ingenious floating gardens that turned marsh into farmland. Yet a fringe tidbit circulates that some wealthy temple patrons swore by imported linen from the Maya regions, believing it carried mystical properties from the gods of distant cities. You stifle a light laugh, imagining linen arriving by canoe, paddled by sweaty porters who grumbled, "Next time I'm shipping in a llama instead." Your guide today is Sitlali, a veteran linen keeper whose name means star in the local tongue. She stands tall in a faded cotton tunic, her hair coiled into a neat bun. You notice the faint aroma of boiled corn husks drifting from her small brazier, which she uses to steam the cloth into submission. She greets you with a nod that feels more like a sacred gesture, gracious, serious, and tinged with humor. Not every hand can fold a cloth for Huitzilopochtli himself, she whispers, as if disclosing a temple secret. You imagine priests plucking these linens to cover sacred altars or swathe deities' statues, and it occurs to you that something so simple as folding cloth can carry immense weight. Sitlali motions to a low wooden bench where you sit, the linen piled in soft mounds beside you. Your task is straightforward: inspect each sheet for wrinkles. Smooth its fibers and fold it with aligned edges so neat they could cut your finger if you tried. You start with a sheet roughly the size of a bedroll, its threads gleaming pale in the dim morning light. You run your hand across the fabric, feeling the slight roughness of hand-spun cotton. A fringe rumor holds that if a keeper accidentally misses a tiny stain, 1,000 ants will crawl across the temple floor, That night, an amusing thought that makes you smile and gingerly press a fingertip to check for blemishes. As you fold the cloth in half, then in half again, Sitlily points out subtle details, a faint watermark of maize husks embedded during weaving a tiny knot in the corner where a stray thorn snagged the thread, and a nearly invisible strip of indigo dye at one edge. These deep mere curiosities, they signal origin and quality. Mainstream scholars note that certain patterns in cotton weaving helped priests identify which fields yielded the finest fibers. Yet historians still argue whether these patterns were born from ritual significance or merely practical tagging. You pause, imagining a weaver humming a chant as she tied off that indigo strip, declaring, "This cloth is as sharp as a serpent's tooth." Across the courtyard, another keeper named Nexie balances a shallow clay tray filled with hot stones. She lifts the stones with leather-bound hands and places them carefully atop a folded sheet, pressing out stubborn wrinkles. A bit of a fringe rumor swirls that some of these stones were heated over air, blessed with incense smoke, so they carried more than just heat. They carried the spirit of purification. You raise an eyebrow, watching the thin steam drift upward like a lazy snake coil. Part of you wonders if any priest ever caught wind of that rumor and refused cloth pressed by an unblessed stone. Sitlily's laugh echoes softly when you ask. No priest is picky enough to demand blessings on stones, though he will demand the finest folds. The rhythmic clack of a mortar and pestle echoes from a small side room. You realize there's a secondary ritual here, grinding cochineal bugs, tiny red insects harvested from prickly pear cactus to create a special crimson dye. A lightly curled strip of dyed cloth hangs nearby, reserved for high-ranking priests. Sitlily explains that only cloth dyed with this sacred hue could touch the lips of Huitzilopochtli's statue at dawn ceremonies. You gently touch the crimson strip, marveling at its warmth against your finger, and joke that if your tongue were a bird, it would perch upon that color with reverence. She chides you with a smile. Watch your poetic tongue, or I'll dye you an embarrassing shade of rose. You move on to a neat pile of smaller linens, napkin-sized squares meant to wipe sacred basins after cleansing rituals. Each square bears a faint weave pattern in the corner, like a silent watermark, denoting it for water purification alone. A mainstream detail, Aztec purification ceremonies often began with face washing, using spring water mixed with herbs, symbolically cleansing both body and spirit. Yet a scholarly debate lingers on whether these linens were made specifically for priests or if they served multiple purposes throughout the temple. You imagine a high priest accidentally using a water-wiping cloth to fan himself, inciting gasps from nearby novices. Beside you, Nexie lowers her tray of stones and retrieves the rough-edged blade for scraping away bits of lint that no amount of steaming can remove. The blade glints in the early light, and you remember how obsidian knives served countless roles in the temple ritual sacrifice carving and apparently lint removal. A quirky aside comes to mind. Some keepers claimed that if an obsidian blade accidentally nicked a finger, that tiny cut could bleed in rainbow colors as though the gods themselves added their blessing. You roll your eyes gently, recalling how you once believed a scorpion's sting would give you eagle-like vision. Youthful imagination aside, you appreciate that these blades require keen care. Now, Sitlali hands you a strip of cloth embroidered with geometric motifs, diamond shapes representing the four cardinal directions. The embroidery is fine, the thread gleaming in dark green. You gingerly lay this piece over a low slab and begin ironing it with a small iron pan filled with hot coals. With each gentle press, you feel a slight tug from the embroidered threads, a reminder that intricate design demands tender handling. Skinny rivulets of sweat form behind your ears, though the morning breeze whispers through the courtyard, carrying scents of damp earth and roasted amaranth. You remind yourself to breathe, knowing that calm focus produces the most flawless folds. You pause as a young apprentice named Hui arrives carrying a basket of fresh agave leaves. She sets them down carefully, explaining that these leaves will be used to stuff pillows destined for temple priests. The pillows, filled with soft fibers, provide gentle support for a midday nap after morning rituals. Historians still argue whether these pillows were reserved strictly for clergy or if members of the city's elite secured them as well, but the idea of a stern priest snoring upon an agave-stuffed cushion makes you smile. Hui's eyes glint with mischief as she notes, "Some priests snore so loudly that feather dust from their turbans floats down like confetti." You return your attention to the linens on the table. Sitlali nods approvingly as you fold the embroidered strip into a perfect rectangle, no puckers, no misaligned edges. "Good," she says, "but don't let your mind wander to the next task." You bite your lip, resisting the urge to daydream about drifting on Lake Texcoco in a reed boat as geese honk overhead. Instead, you refocus on aligning edges, smoothing fibers, and ensuring that each fold looks as if carved by a master craftsman. Nearby, another keeper applies a fine paste made from ground chia seeds to mend a tiny tear in a ceremonial robe. The chia paste acts as a glue bonding fibers to conceal unsightly rips. A mainstream note, chia seeds held nutritional value and were sometimes used in medicinal poultices and adhesives. Yet a fringe rumor whispers that some menders mixed their paste with honey from hives tended by temple priests, believing that honey's sweetness invited better luck into ceremonies. You chuckle at the thought of a priest licking his robe and remark, "I suppose if you taste honey, you know your robe stayed righteous." Every so often, Sitlali pauses to inspect your progress. She runs her hands along the crisp folds, seeking the slightest imperfection. Once she taps her chin and says, "Your fold is straight, but your corner tilt is off by a hair's breadth." You stifle a sigh, adjusting the cloth with precise care. You imagine winning a silent competition for most precise folder in the valley, though you know no such contest exists. Still, you feel a quiet sense of accomplishment when she nods and says, "Better now." This is worthy of the morning altar. As the sun climbs higher, the courtyard's shadows shrink, exposing trays of spotless linen stacked neatly in woven baskets. Takes a deep breath and explains that soon these linens will be carried to the central shrine, where priests will drape them over altars before offering items like maize cakes and copal incense. She reminds you that a single stray wrinkle or smudge could disrupt the flow of a ritual, a concept some would call superstition, while scholars still debate its psychological impact on participants' faith. You imagine a priest hesitating mid-ceremony, holding a faint wrinkle on his brow until it's smoothed away. You reach for a final sheet, its edges delicately hemmed with red thread, signifying it's destined for a temple dedicated to Chicomacoatl, the goddess of agriculture. You fold it carefully, envisioning it adorning a shrine of maize cobs, their kernels shining like golden beads. The weight of responsibility presses gently against your shoulders. Tiny though they may seem, these linens help maintain the very fabric of divine order. You wonder if future generations will ever debate whether this particular sheet originated from local fields or distant trade caravans. For now, you just fold, tuck, and align. At last, Sitlali steps back, surveying the courtyard's transformation piles of flawlessly folded cloth stacked like miniature altars in their own right. She smiles and says, "Tomorrow you'll tackle dye mixing for priestly headdresses. But for now, rest your hands." You lean back and let the warmth of midday soak into your skin. The hum of temple life swells around you as children dart by with bundles of marigolds, traders call out from distant market stalls, and priests nod in approval as they pass. Even though your work was quiet and humble, it played a vital role in the sacred tapestry of Tenochtitlan's spiritual heartbeat. You take a moment to feel the air shift warmth, melting into the promise of a lazy afternoon. You recall the fringe rumor that a keeper's secret handshake existed, a gentle tap on folded cloth to confirm its goodness, and you imagine Sitlali pressing a palm to your folded stack as if testing its purity. She gives you a knowing look, and you grin, thinking that perhaps tomorrow you'll earn that handshake. As you step away to rest, you feel the gentle satisfaction of having upheld a sacred tradition. The courtyard stones seem to glow beneath your feet, warmed by the sun and sanctified by countless folded linens. You close your eyes briefly, feeling that ancient pulse weave through the air, telling you that each fold, each crease, and each steam-pressed edge matters. It's a restful thought, knowing that sometimes devotion arises from simple acts performed with care. You rise and walk toward a nearby alcove to sit beneath a carved stone relief of Huitzilopochtli astride a war-painted deer. The relief's edges are smooth from centuries of touch, and you let your fingers trace faded glyphs that celebrate the dawn ritual you just supported. As you settle, a gentle breeze carries distant laughter from children playing near the market stalls. You close your eyes, letting your shoulders loosen and your breathing slow. Tomorrow you will return to Sitlali's courtyard, ready to dye threads for headdresses and learn yet another curious role in this temple's living tapestry. But for now, you let the memory of crisp linen folds ease your mind into a restful state, knowing that these tiny, precise tasks weave together to uphold an empire's spiritual foundation. You wake before dawn's first light, the temple's stones still cool beneath your bare feet, as you step into the garden courtyard just beyond the linen workshop. The sky is a pale wash of lavender, and dew clings to the petals of tender plants arranged in neat rows. This is the realm of Xochitl, the flower offerings cultivator, whose name means flower itself. She greets you with a low bow, her hands already moving to snip a cluster of marigolds that glow like tiny suns in the dim morning. Historians still argue whether Aztec flower symbolism originated purely from local legends or if it borrowed elements from Mixtec and Zapotec traditions. But here among these blossoms, symbolism feels as natural as breathing. Xochitl's garden is a tapestry of color and scent. You step between beds of marigolds, orchids, and nopalea cactus flowers, inhaling a scent that's part sweetness, part earth. Marigolds cempasúchil hold special weight. Their bright petals are believed to guide ancestral spirits to ceremonial altars, a mainstream fact, quietly humming beneath every harvest. Yet a fringe tidbit suggests that hummingbirds, drawn by the vivid orange, acted as unwitting accomplices in sacred pollination rituals, transferring pollen from marigold to marigold in a divine dance. You nearly laugh picturing a chubby hummingbird wearing a tiny priest's headdress hovering ceremoniously over each blossom. Xochitl guides you to the first row and hands you a reed basket. Gentle, she whispers. Treat them like newborns. You crouch beside a bed of marigolds, their petals glistening with dew, and grasp a sturdy stem. With one smooth cut, you sever the flower head and tuck it into your basket. You feel a soft tug on your sandal and look down to see a lizard scuttling away, startled by your presence. Birds rustle in the background, sparrows chasing each other in playful circles. You recall a mainstream detail Aztec floriculture was sophisticated with specialized gardens called Xochimilli, dedicated to cultivating blooms for offerings, garments, and ceremonial decorations. Scholars still debate whether these gardens existed primarily within temple precincts or if private estates featured separate sections, but either way, you're standing in a space that breathes life into every petal. As you gather marigolds, Xochitl gestures toward a row of orchids, simple green-spotted blossoms that appear almost ghostly in the pre-dawn light. She plucks one, gently showing you how to handle the delicate flower by its calyx, avoiding the brittle lip. Orchids, she says, voice soft, represent fertility and beauty. They were gifts for brides-to-be. You hold the orchid up and bring it close to your face, inhaling a faint, spicy scent undercut by humidity. A fringe rumor tugs at the back of your mind. Some claimed that when orchids were offered to fertility deities, they sometimes triggered prophetic dreams. In priests' dreams where deities whispered secrets of future harvests. You grin, imagining a priest waking mid-ritual muttering, "Harvest is coming," in salsa form before drifting back to sleep. Your basket fills quickly with marigolds and orchids. You move next to a bed of nopalea cactus blossoms, their creamy flowers opening wide at dawn before wilting by noon. You gently tug one from its thorny perch and wince as a sharp barb grazes your fingertip, drawing a tiny bead of blood. Xochitl produces a small clump of moss and presses it to your wound. Hummingbirds can be as sharp as needles, but their role in our garden is precious, she says, her lips curling in a knowing smile. Some say hummingbirds stole nectar from these flowers, carrying pollen on their beaks, which gave them mystical powers in our lore. A light joke bubbles to your lips. I always knew hummingbirds were sneaky. I'll bet they giggle as they sip. She laughs softly, the sound blending with birdsong. You notice bees drifting among the nopalea blossoms too, their striped bodies pulsing with pollen. Mainstream scholars note that both hummingbirds and bees were essential pollinators sustaining the temple's flower supply. Yet historians still debate whether Aztecs intentionally encouraged hummingbird nesting around temple gardens, or if these birds simply followed scents of deities' favorite blooms. The debate tickles you. You imagine priests dedicating altars to hummingbirds, offering tiny quilts so they'd stay put and do their jobs. Picture a hummingbird in a downy nest dozing through ceremonies, sleep duty indeed. Xochitl guides you to a patch of lady's ear, or coatli flowers, tiny white blooms that cluster like stars on delicate branches. The petals weep dew that looks like tears caught in spider silk. You lean in to gather them, marveling at how something so small can hold so much significance. Mainstream fact claims that these blossoms were woven into headdresses worn by high priests and warriors, symbols of purity and victory. A fringe detail whispers that tiny amulets were hidden within the clusters carrying prayers for safe passage to the afterlife. You smile at the thought of slipping a prayer into each bouquet, imagining it fluttering off on a gentle breeze toward the sky. Xochitl hands you a wide, shallow basket filled with water and instructs you to rinse the gathered blooms. The water feels cool against your skin, smelling faintly of freshwater algae. As you dunk marigold heads and orchids into the basin, petals quiver like delicate accordions. A small whirring sound reaches your ears, and you glimpse a hummingbird darting and sipping droplets from the basin's surface. You hold still, marveling at its emerald feathers glinting in faint dawn light. A fringe rumor insists that hummingbirds here sometimes carried messages across temples, tiny scraps of paper or twisted filaments knotted with secret wishes. You shift your gaze to Xochitl, wondering if she believes such tales. She shrugs lightly, as though she's heard it all before. With the flowers rinsed, you spread them gently on woven reed mats to drain. Xochitl teaches you to arrange them by size and color, little bouquets of marigolds in one corner, orchids in another, nopalea blossoms in neat lines. You pause to admire how sunlight filters through a carved lattice overhead, tracing shadows like lace on the mat. You recall mainstream information that Aztec rituals often incorporated floral arches called exochipilli, built near temple entrances to honor the god of flowers, music, and dance. Yet a scholarly debate lingers over whether those arches were permanent fixtures or ephemeral constructions only erected during festivals. You imagine the effort it took to weave each bloom together, feeling a gentle kinship with festival planners from centuries past. As the sun rises higher, a gentle warmth spreads across your shoulders. You collect the drained flowers and carry them to a small teocalli, an elevated platform near the temple's base. Here, dozens of bouquets await final assembly. You kneel before a stone altar where Xochitl arranges flowers into concentric circles, embedding them into soft clay to form divine mandalas. Each mandala features alternating rows of marigold and orchid framed by nopalia blossoms. You watch as she presses a hummingbird feather into the clay's center, claiming it centers the divine energy. A playful aside pops into your mind. If a hummingbird could talk, it'd probably say, "Nice mandala, but where's the nectar?" Xochitl chuckles, refocusing on her work. Beside you, a small cluster of apprentices ties marigold petals into strings, forming garlands for processional crowns. You help tie a knot here, loop a thread there, your fingers sticky from pollen. Historians still argue whether garlands were worn only by nobility or if commoners wore simplified versions during festivals. But right now, these flowers feel democratic, accessible to anyone who valued their beauty. You delicately add a strand of orchids to a garland, watching as purplish blooms nod against the bright orange of marigolds. A fringe tidbit whispers that an artisan once hid a tiny carved bone in a garland meant to ward off evil spirits from a dancer's path. You imagine a dancer stumbling and revealing the bone mid-twirl, gasping, "Wait, are we protected or haunted?" With dozens of mandalas assembled and garlands piled in reed baskets, you step back to survey the work. The morning light spills across petals, making them glow like embers. Priests in cloaks lined with red and white feathers arrive bowing low as they retrieve offerings for the day's ceremonies. You hear the distant beat of a drum echoing through the temple, signaling that time for offerings is near. Each bouquet, each mandala, each garland you helped create will soon rest before deities, a testament to devotion expressed through living blooms. Xochitl places a gentle hand on your shoulder and says, "Tomorrow you will prepare wreaths for the Jaguar Warrior Society." You nod, feeling both honored and exhausted in the best possible way. You notice a small hummingbird darting overhead, its wings now a blur of motion. Some believe these birds carry prayers to the gods directly. Others say they're simply chasing nectar. Regardless, you feel their presence is a blessing. As you step away, the garden's scent, sweet, earthy, and faintly spicy, lingers in your nostrils. You feel the warmth of early morning sun on your shoulders, and your heart finds a slow, steady beat that matches petals' soft sway. You pause at the edge of the courtyard, brushing pollen from your palm and letting the garden's glow fade gently into memory. Tomorrow you'll meet Xochitl's apprentices again, learning new ways flowers can speak to gods and humans alike. For now, you hold on to the hush of petals, letting their quiet hum lull your mind into tranquil reflection. You follow the echo of soft footsteps down a narrow corridor lined with benches, each piled high with baskets of vibrant feathers. The corridor opens into a lofty workshop where morning light filters through high windows, illuminating dust motes that dance like pollen floating on a gentle breeze. This is the realm of the pendulous feather artisans, those quietly obsessive hands responsible for transforming ordinary feathers into dazzling mosaics that adorned priestly headdresses, ritual shields, and sacred banners. Historians still argue whether the fine gold threads woven among these feathers were locally produced in Tenochtitlan's artisan quarters or imported from distant towns. But here in this warm room, your focus narrows to the swirl of color before you. You step to a low table where caged quetzal birds coo softly, their emerald and turquoise plumes shimmering like liquid gemstones. Next to them, heaps of vibrant cotinga and mot-mot feathers fan out in riotous blues and greens. A mainstream fact, the legendary quetzal bird's feathers were so treasured that only royalty could wear them, marking a symbol of divine connection. Yet a fringe rumor lingers that artisans sometimes secreted a drop of blood into the dye baths, believing it infused the feathers with life essence, an idea more poetic than practical, but one you can't help but imagine as you run a fingertip over a quetzal plume. Your guide is a gently weathered artisan named Mixcoatl, whose name nods to militant serpent of Aztec legend. He stands before an array of neatly organized tools, bone needles carved thin as barley stems, slivers of cactus spine used for puncturing delicate feathers, and small dishes of natural adhesives made from wild orchid roots and agave sap. Mixcoatl's eyes crinkle as he welcomes you, his voice a hushed rumble. We treat each feather as if it were the voice of a god, he says softly, as if sharing a treasured secret. You take a steady breath, feeling the weight of that devotion settle into your own chest. You approach a workbench where another artisan holds a half-finished mosaic depicting the sun's journey across the sky. Feathers' tiny overlapping tiles create a radiant orb at its center, surrounded by concentric rings of ochre emerald and lapis blue hues. Each feather is meticulously trimmed to shape using a cactus spine, then affixed to a backing of tightly woven cotton cloth. A scholarly debate bubbles at the back of your mind. Some say these backing cloths were sourced from local fields of fine cotton, while others argue that they were imported from Maya weavers valued for a smoother weave. Either way, the tactile feel of the cloth beneath your fingers is surprisingly soft, like a whisper against your palm. Mixcoatl hands you a small pile of parrot wing feathers, iridescent green with purple undertones, and instructs you to sort them by size. Consistency is everything, he murmurs. Even the tiniest irregularity can disrupt the mosaic's harmony. You feel the slight curve of a feather, its vein almost imperceptibly shifting under your touch, and you can't help but marvel at how many subtle shades lie within a single hue. A fringe tidbit tugs at your mind, some secretive workshops supposedly embedded crushes of jade dust between feather layers, hoping to lend the mosaic a faint shimmer when sunlight hit at just the right angle. You glance across the room, glimpsing sunlight glint off a finished mosaic, thinking maybe that rumor holds a speck of truth. With careful patience, you select feathers of nearly identical length and place them in a shallow dish. Outside, you hear a distant chant echoing from the temple's inner sanctum, a reminder that these feathered works will soon face their moment of glory, perhaps crowning a high priest as he ascends the steps, his headdress a living spectrum. A mainstream fact. Feather mosaics were often used to depict gods and mythical scenes combining both artistry and devotion. Yet historians still argue whether some mosaics were intended for everyday ceremonial use or reserved strictly for major festivals. You imagine the hush that would fall over onlookers as a priest turns feathers catching light like tiny fires. Mixcoatl presses a feather gently against a drop of orchid root adhesive on a small stone pallet. The sticky paste feels cool on your finger, its texture reminiscent of soft clay. Carefully, he positions the feather against a gold thread grid stitched onto cotton, its tip extending just enough to overlap the next row. You instinctively hold your breath as you press, feeling the slight give of the adhesive beneath your palm. A fringe aside whispers that some artisans claimed to see fleeting visions when working with quetzal feathers, visions of gods dancing on sunbeams. You try not to scoff, feeling a quiet shiver as you glance at a mosaic showing a feathered serpent undulating across a dark background. The workshop hums with soft conversation punctuated by the delicate snip of cactus spines and the occasional coo of a quetzal. You reach for another feather, marveling at how light it is, lighter than a whisper, as Mixcoatl likes to say. You trim its base to a precise triangular wedge, fitting it against the neighbor feathers like puzzle pieces. A mainstream note floats to mind. Micaceous minerals ground into inks sometimes tinted the cotton, backing beneath mosaics, giving a subtle sheen that enhanced depth. Yet a scholarly debate persists on whether that sheen was ever intentional or simply a byproduct of impurities in dyes. You align the trimmed feather and press it onto the fiber grid, listening as it makes the faintest rustle, like silk brushing against silk. You step closer to examine the mosaic's overall pattern, a stylized sun with 12 rays, each ray a different shade of yellow or orange. Each feather catches light subtly differently, causing the entire piece to flicker as if it were alive. You imagine this headdress crowning the high priest during the feast of Huitzilopochtli, when offerings of fish and maize honored Huitzilopochtli. A fringe rumor surfaces. Some said that wearing the headdress under a new moon allowed the priest to commune with unseen spirits, but some priests wore them only under burning suns to reflect divine light. As midday approaches, you take a small break and wander to the workshop's edge, where a large cane basket brims with discarded feathers sorted by color and size. You notice a few stray quetzal barbs, long flowing plumes that quiver like living things. A mainstream fact reminds you these barbs were often too fragile for mosaics and instead used for simple ornaments hung in temple doorways. Yet a fringe detail claims some artisans sewed quetzal barbs into priests' tunics, so they fluttered like tiny echoes of feathered serpents, hoping to tempt deities with living whispers. You return to your station to find Mixcoatl blending more adhesives, this time mixing agave sap with ground orchid roots and a pinch of lime from volcanic stone. The paste bubbles gently as he stirs with a small wooden stick carved from a copal incense tree. You inhale a delicate fragrance, sweet earthy, with a hint of citrus tang. The mix must be just right, he murmurs. Too thick, and feathers won't lay flat. too thin and they'll detach during ceremony. You recall mainstream evidence that artisans experimented with numerous organic adhesives, some combining crushed insects with vegetable oils to find the ideal balance of tack and flexibility. Yet historians still argue whether certain formulas were guarded family secrets or widely shared within guilds. With the adhesive ready, Mixcoatl demonstrates layering feathers in a radial pattern. He starts at a central point, often a tiny piece of jade or gold, and fans feathers outward, each overlapping the last. You watch as rows emerge in gradients, emerald to lime to almost translucent green, then shift to deep blues and violet at the edges. The effect is mesmerizing, like a peacock's tail frozen mid-fan. You set your jaw and follow his technique, placing each feather carefully to maintain consistent spacing. A fringe anecdote whispers that one artisan once became so absorbed that he worked through the night till his fingers bled onto feathers, leaving the mosaic stained with red, spore-like spots. You flick a strand of dark hair from your eyes, hoping to avoid any bleeding fingers of your own. Midday shadows stretch across the workshop floor as you finish a small section of the mosaic. You lean back, stretching your shoulders, and allow yourself a brief gaze at the completed area. The subtle interplay of color and texture glows in the afternoon light, radiating a sense of calm and reverence. A mainstream note surfaces. Feather mosaics often required weeks, sometimes months of patient work by teams of artisans, especially when depicting complex scenes like mythical bird-serpent battles. Yet a scholarly debate persists over whether these mosaics represented literal mythic events or allegorical symbols of celestial journeys. Outside the high windows, you see temple priests walking across terraces, their feathered headdresses already complete, ready for the next ceremony. You imagine the moment when sunlight catches those headdresses, scattering colored light across the plaza like shimmering rain. You wonder if any spectator ever gasped at the sight, feeling as though the heavens had descended upon them. A fringe detail insists that during certain festivals, priests performed on raised platforms, so the sun refracted off their headdresses directly into the eyes of onlookers, an intentional blinding meant to symbolize divine revelation. Scary or spectacular, you're not quite sure. Mixcoatl beckons you to help attach a delicate quetzal plume to a ceremonial shield. You flatten your palm, feeling the fine pattern of the adhesive paste as the feather presses into place. He gestures toward a small bench where another artisan weaves strips of gold thread into the shield's edge, creating a frame that glints in shifting light. You hold your breath as you press, ensuring the plume's angle is perfect. A tiny slip and the iridescent color might catch the sun at the wrong angle, turning emerald green into a dull, lifeless brown. You exhale slowly, feeling a quiet thrill of satisfaction when the feather stays true. By afternoon's end, you've helped fill a half-dozen small panels with feathers, each panel destined for a set of ritual banners that will flank the temple's main steps during next month's ceremony for Tlaloc. You sit back, your shoulders aching, but your heart quietly humming. Mixcoatl offers you a sip from a small gourd of pulque, grown on nearby chinampas. The pulque tastes cool and slightly sour, its mild froth tickling your lips. For strength, he says with a grin. You chuckle, thinking how many things depend on strength. Steady hands, focused minds, and devotion to craft. You stand and stretch, running your fingers through a tuft of ruffled feathers left behind on the table. The tiny interlocking barbs catch your skin gently, reminding you how delicate this work truly is. As you step out of the workshop, the late afternoon sun warms your shoulders and casts long shadows across the courtyard. You pause for a moment, letting the scene before you, a parade of feathered headdresses, shimmering mosaics, and proud artisans, settle in your chest like a softly glowing ember. Tomorrow you will explore the world of perfume and incense, concoctors another layer of detail in this living tapestry. But for now, you let the gentle memory of today's feathered mosaics drift through your mind like a slow dance of iridescent wings in a still sacred air. You slip through an arched doorway into a low-ceilinged chamber where the air is thick with the sweet, resinous scent of copal. Shafts of golden light filter through narrow slits high up the walls, illuminating clay vessels brimming with flowers, resins, and dried herbs. This is the workshop of the perfume and incense concoctors, those who transform raw materials into fragrant clouds that rise to greet the gods. Historians still argue whether the most prized ingredients like copal resin came from nearby forests or were traded from distant lowland jungles. But here, under the soft glow, you can scarcely think beyond that heady aroma. Your guide is Sitlaka, a quiet woman wearing a loose cotton tunic, her hair gathered under a simple woven headband. She greets you with a nod, then gestures toward a low wooden table strewn with bowls of dried petals, cempasúchil yopo flowers, and wild orchard blossoms. Each bowl holds a different color, deep saffron, soft lavender, or a pale golden hue. A mainstream fact hums at the back of your mind. Copal resin harvested from Bursera trees was considered the breath of the gods, used in nearly every major ritual. Yet a fringe tidbit lingers that some conspiracy-minded temple workers believed certain batches of copal were mixed with powdered pearls to make smoke catch the light in dazzling rainbow-like swirls. You raise an eyebrow, wondering if a plume of pearlescent smoke would blind a priest into rapture or simply blind him. Sitlaka offers you a strip of papyrus paper scribbled with hieroglyphic notations. She explains that these herbs and resins must be combined in precise ratios. Too much cempasúchil, and the smoke becomes acrid; too little, and offerings go unnoticed by the gods. You lean close to read the instructions. 3 handfuls of copal, 2 handfuls of dried orchid petals, 1 handful of toasted yopo seeds, and a pinch of crushed amber. She hands you a small wooden mortar and pestle carved from guava wood. As you crush dried orchid petals, their powdery dust tickles your nostrils. A fringe rumor surfaces. Some concoctors believe that orchid-infused smoke could induce prophetic dreams, allowing priests to glimpse future omens within curling tendrils. You nearly laugh at the idea of prophecy from floral fumes, but Sitlaka's expression remains somber as she adds a handful of toasted yopo seeds. Yopo, she explains, is a mildly hallucination-inducing seed from a local tree. A mainstream detail, Yopo seeds were sometimes used in small amounts to sharpen spiritual vision during ceremony. Yet historians still argue over whether Yopo's presence in incense was meant for truly mystical experiences or simply to add depth to the smoke's aroma. You ward off a mental image of priests drifting off mid-ritual snoring among wafts of herbal fog. Sitlaka grinds the seeds until they become a coarse, sandy powder with a faint, bitter scent. Then she sprinkles a pinch into your palm, instructing you to inhale deeply, just enough to clear your sinuses, not enough to make your head spin. You do as she says, and feel a slight tingle across your mind, as though someone tapped the back of your skull with a soft feather. You blink, reminding yourself that concentration is key. Next, Sitlaka directs you to a large clay jar filled with copal resin lumps so large they resemble broken honeycombs. She hands you a stone knife and asks you to shave thin slivers. As you apply pressure, the resin yields, sliding off in translucent curls that glint like amber in the light. A mainstream fact insists copal came from trees worshipped as living portals to the divine. Yet a fringe detail whispers that some temple families kept secret copal groves hidden in canyons, believing these particular trees channeled stronger divine energy. You wonder if a single copal tear from those groves could change the entire ceremony's potency. Focusing on slivers of copal, you crush them lightly with the mortar and pestle, releasing an immediate burst of sweet piney scent that fills the chamber. Sitlaka nods approvingly as you work her eyes reflecting the shimmering dust. She guides you to combine your crushed orchid petals with the copal until the mixture becomes a coarse, fragrant powder. You notice how the colors of the petals, deep purple and pale lavender, blend into a muted mauve. A fringe rumor returns some concoctors allegedly added powdered jade to certain incense blends, believing the jade's cooling properties would soothe angry deities. You glance up at carved stone faces on the walls gods of rain wore in creation, wondering if they'd prefer jade-cool smoke or pearlescent smoke. Now comes the amber. Sitlaka lifts a small golden nugget from a wooden bowl and places it in your palm. It's warm to the touch, like a tiny sunbeam condensed into a pebble. She instructs you to hold it over a small charcoal brazier until it softens. Flames flicker beneath, casting dancing shadows on the walls. As the amber warms, it beads and softens, releasing a sweet floral scent reminiscent of honey and citrus. You inhale a warm, enveloping aroma that seems to tickle your skin. Sitlaka nods again and gently crumbles the softened amber into a fine powder, dusting it over the mixture of copal and orchid. The combined scents swirl in your mind, something like dawn on a mountainside, in early spring when dew clings to petals and birds begin their first songs. At the far end of the room, a large clay jar contains an intriguing darker substance, pine sap mixed with crushed jaguar paw, loosening herbs. Sitlaka explains that this sticky blend goes into nighttime incense to ward off evil spirits that might roam under the moon. A mainstream note, jaguar-related materials were potent symbols of strength and divine protection. Yet historians still argue whether jaguar organ-based concoctions had genuine biological effect or were purely symbolic. You imagine a priest trailing night incense, confident that the spirit of the jaguar prowls beside him. You squint at the jar's dark contents, half expecting a sly spotted paw to twitch inside. Having mixed copal orchid yopo and amber sitlaka spreads your concoction on a flat stone slab. She instructs you to let the blend dry in the sun for 2 hours, consolidating scents before it's ready. While you wait, you trace carvings on the chamber walls, images of priests, incensing altars, smoke rising in spirals that transform into godly shapes. A fringe tidbit whispers that some images were added centuries ago, but artists still imbued them with fresh pigment each season to refresh their power. You run a fingertip along faded crimson paint and wonder if anyone noticed when ancient walls silently received new coats of pigment as part of ritual renewal. You glance at the slivers of heated amber, now hardened and pale again. The dried incense blend rests on the stone slab, its colors muted but distinct. Sitlaka shows you how to pack a small clay bowl with the mixture and set it atop smoldering coals. You watch as wisps of fragrant smoke curl upward, transforming gray into an opalescent haze. The scent immediately fills your lungs, warm honeyed, a gentle whisper of jasmine. You close your eyes, imagining that swirl of smoke as a stairway for prayers, each curling tendril reaching toward the sky. A fringe rumor surfaces that during certain festivals, priests targeted small puffs of smoke toward participants to bless them personally, an intimate, if somewhat sneezing-inducing act of divine favor. Sitlaka hands you a small ceramic vial containing a pale liquid. She explains that this is distilled helichrysum water used to anoint statues and idol faces before ceremonies. A mainstream detail notes that helichrysum, called always alive for its lasting blooms, held medicinal properties, as well as symbolic meaning of immortality. Yet scholars still debate whether its use in anointment carried genuine antiseptic purpose or was purely symbolic. You tear a corner of your tunic and dab the liquid onto the carved face of a small clay statue of Tlaloc. The statue's features shine, and you imagine water beating on its painted eyes as if the rain god himself shed a tear. Next, Sitlaka produces a dampened feather brush and dips it into a bowl of lavender-infused water. She guides your hand as you brush delicate swirls onto a woven banner. The purple smoke from burning copal curls around the banner, causing tendrils to shift like living vines. You realize this banner will be carried through the temple during the next day's ceremony for fertility gods. A fringe detail floats by. Some believed the lavender water ensured no malevolent spirits would latch onto the banner, as lavender soothed angry ghosts. You smile at the idea that lavender, a simple plant, held such power in the collective imagination. With the incense blending done, for now, Sitlaka turns you toward a row of small clay flasks, each filled with scented oils. She explains that these oils extracted from linalow wood magnolia blossoms and a rare orchid found in swampy areas are dripped into brazier embers to release delicate smoke. A mainstream fact notes that fragranced oils offered a different smoke quality, thinner and more ethereal than solid resins. Yet historians still argue whether these oils were reserved for high priests or offered to anyone who could pay. You seal a flask of magnolia oil and thank Sitlaka for her guidance. As you step back, the chamber feels transformed, suddenly alive with possibilities. Inhaling deeply, you note how smoke curls upward in lazy spirals, carrying scents of amber orchid and pine wood. You imagine tomorrow's ceremonies, priests weaving between altars as fragrant clouds drift behind them, incense burn pools glowing like miniature suns. Maybe someone will inhale deeply and glimpse a prophecy, or maybe they'll simply feel warmth spread through their chest as smoke mingles with morning air. You step toward the doorway and pause for a final look. Bound potions line low shelves, each labeled with delicate glyphs that promise scents from the mountains, forests, and even the edges of known worlds. You feel the lingering note of copal on your lips and breathe again, savoring its sweet balm. Sitlaka stands silently, her gaze patient, as though waiting for you to commit this sweet orchestration to memory. Tomorrow, you'll join the temple bell ringers, another essential thread in this tapestry of devotion. But tonight, let the memory of swirling smoke and fragrant oils settle into your mind, carrying you closer to a restful slumber. You step from the fragrant haze of the incense chamber into a sunlit courtyard where the steady toll of bronze bells reverberates like a heartbeat through the air. The bells hang from wooden beams carved with stylized snake motifs, each bell meticulously polished to a dull sheen. As you approach, the clang shifts to a steady, measured toll, each strike marking a moment in a ritual dance guiding priests as they move through chants and offerings. Historians still argue whether these temple bells were cast locally by specialized metallurgists or imported from distant mining hubs, but it hardly matters now. The deep resonance grounds you in the present, like a gentle reminder that time flows in measured beats. Your guide is Itzcoatl, a lean man with wind-brushed hair and a quiet smile. He grips a wooden mallet wrapped in woven cotton, the padded end shaped like a hummingbird's beak. You see him tilt his head slightly as he listens to the echo, adjusting the force of each strike to produce a richer tone. A mainstream fact hums quietly. Bronze bells in Aztec temples served both practical and ceremonial purposes, signaling the transition between ritual phases and warding off malevolent spirits with their clear, piercing sound. Yet a fringe tidbit lingers among bell ringers' whispered stories. Some claim that tiny love messages, encoded rhythms known only to sweetheart pairs, were once hidden in the bell chimes, meant to reassure clandestine lovers that their hearts beat as one, even during solemn ceremonies. You can almost imagine two young servants sharing secret nods as they agreed on a melody only they understood. You step forward and take a mallet from its coat's hand, feeling its weight settle against your palm. The handle is smooth from years of use, worn into a comfortable curve, that fits the contours of your fingers. He shows you how to stand, feet slightly apart, knees relaxed, torso upright, shoulders loose. You nod, adjusting your posture as though preparing for a slow march. You raise the mallet to a small bell about the size of a melon, its surface etched with jaguar paw prints and tiny swirling glyphs. You position the mallet's tip against the bell's edge, mindful not to touch the center too hard, which would mute the tone. With one fluid motion, you strike the bell, and it releases a long, warm note that lingers like a soft sigh. Itzcoatl watches you nodding and explains that each bell corresponds to a different deity or moment in the ritual. That one you rang honors Tlaloc, he says, pointing to a bell adorned with water motif carvings. You'll ring it before preparations for rain ceremonies. But be careful, historians still argue whether its water symbols were meant literally or as cosmic metaphors. You inhale deeply at the thought of water raining down on parched fields, or perhaps simply the idea of rain as a spiritual cleansing. You flick a small bead of sweat from your brow and remind yourself to breathe, recognizing that the bell's deep resonance carries more weight than it appears. As you stand at the row of bells, you take in the range of sizes. Some are small enough to cradle in your palm, while others tower above you, their lips flared like the skirts of dancers frozen mid-twirl. You nod toward a particularly large bell, nearly 2 paces tall, decorated with golden leaf filigree around its rim. Itzcoatl grins and says, "That one takes 2 people to ring. We call it the heartbeat of the temple. Legend says its rhythm once synchronized with a priest's pulse during an eclipse ceremony. You imagine a low, pulsing toll aligning with lives below as shadows swallowed the sun, a poetic sensation of cosmic unity. A fringe rumor whispers that during that eclipse, priests tapped secret messages on the bell's frame, so only those in tune with the cosmic rhythm could decipher a hidden prophecy. You tug lightly at your earlobe, half expecting to hear it now in your mind. You move to a nearby bench, and Itzcoatl shows you a set of wooden pegs used to adjust each bell's pitch. He hands you a small mallet again and instructs you to strike the bell while another artisan taps the peg, raising or lowering the pitch until the tone is just right. As you strike, a clear ringing note bounces off the nearby temple walls, and the peg holder knocks the peg higher. The tone shifts subtly, trading warmth for brightness. Every bell must harmonize. Itzcoatl tells you like voices in a choir. Historians still argue whether our scales were mathematically precise or guided by instinct. You nod, thinking of how even a slight discord could jolt someone's concentration during prayer. You tap your toe in time, with the rhythm pressing your ear as though listening for a hidden melody. The clang of bells draws a small group of apprentices who settle nearby to practice reciting chant phrases in low, rhythmic voices. Their chanting mingles with the bell tones to create a gentle tapestry of sound that soothes the mind. You recall the mainstream fact that chanting paired with bell tones helped priests enter a meditative state, an essential precursor to interpreting divine signs. Yet a scholarly debate persists. Some claim that the chanting originated among earlier Mesoamerican cultures and was simply adapted by the Aztecs, while others argue it developed uniquely in Tenochtitlan's sanctuaries. Either way, you feel the combined resonance wash over you like warm honey, each vibration coaxing your awareness into a calm, steady rhythm. Itzcoatl guides you to a bench where several small handheld bells rest on a reed mat. He picks up one marked with dual serpent heads and passes it to you. These bells are used during morning prayers to signal the start of cleansing rituals, he says, gesturing toward a stone basin where water sits awaiting purification. You lift the bell and let it dangle from your fingertips, swaying gently. A fringe anecdote surfaces. Some bell ringers believe that if you rang the serpent-headed bell just before sunrise, it would carry your prayers directly to the horizon where the sun goddess was born. You let the bell move in a slow arc and release a gentle chime, almost too soft to hear, yet somehow filling the space with presence. Outside, the courtyard feels serene, but you notice vendors setting up stalls beyond the temple walls, their voices distant and hushed like echoes from another world. You focus on the bells, letting their steady cadence block out distractions. You picture how each bell struck at the precise moment, guided processions of priests carrying offerings of maize cakes, copal, and flowers to temple altars. A mainstream note reminds you that Aztec ceremonies sometimes lasted hours each phase, marked by a bell's call, ensuring millions of participants across the city stayed in sync. Yet historians still argue whether those bells served more as practical signals or if they carried metaphysical resonance, believed to repel malevolent forces. You'd like to think it was both a pragmatic tool and a bridge to the divine. As light shifts and shadows lengthen, Itzcoatl shows you how to adjust your mallet grip for softer strikes. Sometimes priests request gentler tones, he says, especially during midday offerings when the sun's warmth already presses on everyone's spirits. You clench and unclench your hand around the mallet, practicing softer taps. The bell responds with a more subdued ping, almost like a whisper. You let out a small, contented sigh. A light joke slips out. I suppose if you rang too hard, the gods might think we were summoning an earthquake. Itzcoatl chuckles and replies, or a stampede of jaguars. Either way, our ears wouldn't thank us. You move along the row of bells, striking each one and listening to how the tone shifts from deep baritone to bright treble. A mainstream fact comes to mind. Some bells were even decorated with bells. Within bells, a series of nested tones that created a layered effect like raindrops falling into a serene pond. Yet a fringe tidbit floats by some bell makers reputedly mixed powdered turquoise into the bronze during casting, hoping to capture the stone's protective essence within the sound. You imagine turquoise-infused resonances, each chime carrying a glint of blue-green blessings into the air. As you continue, Itzcoatl instructs you to stand before a brass bell mounted on a carved wooden frame. This bell, he explains, is reserved for announcements to the city's nearby neighborhoods, signals for communal gatherings, or warnings during natural calamities. A mainstream detail suggests that when volcanoes grumbled in the distance, priests rang this bell in deep, low tones to communicate impending danger. Yet historians still debate whether those bell signals held universal meaning or if only temple officials truly understood their coded language. You grip the mallet, take a deep breath, and strike. The cavernous sound rolls across the courtyard as if ripples of thunder had softened. You imagine villagers pausing mid-chore, looking skyward to see what omen this toll portends. Beside this bell, a small clay pot holds Jacaro water, cool, slightly muddy liquid used to rinse the bells between ceremonies. It removes dust and resin residue, ensuring each tone rings clear. Itzcoatl hands you a cloth soaked in the water and invites you to wipe the bell's surface. As you polish, you notice small dents and scratches, evidence of centuries of use. You drift into a gentle daydream, picturing those who rang this bell long ago, fierce, jaguar warriors, solemn priests, and curious children learning to recognize each chime's meaning. A fringe rumor suggests that on moonless nights, some bell ringers claimed they could hear undulating echoes of the bell in their dreams, a spectral rehearsal of future rituals. You clean the bells one by one, imagining how each polished surface will sparkle when struck again during tomorrow's ceremonies. Itzcoatl watches you nodding slightly as you restore each bell to pristine readiness. He explains that bell ringers sometimes worked in pairs, one adjusting pegs and one striking, creating a seamless flow of sound. It's like dance partners, he says, each knowing the other's steps before the music even begins. You imagine two artisans moving in quiet synchronization, each strike a gentle heartbeat, echoing off temple walls. Your final task is to archive the wooden pegs, mallets, and cloths in a narrow alcove just beyond the bell row. You stack them neatly, mindful that each item carries a subtle blessing tools of sacred purpose. Itzcoatl grins and says, "Tomorrow you'll learn to play the temple drums. But for now, let the echoes of these bells linger in your mind." As you step away, the courtyard seems to hold on to the memory of your strikes, soft reverberations that slowly fade into the hush of late afternoon. You pause at the courtyard's edge, closing your eyes and letting the residual vibrations settle in your chest. Imagine the faint hum of bronze guiding thoughts into dreams, reminding you that even in silence, the temple's pulse continues. You feel a gentle calm wash over you, fingers still tingling from holding the mallet, ears still attuned to the lingering resonance. You notice children in nearby plazas playing with rubber balls that squeak when struck, but their games seem a world away from these solemn tones. In this moment, you're less a visitor and more a part of the temple's great heartbeat. As dusk approaches, shadows creep across the stone floor and faint torches flicker to life along nearby walkways. You let your breath settle, each exhale echoing the soft toll you just left behind. Tomorrow you will step into another role, joining the rhythmic pulse of temple drummers. But tonight, the bell's gentle hum will follow you like a lullaby, reminding you that time in this temple is measured in moments of devotion, struck softly against the anvil of eternity. You slip into a shaded alcove where a row of wooden drums rests on low platforms, their animal hide surfaces taut and inviting. The air hums with lingering bell echoes, and you feel the rhythm poised to emerge like a heartbeat, waiting for its first thump. These are the sacred drums of the temple, each one carved from a single log and fitted with hide from deer or jaguar. Historians still argue whether the deerskin drums produced a purer tone suited for morning rites, or if jaguar hide drums summoned fiercer vibrations meant to invoke warriors' spirits. But either way, you sense that with each beat, you're connecting to a lineage of rhythms stretching back through countless ceremonies. Your guide is a drum master named Yaosihuatl, whose name means warrior woman, though she bears no weapons, only leather-wrapped drumsticks as extensions of her own steady pulse. She stands barefoot on a carved wooden platform, legs slightly bent, torso loose, eyes closed, as she feels the air's latent energy. "Listen," she whispers, without opening her eyes. You tilt your head and hear the faint rustle of leaves in a distant courtyard, the murmur of temple artists in nearby workshops, and the subtle resonance of cooling stones. In this attentive hush, you realize that drumming here is not just sound, it's conversation with the unseen. Yaosihuatl taps her first drum with a soft but firm stroke, and the hollow, echoing tone rolls across the courtyard like a slow wave. She strikes again, faster this time, a clear, crisp beat that shivers through the air. You feel the vibration ripple beneath your feet, as though the temple itself responds to each modulation of her rhythm. A mainstream fact floats to mind: Aztec drumming formed the backbone of many rituals, from dawn offerings to night ceremonies honoring the ancestors. Yet a fringe tidbit flitters at the edge of your thoughts. Some believe that during full moon rituals, drums made of jaguar hide could summon phantom predators, startling even the most disciplined priests. You shiver at the idea of phantom paws, pad stalking through shadows in time with your own heartbeat. Yaosihuatl beckons you forward and hands you a pair of drumsticks, each wrapped at the tip with soft rabbit fur. Feel the weight, she instructs, guiding your grip so your fingers cradle the stick just behind the furred tip. She shows you how to angle your wrist slightly upward so the stick bounces gently off the hide instead of smacking it flat. You nod and position yourself before a mid-sized drum decorated with painted glyphs depicting a Quetzal feathered figure dancing in sunlight. A scholarly debate surfaces. Some drum experts argue that these painted motifs indicated which frequency the drum should produce, functioning as visual cues for the drummer, while others insist they were purely decorative. You lift the sticks, heart steady, and press the furred tips to the drumhead. Your first strike produces a muted, rounded tone, softer than you expected, but comforting in its warmth. Yaosihuatl tips her head, listening, and nods. More from the wrist, she advises. Let the stick spring back. Don't force it. You adjust. Giving the stick a bit of spring, and your next tap releases a brighter, more resonant note that hums through you. A fringe joke enters your mind. I guess if I drum too hard, the jaguars might think I'm calling them for dinner. Yaosihuatl smiles, but doesn't laugh. She's focused, attuning her own body to yours, ensuring you sense the rhythm as more than a sound, but a living pulse. You begin a simple pattern, 2 soft taps, followed by a single sharp one, mirroring Yaozihuatl's steady pace. The pattern flows from your arms into your chest, as though the drum is breathing with you. A mainstream detail occurs. Drummers often sat in semicircles during festivals, each drum producing a slightly different pitch, so that together they formed a layered chorus of rhythms. Yet historians still argue whether these pitch variations were precisely tuned like musical scales, or simply varied by drum size and animal hide type. You focus on the gentle echo of your drum, ignoring the bustling world beyond the courtyard's walls. As your confidence grows, Yaozihuatl steps back and initiates a counter rhythm on a neighboring drum light, syncopated taps that dance around your own beats. You listen, then adjust, weaving your drumming between hers, creating an interplay like a conversation between 2 voices. A fringe anecdote drifts in. Some drummers swore they could communicate secret messages through subtle shifts in rhythm, warnings about impending raids or love declarations disguised as ceremonial beats. You imagine a pair of lovers sharing code beats beneath the temple's moonlit sky, hidden beneath the larger tapestry of ritual. The thought makes you grin. After a few cycles, Yaozihuatl signals you to close your eyes. You do, and the world shrinks to the drum's surface beneath your sticks and the vibrations humming up your arms. You sense each beat ripple through your bones, a gentle reminder that life pulses within you, just as it did within the logs from which these drums were carved. A mainstream fact floats by Aztec drummers trained for years to master breathing techniques that synchronize their heartbeat with the drum's rhythm, allowing them to play long ceremonies without fatigue. You catch yourself drawing long breaths in time with your taps, as though your lungs and the drum share a single life force. You open your eyes to see Yaozihuatl weaving feathers into her braided hair, tiny plumes nodding in unison with her next drum beat. Time to learn a new pattern, she says, her smile gentle. She begins a cascading series of taps, soft, soft, sharp, soft, sharp, soft, sharp, soft, soft, moving in a triangular sequence that sends a rhythmic swirl through the air. You lean in, letting your ears follow the pattern's flow, and then you attempt to mirror her. Your first few attempts are hesitant, your wrist is untimely, each tap a fraction, too early or late. She nods with patient encouragement, reminding you, listen with your chest, not just your ears. You inhale slowly and start again, feeling the drumhead yield under your sticks, your wrists flexing almost unconsciously. The rhythm unfolds, soft, soft, sharp, soft, sharp, soft, sharp, soft, soft. With each cycle, you edge closer to her pace, until at last your pattern aligns with hers, 2 hearts beating in tandem, one human and one wooden. A fringe rumor surfaces, they say. When 2 drummers' rhythms align perfectly, the drums become conduits for divine messages, secrets that pass into whispered murmurs, heard only by the most attuned. You pause mid-beat, half expecting a celestial whisper, but only the earthy tone of the drum vibrations greets you. You exhale, accepting the mystery. As midday approaches, a line of smaller hand drums, about the size of a footstool, sits waiting. These drums, Yaosihuatl explains, accompany dancers in processions, their high-pitched tap fueling the dancer's footwork. She presses a small bead of jaguar fat wax onto the hide to adjust its tension, creating a brighter pitch. Different drums, different voices, she says, just as different dancers bring unique energy. A mainstream detail reminds you that drums played in processions could mimic the heartbeats of gods, lending divine presence to moving statues and dancers. Historians still argue whether processional drums were tuned to specific celestial events, like the phases of Venus, or simply matched the tempo of dancers. You tap on a hand drum, and its sharp tone jumps like a startled bird, so different from the deep, resonant drum you've been playing. Next, Yaosihuatl shows you how to treat a drum's hide when it warms and loosens under the sun. She whispers instructions. Pour cool water around the drum's edges, pat gently with your fingers, and let it retension. You follow her method, feeling the hide tighten beneath your hands like a living skin settling back into place. A fringe tidbit drifts by. Some drummers believe that only moonlight or the dew from early dawn could properly reset the tension, a notion tied to the idea that drums sang truest under celestial influence. Yet you're content with simple water for now, watching as the hide responds with a subtle snap under your palm. You stand and return to the larger drum to practice a more complex pattern, alternating between deep, bass-like thumps on the center and crisp rim taps at the edge. This pattern, Yaosihuatl explains, mimics the contrast between night and day, earth and sky. You strike the center, feeling the wood resonate under your palm, then shift to the edge for a sharper crack. The interplay between low and high notes forms a gentle echo in the courtyard, as if the ancient stones respond with their own silent applause. A scholarly debate emerges. Some claim these center-edge patterns symbolized duality concepts essential to Aztec cosmology, while others suggest they simply provided sonic variety for listeners. You decide the blend matters more than its origin. As the sun reaches its zenith, you take a moment to rest, placing your sticks across the drumhead and letting your breathing settle. You hear Yaosihuatl's soft hum as she plays a solo pattern meant to accompany midday prayers. It's a meditative beat, steady grounding, as comforting as a heartbeat in your chest. You close your eyes and let the vibration carry you toward a calm stillness cradled by wooden echoes. A fringe rumor surfaces, some say, that drummers who mastered this solo pattern became so attuned that they entered trance-like states, touching glimpses of other realms. You smile, wondering if you'll ever reach that level of rhythmic communion. You open your eyes to find a small group of priests assembled near a stepped altar, jade masks glinting in the sun. Yaosihuatl nods toward them, explaining that your next task is to provide the rhythmic backdrop for their midday offerings. She positions you and another apprentice on opposite sides of the altar, each with a small drum tuned to complementary pitches. Together, you set the pace for their prayers. She instructs. Follow each other, not yourself. You meet your partner's gaze, both of you ready to share this responsibility. You exchange a quick, encouraging nod, then raise your sticks. As your partner strikes the first beat, you respond in kind, weaving a pattern that flows like a gentle river. The priests kneel reciting prayers to ensure continued fertility of maize fields, and your rhythm guides them like a warm, subtle current. You feel a convergence of purpose, drums welling beneath your palms, calls of priests rising to the sky, and the temple's stones trembling softly at the edges. A mainstream detail surfaces rhythmic accompaniment, helped priests maintain focus during extended ceremonies, preventing the mind from wandering. Yet historians still debate whether the drumming's primary function was spiritual guidance or simply to mask distracting ambient noises from the city. You let go of that question, trusting your rhythm to carry the moment. After a few dozen beats, Yaosihuatl signals you to ease off, allowing the drums to trail into silence. The courtyard feels hushed, as though the temple itself has exhaled. The priests rise, offering nods of thanks, and move on to the next ceremony. You rest your sticks gently on the drumhead, feeling the aftershocks of your own heartbeat entwined with the hollow echoes of braced animal hide. You straighten, stretching your arms, and notice how the sun's warmth has softened the wood beneath your knees. Yaosihuatl steps beside you and places a hand on your shoulder. You have learned much today, she says quietly, eyes reflecting pride. Tomorrow we will learn the art of codex painting, another voice in our sacred symphony. You nod, a gentle ache blooming in your muscles, tempered by contented calm. You lift your gaze to survey the courtyard, sunlit stones, drums at rest, priests moving on. The hush feels sacred, a pause, pregnant with potential. You take one last deep breath and let it release slowly, letting the drum's lingering vibration resonate in your chest. The beat of your heart slows, aligning with the temple's own gentle pulse. As you step away from the drums, you leave behind your own imprint, tiny vibrations echoing among stone and sky. Tomorrow you'll paint glyphs in flickering torchlight, but tonight you carry this drumming rhythm within you, a soft song to lull your mind toward peaceful rest. You slip into a cool, dimly lit chamber that smells faintly of pine smoke and damp paper. A single flickering torch casts wavering shadows across a long wooden table strewn with folded amate sheets, thin fibrous paper made from bark, and small clay pots filled with powdered pigments. This is the domain of the codex scribe and glyph painter, those who transcribe sacred knowledge and history in pictographic form. As you step closer, you notice faded jars of red ochre black soot ink and precious greens made from ground malachite. Historians still argue whether the production of amate paper was controlled exclusively by temple guilds or if household artisans helped meet demand. But here, among these materials, you feel the weight of tradition in every fiber. Your guide is Tlakalel, a gentle young scribe, whose name means man in the heart in the local tongue. He kneels at the table, his slender fingers brushing ochre across a new sheet, creating the faint outline of a coiled serpent. A mainstream fact hums at the back of your mind. Codices played central roles in Aztec society, recording genealogies, tribute lists, and calendrical information. Yet nearly all original codices were burned during the Spanish conquest, leaving gaps scholars still argue over when reconstructing Aztec culture. You watch Tlacaelo's hand move with quiet precision, and you realize that each stroke is a deliberate step in preserving a world at risk of fading into memory. On a low bench beside the table, a small clay bowl holds deep black ink made from charred pine resin. Tlacaelel dips a thin reed brush into the ink, then presses it to his lips, shaping a soft calligraphic stroke. A fringe rumor flickers at the edge of your thoughts. They say that sometimes when scribes worked late into the night, the ink smudged on its own ghostly fingers, sliding across the paper to correct mistakes or add hidden messages from ancestors. You glance at the parchments, where faint smears drift like mist over images of jaguar warriors, and you wonder if your eyes are playing tricks, or if spirits truly guide these scribes. Tlacaelel looks up and nods at you. He hands you a clean amate sheet, its surface rougher than modern paper, yet surprisingly pliable. You will record today's offerings, he says, voice soft as moss. Every glyph must be precise. One misplaced dot changes meaning entirely. You run your fingers along the sheet's edge, feeling the papery texture give under your touch. A scholarly debate drifts into your mind. Some argue that Nahuatl scribes developed individual stylistic flourishes, tiny decorative flourishes that personalized each codex, while others insist glyphs adhered to strict canonical forms to avoid misinterpretation. As you settle on a low stool before the table, you resolve to honor both precision and reverence in your work. Tlacaelel points to a set of reference codices, small-bound manuscripts stored in a wooden chest. He opens one and reveals a series of glyphs depicting a maize harvest, stylized ears bending under kernels, baskets brimming with golden grains, and priests offering cobs to a seated deity. We begin with tribute records, he explains. Each village has a glyph representing its name. Some are straightforward like a duck for Patlapan, meaning where the reeds grow. Others are more abstract, like two rivers converging to denote a place called Tlalnelhuayocan. A fringe detail flutters at the edge of your mind. Some scribes claimed that certain village glyphs contained hidden symbols indicating loyalty to particular gods. Secret codas only priests recognized. You swallow a small laugh, imagining a hidden, duck-shaped loyalty oath stamping out beneath official records. Your first task is to sketch the outline of a glyph denoting a local marketplace. Tlacaelel points to a faintly drawn rectangle representing the plaza perimeter and gestures to a small pile of ochre pigment. You dip a hemp fiber brush into water, then swirl it in the ochre to create a muted orange hue. As you bring the brush to the soft sheet, you steady your hand, aware each line shapes history. You draw a simple grid pattern within the rectangle, marking out market stalls. A mainstream fact surfaces Aztec markets called tianguis, operated on fixed days, and attracted traders from dozens of nearby towns, with each tianguis having its own unique layout and glyphic representation. Yet scholars still argue whether specific glyph variations indicated market size or the types of goods sold. You smooth each line, imagining traders hawking woven textiles, cacao beans, and bright feathers under a canopy of woven mats. Once your outline is complete, Tlakalel hands you a pot of deep black ink. He shows you how to load the reed brush so it holds enough pigment for a precise stroke without blotting. You test a small line on a scrap piece of amate, its fibers absorbing the ink quickly, causing edges to feather slightly. You adjust your pressure, then return your brush to trace over your ochre outlines. Each stroke feels like a rite, tapping into a flow that has guided scribes for countless generations. The ink's fragrance is faintly smoky, a reminder of charred wood mingled with sap, as though the temple's fires have been distilled into each calligraphic flourish. As midday light filters through a small lattice window, you notice dust motes drift through ochre and black shapes on your sheet. You pause to wipe sweat from your brow, mindful of how humidity can cause ink to run. Tlakalel watches you, then offers a small fan woven from palm fronds to gently waft air across your work. You accept it gratefully, and each breeze sends a subtle flutter through the paper as though encouraging your brush to glide. You move to a section of the codex where a priest's portrait must be painted, a side profile of a man with headdress and jaguar pelt draped over his shoulders. Tlakalel hands you a small dish of red pigment crushed from cochineal insects, a mainstream detail that reveals the Aztecs prized cochineal more than gold for its vibrant scarlet. Yet a fringe sipping whispers among scribes. They say that dyeing ink with cochineal could sometimes attract ants, which would crawl across finished glyphs, leaving strange bite patterns that scribes tried to disguise as decorative flourishes. You peer at the red dish, imaginarily warding off tiny invaders. You dip a fine quill-like brush into the cochineal pigment mixed with a drop of water, then press it to the empower outline of the priest's cheek. The red flows smoothly, staining the paper crimson. You outline the jaguar pelt with zigzagging strokes, then fill it with small dark dashes to indicate fur. Its meticulous work, one misplaced dash, could change the sense of pattern. As you paint, you recall a scholarly debate. Some say codex artists used diluted pigments to create subtle shading effects, an early form of watercolor, while others argue Aztec scribes preferred flat color fields to maintain clarity. You treasure the idea of subtle shading, imagining how it might impart a gentle dimensionality to this jaguar-clad figure, but for now you focus on even layers of red. Tlakalel brings you a small dish of green pigment made from powdered malachite. He instructs you to color the priest's headdress, an intricate arrangement of quetzal feathers and gold leaf. You lightly tap the brush, pressing pigment into each tiny feather pattern. The green gleams like living forest leaves, and for a moment you imagine the headpiece rising from the page, fractal feathers shimmering under Tenochtitlan's sun. You pause to rest your hand, feeling the cumulative weight of careful strokes pressing against your wrist. You stretch your fingers, letting the slight cramps unwind as pals of silent codices seem to watch you through the flickering torchlight. A faint echoing scrape reaches your ears like a cautious footstep approaching. You glance over your shoulder and see a flicker of movement, a ghostly smudge drifting across a nearly finished invitation to a harvest ceremony. You blink, heart quickening, and your gaze darts back to the page. The smudge hovers above a glyph representing maize fields. You reach toward it, and as your fingertip nears the paper, the smudge dissolves, just your imagination drifting on the dancing torchlight. You remind yourself that the room's moisture can sometimes blur ink if you linger too long. Still, a fringe rumor flutters. They say invisible shades of spirit ink sometimes appear under certain torches, glyphs created by ancestors who linger long after their breath leaves this world. You shiver and glance at Tilakailo, who simply nods, untroubled by faint tragedies of pigment. You pick up a small bar of beeswax offered as a seal and rub it gently along the paper's edge to prepare for binding. As the wax warms, it softens, taking on a slight sheen. A mainstream fact surfaces: beeswax seals signified authenticity, ensuring the codex hadn't been altered during its creation. Yet a scholarly debate buzzes. Some scholars argue that a codex's seal carried protective spells against tampering, while others insist it functioned purely as a binding aid. You let the wax cool, admiring how it glints in torchlight, tiny gold fires frozen in smooth bars. Tlakelo gestures for you to bind your sheet into a long accordion fold form, aligning each crease so that pages open seamlessly. You press each fold with your fingers, listening for the satisfying snap of crisp paper. As the accordion emerges, you imagine how priests and nobles will unfurl it, revealing stories and sacred knowledge like a hidden scroll circuit. You feel a swell of pride, knowing your hands contributed to this living repository. Scholars will still argue over these codices' origins and lost meanings, but you hold the raw energy of each glyph beneath your fingertips. A faint breeze stirs the edges of your bound codex, and you feel the hum of the temple's life. Beyond this chamber, distant drumming the clink of bell peals, the flicker of torch flames. Each sound forms a backdrop to your work, guiding your breathing as you smooth down the last crease. Tlakalel bows his head in approval and taps the table, gently releasing a small pile of next day's blank amate sheets for you to prepare. You nod and gently lay your finished codex on a raised platform beside a flickering torch. As you step back, you glance once more at the chamber's vaulted ceiling, where painted murals depict scribes seated at similar tables, brushes in hand, surrounded by carved wooden shelves of codices. A circa 1490s scholar once wrote that these murals captured the living memory of Tenochtitlan, though today only faded traces remain. Historians still argue whether that description referred to murals or to bound codices themselves. But the essence lingers. This work preserves a world built of images, colors, and careful lines. You settle against a nearby wall, dusting pigment from your tunic and letting the hush envelope you like a gentle cloak. You feel a quiet resonance in your chest, as though the room itself still pulses with each tinctured stroke. Tomorrow you'll step into the temple's chocolate foamer, where frothy cacao rituals await. But for now, you let the memory of ochre, cobalt black ink, and vibrant red settle like a mellow lullaby in your mind. You step out of the dim chamber where codices rested on wooden shelves, feeling the air grow warmer as you head toward a smaller courtyard where steam rises from clay vats. The midday sun filters through a lattice overhead, casting dappled patterns on walls splashed with ochre and red. This is where the temple's chocolate foamers, known as chocolatiers, though they serve more than simple treats, transform bitter cacao beans into a frothy, divine elixir. You brush a lock of hair from your forehead and catch the faint scent of roasting beans mixed with spice. Historians still argue whether chocolate drinking began as an exclusively royal indulgence or if commoners enjoyed diluted versions. But right now, you're more concerned with mastering the art of foam than debating social hierarchies. Your guide, Tewich, stands before a low tripod supporting a shallow clay bowl. He wears a simple cotton tunic stained with tiny flecks of red chili and dark flecks of ground cacao. His hands move confidently as though he's conducted this process 1,000 times. He nods at you, eyes bright with enthusiasm, and gestures toward a wooden mortar and pestle brimming with roasted cacao beans. First, you must crush the beans until they become a fine paste, he says, voice gentle as a warm breeze. This paste forms the heart of our drink. You lift the heavy stone pestle, feeling its weight settle into your palm and press it into the beans. As you grind, the beans crack and release an earthy, bittersweet aroma that curls into your nose like a smoky invitation. A mainstream detail drifts through your mind. The Aztecs prized cacao not only as a drink, but also as currency. 1 bean could pay for a turkey egg, and 20 could purchase a warrior's shield. Yet a fringe rumor lingers that some chocolatiers slipped extra beans into their secret pockets, believing they carried small fortunes tied to divine favor. You laugh to yourself as you grind meticulously, imagining Tekuich catching you, trying to hoard an extra bean for your next mid-morning snack. You shift your weight, pressing harder, and the paste thickens into a dark ochre mass that sticks to the sides of the mortar like molten earth. Once the paste is smooth, Tekuich guides you to a small basin where water simmers gently over hot coals. He scoops a ladle of warm water and pours it over the paste, swirling it into a dark, glossy liquid. You see wisps of steam rise as the paste melts and thins, transforming into a rich suspension that smells like roasted wood and sweet earth. A scholarly debate floats at the back of your mind. Some experts argue whether the early Aztecs added maize flour to bulk up the liquid, giving it a creamier consistency, while others insist maize was reserved for ceremonial foods only. For now, you trust Tekuch's judgment, knowing that each step echoes generations of tradition. Next, Tekuich reaches for a small bowl of ground chili peppers, bright red powders that glint like embers. He dips a finger into the chili and holds it under his nose. A pinch of chili warms the palate, he says, voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. But be careful, too much will have you coughing so hard you'll spill chocolate everywhere. You nod, eyes narrowing as you recall the last time you sneezed mid-ceremony and nearly soaked a priest in scalding drink. You laugh softly, imagining a sweaty priest sputtering chocolate droplets down his chin, eyes wide in shock. Tekuich smiles and dabs a tiny pinch of chili into the bowl. You stir gently, watching how the red threads swirl into the dark liquid like glowing veins of flame. A fringe tidbit surfaces: some chocolatiers believed that adding chili peppers summoned a god's protective fire, cleansing the drink of negative energies. You raise an eyebrow at that thought, thinking that if any god cares, it might also appreciate the sneeze-induced comedic relief. You continue stirring until the liquid reaches a velvety sheen. A stream of pale foam begins to form at the edges, small bubbles that rise and pop with a gentle sigh. Tekuich hands you a thin wooden whisk made from frothing stick called a molinillo and demonstrates how to roll it between your palms to work up a dense froth. You grasp the molinillo and mimic his motion, rolling it swiftly while lifting and lowering the handle in a subtle dance. The whisk spins like a tiny windmill, lacing air into the liquid until it ripples into a creamy foam. A mainstream fact drifts by: Aztec nobles prized the foamed chocolate so much that some drank it chilled, served in wide, shallow bowls specifically designed to showcase the foam's delicate peaks. Yet historians still argue over whether the foam was purely aesthetic or held ritual significance, possibly representing clouds or celestial realms. You peer down at the bowl as your whisking intensifies, watching the foam grow like soft clouds forming at midday. A second light joke drifts to your mind. If I keep whisking, these bubbles might carry me away to the moon. You stop whisking and lift the molinillo, letting a small cascade of foam tumble back into the bowl. The foam holds firm like tiny ivory blossoms floating atop dark earth. Tekuich nods appreciatively, then smells the foam as though assessing its soul. He dips a fingertip into the bubbles and lifts it to his lips, tasting. His eyes half close, and he murmurs, "Perfect." You lean forward and gingerly taste a small spoonful, warm, frothy, with a subtle heat that blooms at the back of your throat. You swallow breath, hitching slightly as the chili's warmth spreads like soft embers. "Heavenly," you whisper, nodding toward Tekuich, who only grins in response. Nearby, a young apprentice named Shu Coatl peeks around the corner, holding a woven tray of small clay cups, each wide enough for 2 sips. You pick up a cup and pour a small stream of frothy concoction, letting the foam swirl and settle in concentric circles. As you tilt the cup to your lips, you notice how the bowl's rim is etched with glyphs representing cocoa pods and hummingbirds. You recall a fringe rumor some chocolatiers secretly carved hummingbird symbols to invoke swift movement of messages, tiny prayers that traveled with the rising steam. You look up at the lattice overhead, imagining carved symbols on hidden bowls floating prayers upward. The thought sends a gentle shiver down your spine, half enchantment, half hunger for more chocolate. Tekuich hands you a small stick of honeycomb tendrils of wax glinting like runes and gestures for you to stir it into the froth. You dip the honeycomb gently, watching as pale strands of honey stretch into the light chocolate undercurrent. A mainstream detail hums Aztecs sometimes sweetened chocolate with honey or Maggi syrup, though pure, unsweetened versions held their own sanctity. But birthdays and festivals welcomed sweetness. Some historians debate whether honey's primary use was symbolic, representing celestial nectar, or simply for taste. You swirl the honey until it dissolves, infusing the foam with gentle sweetness that flickers over your tongue like morning dew. As you sip, you lean against a low bench, listening to distant chants echo from inner sanctums. The courtyard's stones feel warm beneath your bare feet, and the foam's gentle heat warms your chest. You recall the fringe tale that someone once inhaled a rogue puff of chili-dusted foam and fell into a fit of comedic sneezing mid-ceremony, drawing laughter from even the most solemn priests. You smirk at the thought, imagining the hush of a sacred chant shattered by a waterfall of sneeze bursts. Thankfully, your pinch of chili was controlled enough for flavor, but not enough for an uproar. Tecuich indicates a small clay tray set with tiny dishes, ground maize flour, powdered vanilla beans, and finely crushed achiote. He explains that these optional additions, used sparingly, enhance the drink's aroma without overwhelming its core. You take a pinch of vanilla and swirl it into a small reserve bowl, inhaling the sweet perfume. You imagine how tomorrow a ceremony honoring the rain god might include vanilla-scented chocolate, an offering blending sky and earth. A fringe rumor drifts. Some believed vanilla and chocolate paired amplified prophetic dreams so that priests could glimpse whether rains would bless upcoming planting. You smile, thinking of how images of rain clouds might swirl within a dream like dissolving vanilla pods. As the sun dips slightly and shadows lengthen, smaller bowls of frothy, spiced chocolate are carried toward seated nobles waiting under a woven canopy. You watch as two young warriors in feathered helmets lean forward to accept their cups, nodding solemnly into the drink before passing it to a nearby priest. The foam remains perfect, each cup bearing a small mound that refuses to collapse. You feel pride rise in your chest, knowing you helped create these delicate peaks. A scholarly debate drifts through your mind. Some say foam longevity indicated superior technique. Others argue the bowl's design mattered most, with wider rims enhancing foam retention. You shrug content to sip your own cup and feel the gentle warmth spread like a lullaby in liquid form. With the last drop of chocolate savored, you place the empty cup back on the tray and rise. Tecuich claps you lightly on the shoulder. Tomorrow you will taste the divine pulque straight from the ferment. You inhale a long breath, letting the lingering chocolate heat soothe your lungs. As you step away, the courtyard seems to hold on to the scent of cacao and chili, the warm memory of foil-like foam lingering like a gentle exhalation. You feel a quiet calm settle over you, enough to ease your mind toward rest, as if every sip of chocolate carried you a step closer to sleep. Tonight, let the taste of frothy cacao echo in your thoughts like a tender lullaby. Allow that gentle warmth to lull you into the next chapter where visions might await. You step softly into a grove at dawn where mist clings to palm fronds and dew-damp leaves carpet the forest floor. The air smells of wet earth and decaying foliage, warm and alive with promise. As you trudge deeper under a canopy of twisted branches, each step sends a soft squelch echoing, reminding you that this is no ordinary morning. Today you hunt for Teonanacatl, the god's flesh-sacred mushrooms believed to bridge human minds with divine whispers. Historians still argue whether these psilocybes were reserved strictly for priests or shared among elite shamanic circles, but here, every rustle and snap underfoot feels charged with possibility. Your guide is Izel, a lithe forest dweller whose eyes gleam with quiet knowledge. She carries a woven basket lined with dried moss, its fibers soft, like old feathers. Mushrooms appear where life rots. She murmurs, voice low and intimate, as though speaking to the forest itself. You nod and adjust your grip on a small wooden staff that serves as both walking stick and probe for unsettling hidden growths. A fringe rumor drifts to you. Some shamans whispered that a single misstep could unleash a jaguar's spirit disguised among toadstools, so one treaded carefully lest a phantom predator spring. You half smile, imagining a jaguar wearing a mushroom cap looking at you expectantly. Dinner's ready, and shake your head to stay present. You pause beside a decaying log, its bark mottled and soft, teeming with moss and tiny ferns. Izel points to a cluster of small brown-capped mushrooms nestled at the log's base. Their gills are dark, almost bruised in color, and the slender stems curve like tiny sentinels. These are Psilocybe zapoticorum, she explains. Found near rivers, where water flows gently, they hold visions for those who seek. You lean closer, bending your knees, so your eyes drift across the forest floor. A mainstream detail surfaces Aztec priests recorded in codices that Teonanacatl played roles in divinatory rituals used to interpret dreams or request guidance from gods. Yet scholars still argue how widespread these practices truly were, as most Spanish chroniclers either misunderstood or suppressed these rituals under colonial rule. You kneel and gently brush away a leaf that's draped over another cluster. The ground feels cool beneath your palms, a thin layer of loam yielding to your touch. As you uncover more caps, Izel warns never harvest a mushroom that bleeds white when you break its stem. That one's for healing poultices, not visions. You snap off a pale toadstool and sniff its cap. It smells faintly of wet hay and a hint of something sweet, like overripe fruit on a summer morning. A fringe tidbit skitters through your mind. Some shamans claimed that if you inhaled the mushroom's scent before tasting, you'd already begin to dream a notion. You nearly giggle at envisioning yourself stumbling through a dreamscape in broad daylight. You place each plucked mushroom gently into the basket, arranging them like tiny trophies. A slight rustle to your right makes you startle, and you freeze, half expecting to see a jaguar's tail disappearing behind a palm. Instead, a band of leafcutter ants marches in a tight line, carrying away bits of green as though stealing gold. You exhale, imagining a jaguar face on each ant's shadow, then chide yourself. If you watch ants long enough, every forest becomes a jungle of tiny beasts. Izel chuckles softly, her laughter blending with birdsong overhead, as a troop of howler monkeys begins to stir, calling out in low, raspy voices. Continuing along a narrow path, you notice humid air thickening around a cluster of hollow trees. Lichen drapes off bark like cascading hair, and you spot more mushrooms, smaller, slender stalks, topped with tan caps that glisten in the dappled light. Eisel identifies these as Panaeolus sphinctrinus, less powerful than psilocybe, but still prized for gentle journeys. She warns timing matters. Collect these before the sun crests fully, or spores scatter and vanish like morning dew. You sniff at one, catching a faint, damp mushroom aroma reminiscent of old parchment. A mainstream fact flickers to mind. Spaniards documented Aztec mushroom feasts where participants danced and chanted through the night, guided by these very species. Yet historians still argue whether these gatherings were strictly ritual or also served as social festivals, perhaps a proto-version of a modern music rave minus the drum machines. A sudden breeze stirs the leaves above, scattering a swirl of tiny cicada husks that clap against each other like secrets unspoken. You flinch, picturing a jaguar's silent paws padding through the underbrush, and take a steadying breath. Eisel taps your wrist gently and whispers, "Trick your mind, jaguars respect those who respect the forest." You relax slightly, recalling how previous roles in the temple taught you that reverence, no matter how small. A fringe rumor surfaces they said a shaman once called on a jaguar spirit by drumming with a hollow log filled with glowing coals so intense that even stones vibrated. You hum quietly, imagining glowing coals nestled in a drum under moonlight, somehow equal parts comforting and terrifying. You pause at a sunlit glade where a shallow stream meanders over stones smooth as river-polished jade. Here the forest floor is carpeted with glossy ferns and tiny violet blossoms. Eisel points to a patch of psilocybe cyanescens, the wavy caps of vibrant caramel, tempting in their promise. She instructs, don't pick the ones beneath the ferns. Their potency is strongest near moisture. You crouch, picking slowly so as not to bruise the delicate caps. A mainstream note surfaces. Psilocybe cyanescens were often referred to as wavy caps, and ethnobotanists still debate whether they were introduced from southern regions or native to Mesoamerica. You arrange each wavy cap in the basket, careful to keep gills intact, so the spores remain for future growth, a nod to sustainable practice, even in ancient times. A rustle in the bushes to your left turns out to be a pair of coati monkeys, their long snouts rooting through fallen leaves for insects. You nod at their unhurried foraging, recalling how their tiny snack searches once inspired temple gardeners to consider integrating fungal spores to fertilize herb beds. A fringe story flickers. Some claimed coati fur brushed against certain mushrooms could catalyze spore germination, a theory so whimsical that senior priests often dismissed it. Yet gardeners secretly tested it anyway. You imagine a group of gardeners watching coatis like eager scientists, taking mental notes on every twitch of their tails. You approach a fallen tree whose hollowed trunk emits a faint, sweet smell. Pushing aside moss and twigs, you uncover a cluster of plaster white mushrooms with convex caps, likely Copelandia cyanescens, potent but more unpredictable. Eisel warns, these require precision too many, and visions blur beyond guidance. You break off just a few, placing them on a leaf to count. You smile, thinking precision matters. After all, nobody wants to hallucinate their own mustache singing opera. Ezel rolls her eyes, as if she's heard that one before, but you sense her quiet amusement. Carrying your basket of fungi, you reach a gentle slope where sunlight filters through a lattice of leaves like scattered gold coins. You pause to rest, leaning against a palm, and feel your heart's pulse slowing as you steady your breath. The forest's symphony hums softly, distant howls, insect chatter, and the faint trickle of the stream weaving below. A mainstream fact floats by Aztec ritual, spaces often integrated sound bells, and even natural acoustics to guide participants into altered states. Yet scholars still argue whether those states were wholly intentional or sometimes accidental side effects of fatigue and heat. You imagine a priest swaying under a canopy of leaves, entranced partly by sound, partly by sun, the boundaries between ritual and nature's lullaby blurring. Ezel notices your restless gaze and offers you a small piece of plum-fresh cactus fruit. You bite into it, finding the flesh cool and slightly sweet, a perfect foil to the forest's earthiness. A fringe detail surfaces. Some shamans believed spores blended with cactus juices allowed smoother transitions into visions like egg yolks, making a restful omelet. You savor the comparison, wiping fruit juice from your chin with the back of your hand. The forest floor feels alive beneath your bare feet, its damp pulses reminding you that each step in this morning ritual matters. Basket laden, you turn to retrace your path, carefully avoiding brambles and thorns that could bruise your precious cargo. A sudden movement catches your eye. A jaguar prowls through shafts of light, its spotted fur glowing in the dappled sun, eyes android bright. Your breath catches muscles tense. The jaguar pauses, regarding you like an old friend or perhaps a curious stranger. You remember Azel's words and remain still, meeting its gaze without fear. You sense its silent question, what seeks you in my domain? Holding itself as if carved from living wood, the jaguar turns melting back into shadows, leaving you shaking with both relief and awe. They say jaguars sometimes do this. You exhale, marveling at the perfect timing of your own heartbeat, slowing in unison. As you emerge from the grove, the luminous spires of Tenochtitlan's temple terraces rise before you like guardians overseeing the city. Each mushroom you've gathered will be prepared carefully dried in gentle sun, then ground into fine dust before ritual consumption. Come nightfall, priests will blend these powders with sacred water, guiding initiates into visions meant to reveal the future of harvests or the will of the gods. You feel a humble thrill at knowing your hands played a part in this continuity. Along the temple steps, you run a fingertip over the smooth stone where child scribes once doodled simple pictograms, perhaps even recording early mushroom hunts. You remember how codices once depicted these rituals, only to be lost in fires of conquest. Historians still argue whether those codices showed detailed rituals or merely symbolic scenes. Regardless, the memory lingers like a soft whisper carried on a breeze, urging you to honor what you've learned. At the courtyard's threshold, you empty your basket gently onto a woven mat, inspecting each cap in the soft light. Some glisten with hidden dew, others bear faint nicks where you clipped them. You let your fingers brush each one, feeling their fragile curves as though smoothing a lover's cheek. A final fringe joke drifts. If mushrooms could talk, they'd probably complain about being picked before their morning coffee. You laugh quietly, the sound blending with temple echoes as a young priest steps into view to collect your harvest. As you hand over the mushrooms, the priest bows, offering gratitude. Tomorrow these will guide our dreams, he says, voice hushed, as if the forest still listens. You nod, feeling the weight of that responsibility settle gently on your shoulders. Stepping away, you pause at a carved stone relief of a jaguar, its eyes almost alive in the fading light. You stroke the stone, whispering a silent thank you to both forest and temple for this sacred morning. With every breath, the forest's damp hush still lingers in your lungs, coaxing your heartbeat toward rest. Tomorrow, you'll walk among sacred birds and gilded aviaries, but tonight, let the memory of damp earth and mushroom secrets drift through your mind like a comforting lullaby. You slip through a low archway carved with coiled serpents into a courtyard bathed in soft morning light. The air smells faintly of citrus and humid earth, and you hear the gentle murmur of water trickling through a nearby fountain. Ahead of you lies a series of tiled aviaries, each one enclosed by woven reed screens and small wooden bars that barely seem to confine the vibrant life within. These are the temple's sacred bird enclosures, home to quetzals, macaws, and other feathered creatures revered as living symbols of the divine. Historians still argue whether these aviaries were primarily ornamental displays or served as functional parts of ritual practices. But as you approach, you sense this is a space where color and song become embodiments of spiritual power. Your guide is a young caretaker named Silonen, whose name means young maize in Nahuatl. She stands at the edge of the first aviary, her hands cupped around a basket of fresh fruit, papaya guava, and small clusters of pitaya. Her eyes glint with tenderness as she opens a small wooden latch and slips inside. You follow her quietly, feeling the cool tile floor beneath your sandals, and notice how mosaic patterns of emerald and turquoise glint like spilled jewels in the dappled light. A fringe rumor drifts to your mind. Some temple workers whispered that quetzals sometimes mimicked the voices of departed ancestors, whispering guidance to anyone who cared to listen. You swallow a small laugh, imagining a quetzal calling out, "Remember to stock more papaya," or "Tell Sitlali I really liked her incense." Inside the aviary, a male quetzal perches atop a slender branch, his iridescent green feathers glinting like polished jade. His long tail plumes trail behind him, swaying gently with each breath. You step closer, careful not to startle him, and notice how his crow-black eyes regard you with quiet curiosity. A mainstream detail hums at the back of your mind. Quetzal feathers were so sacred that only elite priests or rulers were permitted to wear them, often as insignia of divine favor. Yet a scholarly debate quietly echoes. Some experts contend that quetzals were captured only during specific festivals as part of sanctioned rituals, while others insist these birds lived in semi-wild enclosures to sustain a steady supply of feathers. You reach into Zillinen's basket and lift a slice of ripe papaya, holding it at arm's length. The quetzal tilts his head and hops forward, plucking the fruit with his beak and snapping it into small, juicy bites. As you feed him, you feel the subtle flit of his wings, soft as silk, against your outstretched hand. The warmth of his body radiates through the air, and you hear distant echoes of drums from the temple precinct, a gentle reminder of how sound shapes each ritual space. A fringe anecdote drifts like a dandelion seed. Some caretakers claimed that if you whispered your prayers into a quetzal's ear before feeding, he carried those prayers upward to the sky gods, each beat of his wings a promise of passage. You lean forward and murmur a small heartfelt intention, a hope for continued harmony between temple and city, and imagine the quetzal's feathers glowing brighter in response. Zillinen moves to another section of the aviary where a pair of scarlet macaws squawk in unison. Their red, blue, and yellow plumage flickers with brightness against the mosaic tiles. She offers them chunks of sweet guava, and they snatch the pieces from her hand with precise beak work, their claws clinging to the perch. You recall a mainstream fact. Macaw feathers were often traded as diplomatic gifts, symbols of wealth and alliance among neighboring city-states. Yet scholars still debate whether certain macaw species were imported from distant rainforests or bred locally in constructed aviaries, suggesting early attempts at avian husbandry. You offer one of the macaws a slice of guava, and he squawks loudly, sending a spray of seeds onto the tiled floor. You duck laughing softly as Zillinen chides you. Be careful. He thinks he's showering you with blessings. You move on to a row of smaller enclosures, each housing a variety of orioles, tanagers, and hummingbirds. A tiny, green-crowned brilliant hums nearby its wings, beating faster than your vision can follow. You extend a thin reed tube dipped into a shallow bowl of sweetened water, and the hummingbird darts forward, sipping nectar with delicate precision. A fringe rumor flitters some caretakers believed hummingbirds carried secrets of hidden gardens, guiding temple gardeners to rare blooms when whispered names were uttered at dawn. You breathe slowly, closing your eyes, to savor the faint hum of wings like a secret lullaby tucked into the corners of your mind. Zillinen calls you over to a tiled feeding station where small clay bowls of crushed maize, chia seeds, and sunflower seeds await. She gestures to a pair of pale yellow, turquoise-fronted parakeets that hop eagerly toward the bowls, their claws scratching against the smooth tile. A mainstream detail surfaces. Parakeets were common in ceremonial contexts, often included in mosaic art and codices to symbolize communication between worlds. Yet a scholarly debate simmers. Some sources suggest parakeets were kept only in grand aviaries, while others argue they lived in simple reed cages, traded among merchants as pets and sacrifices. You scoop a handful of chia seeds onto a gong-like stone, and the parakeets flutter down their beaks, working furiously. As they eat, You notice one bird preening another's yellow and green feathers, a gentle dance of mutual care. You lean against a carved stone bench and let your eyes wander across the tiled floor where geometric patterns in cobalt and white swirl like painted rivers. Light filters through a canopy of papaya and avocado trees overhead, casting shifting shadows that play across the aviary walls. A fringe tail tickles your imagination. Caretakers insisted that if you mapped the mosaic patterns to birds' flight paths, you could predict the temple's fate, like reading tea leaves in mosaic form. You smile at the thought and feel a gentle breeze carry the faint scent of guava and wildflowers, as though the courtyard itself participates in this living tapestry. Silonen guides you to a small wooden perch where a lone motmot sits, its long tail feathers ending in a racket-like shape that quivers like a metronome. You approach carefully, holding out a handful of papaya seeds. The motmot sways, then hops onto your open palm with cautious grace, pecking the seeds from your fingers. You feel his soft weight press lightly, his feathers brushing your skin like a feathered greeting. A mainstream fact emerges: motmot eggs were once used in sacred ceremonies, colored and offered as symbols of fertility and renewal. Yet historians still argue whether motmots were bred specifically for their eggs, or if wild nests were looted seasonally, an act later regulated by temple decree. You let the motmot finish eating, then guide him gently back to his perch, exchanging a silent nod of gratitude. Nearby, 2 folding trays hold small dishes of crushed obsidian shards mixed with clay materials used to repair chipped ceramic bowls in the aviary's ritual feasts. A fringe detail surfaces. Some caretakers insisted a tiny obsidian shard placed under a bird's perch brought better luck for feather regrowth, ensuring plumes remained bright for ceremonies. You trace a finger across one of the repair jars, noting how clay and obsidian glint in the morning sun like stardust pressed to earth. Silonen gives you a knowing look and says, "This space is not just for the birds, it's for all who seek balance between life's fragility and strength." You follow her to a shaded nook where a pair of elegant herons stand in a shallow tiled pool, their long legs wading through cool water. Silonen explains that these herons were later offerings to the water god Chalchutlakue, and their presence here reminded temple gardeners of the importance of wetlands and irrigation. A mainstream detail surfaces: water birds symbolized purification and fertility, often featured in temple frescoes alongside maize stalks. Yet scholars still debate whether the herons were kept year-round or brought in seasonally to mark agricultural cycles. You rest a hand gently on a heron's back, feeling the downy softness beneath your palm as he dips his beak into the water. The bird looks at you with quiet calm, as though acknowledging your respect for his domain. A chorus of cooing dove calls drifts from a nearby aviary where dozens of white doves flutter about. Silonen gestures toward a raised feeding station where grains lie scattered. She explains that doves were symbols of peace and messengers between worlds. You pick up a handful of maize and scatter it, watching the doves flutter down, their cooing growing louder as they peck the grain. A fringe rumor circles among caretakers. Some said that if you watched the dove's wing beats at dawn, you could predict weather patterns, an early form of avian meteorology. You smile at the idea of birds as barometers and imagine pilgrims studying doves with solemn scribes in hand. Across the aviary, a magnificent resplendent quetzal glides down from a bamboo perch, his tail plumes trailing like a royal train. He lands on your arm with careful grace, his talons brushing your skin with surprising tenderness. You steady him with a gentle hand, feeling how impossibly light he is, lighter than your own breath. A mainstream fact whispers resplendent quetzals were believed to embody freedom and divinity, their plumage used in temple headdresses only during the most auspicious ceremonies. Yet historians still argue how many quetzals could be kept alive in captivity long enough to supply feathers without endangering wild populations. You sense his bright eyes regarding you as though gauging your intentions. You offer him a small wedge of papaya, and he nips at it, juice trickling down your sleeve like a promise of summer. Zillinen steps beside you and murmurs, "Remember, these birds are more than color and song, they are living myths." You nod, feeling a flutter of something both humble and awe-inspired rising in your chest. You recall earlier days scribing glyphs of birds and codices, now seeing each bird before you as a moving, breathing letter in a living manuscript. A scholarly debate echoes. Some scholars argue that these birds' presence shaped temple architecture, aviaries built into courtyards to catch breezes and amplify birdsong, while others insist that aviaries were added later once the temple's core functions were established. Either way, the design here feels deliberate, a harmonious blend of stone water and feathered life. As midday draws near, you follow Zalonen out of the sheltering roof of vines into a small courtyard where troughs of cool water await. She shows you how to refill each aviary's water dishes, careful to pour gently so the birds are not startled. You lift a clay jar and let a slow stream of water flow into a shallow bowl where a yellow-headed parrot preens mist rising like morning incense. You notice how each drop disturbs the cocoon of steam, sending tiny ripples across the water's surface. A fringe detail flutters. Caretakers believed that pouring water in circular motions mirrored the circular patterns of quetzal tail plumes, channeling cyclical energies of life. You finish filling each bowl, feeling a sense of ritual in this simple act. Finally, Zillinen guides you to a low stone bench overlooking the aviaries. Together you sit and listen to the chorus of chirps, squawks, and coos rising in gentle cacophony. A gentle breeze stirs overhead, carrying leaves and feathers in a silent dance. You close your eyes, letting your breathing match the birds' varied rhythms, the long, deep pulses of quetzal wings, the fast, fluttering beats of hummingbird wings, the softness of dove coos. You feel a hush settle over you, as though the entire temple courtyard has paused to listen. You remember the jaguar's silent departure in the forest, and the mushrooms that once guided visions, now replaced by living feathers and familiar calls. Here in this mosaic of avian life, you sense a continuity. The temple honors not only gods and ancestors, but all living creatures who share this space. You open your eyes to see Xylonen watching you, her gaze both gentle and knowing. Tomorrow, she says softly, you will join the herbal healer in tending the infirmary. But tonight, let the birds' chorus lull your thoughts like wings beating against a warm sky. As you rise to leave, you offer a final nod to each aviary, each bird a silent thank you for the color song and meaning they bring. The courtyard stones feel warm beneath your feet, and you carry with you the echo of wing beats, a living lullaby that drifts into the corners of your mind. You step back into the shaded corridor, letting the avian symphony fade gently, knowing that the memory of feathers and song will accompany you toward restful evening. You step into a low-ceilinged chamber where the air is thick with the scent of crushed leaves and simmering broths. Soft sunlight filters through a high lattice window, illuminating wooden shelves lined with clay pots, woven baskets of dried herbs, and bundles of cord-bound plants hanging from rafters. This is the temple infirmary, where the herbal healer tends to wounds, fevers, and the occasional sunburn. Historians still argue whether Aztec herbal medicine rivaled contemporary European practices, but as you cross the threshold, you feel the ancient pulse of remedies passed down through generations. Your guide is Yoretzi, a middle-aged healer whose name means you will always be loved in the local tongue. She wears a simple cotton tunic stained with splashes of green and brown, her hair tied back with a strip of dyed agave fiber. She greets you with a gentle nod and motion for you to sit on a low wooden bench. You settle, feeling the cool stone beneath your sandals and noting how the chamber's hush wraps around you like a soft blanket. Today, you will learn to prepare poultices, salves, and sunscreens. Yaretsi says, her voice calm as dawn's first light. She retrieves a flat clay tray and places it on a carved wooden table between you. On the tray lie small dishes of powdered copal crushed amaranth seeds and a curiously textured bowl of crocodile dung paste. You lean forward, raising an eyebrow. A fringe tidbit drifts to mind. Some travelers claimed that crocodile dung sunscreen was not only protective against the sun, but also infused with magical properties that warded off evil eye. You can't help but suppress a grin at the mental image of evil spirits recoiling from a sunblock made of reptile excrement. Yaretsi notices your expression and chuckles softly. I know it sounds odd, but crocodile skin was revered for toughness, she explains. If you smear its dung mixed with plant oils on your skin, you might just feel invincible. Historians still argue whether it truly blocked sunburn or served as symbolic protection. Either way, it's part of our tradition. You lean in, inhaling a faintly earthy scent that carries a hint of sweet resin. Invincible or symbolic either works for me. You joke quietly, imagining yourself striding through the temple precinct with crocodile dung glossed cheeks, daring the sun to do its worst. Yaretsi smiles and reaches for a jar of ground copal, the resin known as the breath of the gods. She dips a finger into the fine pale powder and lets it drift onto her palm. First, we'll make a poultice for minor cuts and abrasions, she says. She sprinkles the copal onto a handful of crushed amaranth seeds, then adds a few drops of distilled helichrysum water, known to hold both antiseptic and symbolic properties of immortality. A mainstream fact hums in your mind. Amaranth was not only a staple grain, but also used medicinally to staunch bleeding and promote tissue repair. Yoretzi mashes the mixture into a soft paste that smells faintly of warm earth and toasted grains. She presses it between her palms, smoothing edges into a neat oval. Apply this gently to any scrape. She instructs her hands, swift and confident. You hold out a forearm, flexing the skin where a small scratch from a wayward branch still itches. Yoretzi places a thin layer of paste on the scratch and wraps a strip of cotton cloth around it. As she ties the cloth in a loose knot, you feel a subtle cooling sensation where the poultice meets your skin. Let it stay for a few hours, she advises. It draws out inflammation and creates a protective barrier. Some might call it primitive, but scholars still debate its efficacy compared to modern salves. You nod, noticing how the paste's slight stickiness also seems to hold promise, like a gentle reminder that healing can come from crunchy grains mixed with divinity. Now, Yoretzi pushes aside the tray and reveals a shallow wooden mortar filled with a bundle of fresh herbs. Mullein leaves walls of bright green with velvety undersides and a handful of crushed peppermint leaves that give off a cool, minty scent. You inhale deeply, feeling the menthol tingle at your nose. This blend is for treating fevers and headaches, she explains. We'll bruise the leaves to release their essential oils, then boil in water to create a steam bath or tea. You lean forward and run your fingers over the mullein's soft surface, noting the fuzziness that makes it feel like touching a baby rabbit. A fringe rumor drifts. Some say that if you brewed mullein with a whisper to the ancestors, the tea could reveal hidden messages in steam patterns, an early form of herbal divination. You smirk, imagining swirling steam revealing a note. Return those borrowed sandals or face eternal itching. Yoretzi grinds the herbs with a wooden pestle, the leaves surrendering their oils. She pours a ladle of simmering water over them, stirring until the liquid turns a pale green. The steam curls upward, carrying a cool, calming aroma that coaxes your shoulders to lengthen. She hands you a clay cup and instructs you to sip slowly, feeling the warmth spread from your throat to your chest. You taste a sweet, slightly bitter flavor that settles into a gentle heat at the back of your tongue. Drink this when you feel the heat of fever rising, she says. It soothes the mind and cools the body. A mainstream detail surfaces. Mullein tea was indeed used across Mesoamerica to treat respiratory and fever symptoms, valued for its anti-inflammatory properties. Yet historians still argue how prevalent its use was. Some sources insist it was reserved for priests, while others claim commoners brewed it daily. You sip again, letting the cool mint swirl in your chest. Yoretzi gestures toward a low hearth where a clay pot simmers with a dark liquid. Next, we create a fever salve, she says, lifting the lid to reveal a blend of crushed chili peppers, ground marigold petals, and a base of virgin agave oil. The scent is warm and slightly pungent, like a sunlit spice market. You wrinkle your nose as she ladles a small amount onto a wooden spoon and hands it to you. Rub this on the temples and wrists to encourage sweating. She instructs her tone gentle. You dab a small amount behind your ears and feel a subtle tingling that soon blossoms into a mild warmth. A fringe tidbit surfaces. Some midwives claimed chili-infused salves could hasten childbirth by stimulating circulation, an idea that sounds both ingenious and slightly terrifying if applied at the wrong time. You chuckle, picturing a mother-to-be donning chili paste, like a spicy accent ready to greet her baby with an extra dose of heat. As the rich aroma of chilies fades, Yaretsi turns to a small bench where a mound of finely ground clay ranging from pale white to pink sits next to a bowl of bright sunflower oil. Now for the sunscreen, she says, nodding toward the crocodile dung paste. She takes a small spoonful of that grayish-green mixture and adds it to a clay bowl. Next, she scoops a heap of clay powder, a mainstream fact. Clay masks and pastes were widely used to reflect sunlight and cool the skin. Yet cervical debate arises. Some argue that clay itself provided UV protection, while others insist the crocodile dung carried symbolic potency more than practical function. You lift a pinch of clay, feel it graze your palm, and note how fine the particles are, so soft they feel like powdered moonlight. Yaretsi pours a thread of sunflower oil over the clay and dung, and the mixture transforms into a smooth, pastel green paste that smells faintly of earth oil and something that hints of primordial marsh. She hands you a flat wooden spatula and instructs you to spread a thin layer across your cheeks and nose areas most prone to burns. As you do, the paste feels cool, settling into a matte mask that dulls the glint of the sun. Walk around for a few minutes to let it set. Yaretsi says. You step outside into the courtyard, feeling the paste harden softly, as though creating a subtle barrier between skin and sun. A fringe rumor drifts. Some temple workers believe that crocodile dung sunscreen also warded off mosquitoes, an unproven but welcome side effect in the humid air. You swat at a buzzing fly and imagine the insect recoiling from the repellent stench of crocodile. No thanks. I'll dine elsewhere, and can't help but tuck a smile behind your paste-smoothed lips. Returning inside, you notice the slight shine of oil peeking through the clay where you applied it thickest. Yaretsi wipes a stray smear from your forehead. Even if it's symbolic sometimes, confidence protects more than clay, she says with a gentle grin. You nod, feeling oddly proud to wear this ritual mask, half medicine, half myth. A mainstream fact surfaces. Many Mesoamerican societies used clay or natural pigments as sunscreens, layering them with oils to repel water and particulates. Yet scholars still debate whether certain pigments offered true UV protection or simply served as social markers, signaling that the wearer belonged to a learned class. Either way, you feel sheltered beneath its cool weight, as though armed against both sun and scorn. With your skin protected, Yaretsi retrieves a bundle of fresh eucalyptus leaves from a woven basket. She crushes them between her palms, releasing a sharp pine-like aroma that immediately clears your sinuses. This is for respiratory issues, she explains, placing the leaves in a small clay bowl. She pours boiling water over them and invites you to lean forward, inhaling the steam through a woven reed tube. You close your eyes and feel the menthol sting in your nose, clearing your thoughts and making you aware of each inhale and exhale. A fringe tail drifts. Some elders insisted that eucalyptus steam could chase away unwanted spirits lodged in lungs, an idea you find both poetic and slightly unnerving. You hold the steam, breathing deeply, picturing any lingering spirits fleeing like smoke before your nose. Finally, Yuretsi leads you to a wooden bench where bundles of dried lavender, rosemary, and chamomile hang from a rack. For sleep and anxiety, she says, handing you a small linen pouch. You fill it with sprigs of these herbs and tie the pouch closed with a thin cord. Place this under your pillow, she advises, voice low and soothing. Let the fragrance guide you into calm dreams. A mainstream detail comes to mind: mixed herb sachets were widely used to promote restful sleep, a practice found across many cultures. Yet historians still argue whether Aztec dream guides endorsed herbal sachets or focused more on incense rituals. You slip the sachet into your tunic pocket, already imagining its gentle scent filling your dreams. As you stand, Yuretsi places a hand on your shoulder. You have learned much today, she says softly, her voice like warm honey. Remember, these remedies blend practicality with reverence. Each leaf, each bit of clay, each grain of amaranth carries meaning beyond healing. You nod, feeling the words settle into you like a warm hearth glow. You take a final glance around the chamber, wooden shelves heavy with remedies, bundles of herbs swaying gently as though breathing, and the soothing hush that lingers long after sound fades. You step toward the doorway and pause, letting the chamber's hush follow you into the courtyard's bright light. The sun feels less fierce now, as though tempered by the clay and dung resting on your skin. You breathe in the mingled scents of earth and medicine, feeling a quiet gratitude for these ancient practices that tether mind, body, and spirit. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine the paste on your cheeks, warding off both sun and worry, while the herbal sachet under your pillow unfurls its gentle scent. Tomorrow you will stand sentinel as the temple's night watchman under starry skies. But for now, let Yuretsi's remedies cradle your thoughts, guiding you toward peaceful rest. You step out of the herb-scented infirmary as dusk deepens, the sky shifting from rose to indigo. Torches flicker to life along the temple's outer walls, their glow forming sinuous lines of light that guide your path. As the night watchman, you patrol these silent courtyards, your footsteps echoing softly on the cool stone. Historians still argue whether temple guard hierarchies operated under a rigid chain of command like a military garrison or followed a more informal structure guided by seniority. But tonight, you don't concern yourself with politics. You focus on each step, torch in hand, ensuring every corridor remains secure. Ahead, the courtyard's center features a low altar where offerings of maize cakes and dried marigold petals rest in quiet vigil. You remember helping fold those linen covers earlier, and for a moment, you imagine Sitlali rolling fresh sheets into tight bundles, their folds neat enough to cut if you tried. That image brings you comfort As you glance upward, torches illuminate carved serpent motifs on walls you passed before in morning light. Now the carvings appear more ominous, as though the serpents might stir and slither down the stones at any moment. A fringe rumor insists they came alive under moonlight to patrol the temple when guards slept. You shake your head, resisting the urge to glance back at the reliefs and continue toward the western archway. A cool breeze drifts through, carrying distant hoots from hidden owls perched in nearby ceiba trees. You recall a quirky local tale. If an owl hoots twice as you pass it, foretells either a bountiful harvest or a restless night. Interpretations vary. Tonight you hear two hoots, and your mind teeters between imagining fields of ripe maize dancing in golden dawn light and waking to Soheel cleaning spit from your neck at first watch. You suppress a grin, thinking, if only Soheel wore owl feathers, I'd know whether to panic or rejoice, and you tuck that image away as you approach the high gate leading to the lower terraces. You stop to listen at the gate, mindful of the hum of life beyond these walls. In the distance, the lake's dark surface sparkles faintly under starlight, and you almost hear a canoe's paddle dipping in and out of still waters. Moonlight glints off obsidian mirrors mounted near the gate. Those same mirrors glitches in the sky once said could reveal unseen threats. Though historians still argue whether mirrors actually functioned as spiritual scrying devices or simply polished tools for divination. You touch the cool surface of one mirror, feeling the metal's chill crawl up your fingertips, and you remember Tlacalel's careful hand as he sealed codices, and these reflective surfaces held secrets of gods and ancestors. Now your reflection hovers faintly dark eyes framed by torchlight, reminding you that you too stand as a guardian of secrets. You step underneath the archway and find yourself on a raised terrace bordered by low stone benches. To your right, a row of torches flickers at equal intervals, casting dancing shadows that play tricks on your vision. A soft scuttling noise draws your attention to a nearby niche where a small silent jaguar statue crouches. You recall Izel's whispered tale. Some temple guardians once claimed that jaguar statues held protective spirits watching for intruders and warning oncoming guards with a silent growl audible only to those attuned. You lean closer, half expecting the statue's stone eyes to glint alive, but instead you feel the steady pulse of the night crickets chirping, distant water laps, and the faint rustle of fabric from your belt as you adjust your grip on the torch. Your next checkpoint is the lower cloister, where the cold stone floor runs parallel to a narrow canal. You sense the water's presence more than hear it, recalling how traders once navigated these canals under cover of darkness to deliver rare goods, venomous fish for healing fire-danced pottery, and fresh cacao for nocturnal ceremonies. You step quietly along a flagged path, careful not to slip, and see the faint glow of fish lanterns drifting like soft suns beneath the water's surface. A fringe anecdote flits through your mind. Some night watchmen swore that catfish with glowing eyes swam just out of sight, an omen that the gods watched from the depths. You hush the notion, focusing on your path. As you approach the cloister's edge, you hear the faint murmur of drumming wafting from the central courtyard. Yaosihuatl's rhythms echo in your memory, the deep drum beats you and another apprentice delivered for midday prayers. Here at night, the drums are silent, but the memory of those vibrations still hums through your bones. You pause to press your palm against the cool stone bench where torches cast flickering patterns, feeling a ghostly echo of wooden tension beneath your fingers. A mainstream detail rises. Drums were sometimes left near the cloister edges so that nighttime rituals honoring ancestors could borrow their lingering resonance, ritual continuity, as if the heartbeat never truly stopped. Yet scholars still debate whether echoes alone sufficed for nighttime ceremonies, or if fresh rhythms always accompanied each gathering. You step beneath the adjacent covered walkway, its columns carved with coiling vines that climb into shadow. From here, you see the faint glow of the great temple rising above you, the dual shrines on its summit bathed in moonlight like watchful eyes. A light joke surfaces. It's like the gods get a snooze button, except they'll hunt you down if you use it, and though the jest gives you a brief smile, your posture remains alert. A torch at the walkway's end swooshes as you approach, and you round the corner to find Uretzi's poultice jars and our carved obsidian blades resting on a low table left here for emergencies. You recall her teaching on crocodile dung sunscreen and mullein tea, and for a fleeting second you consider brewing a quick tea to warm your own chest, but the night lacks flame for boiling. Instead, you take solace in knowing those poultices lie ready if summoned. A faint rustle to your left sends a shiver through your spine. You hold the torch higher, its glow revealing a small owl perched on a carved cornflower motif. Its round head swivels, and it blinks slowly. You return the owl's gaze for a moment, recalling the fringe belief that if an owl stares you down, you must whisper an apology before moving on, or risk being paralyzed by bad luck. You clear your throat softly and murmur, "Sorry, friend," half expecting the owl to hiss. Instead, it flaps away in a silent blur of feathers that slip into darkness. You exhale, feeling the tension drain from your shoulders as you continue deeper into the cloister. Your next checkpoint is the eastern corridor, where candles burn beside stacks of woven blankets. These blankets, tightly woven from cotton and indigo dyes, were once used to wrap sacred idols during transitional ceremonies. You remember Sitlili's precise folds and Nexi's steaming stones smoothing out invisible wrinkles. Now the blankets rest quietly here, waiting for priests who might need to wrap deity figures for nocturnal processions. A mainstream fact surfaces: blankets often doubled as makeshift bedrolls for temple staff, so these stacks sometimes served dual purposes: ritual drapery by day, hospitality for weary watchmen by night. Yet historians still argue whether these blankets belonged exclusively to priests or circulated more freely among temple personnel. You step carefully around a folded bundle, mindful not to disturb its sacred geometry. Ahead, the corridor ends in a small chapel dedicated to Huitzilopochtli, marked by a carved hummingbird motif. The chapel's door is ajar, revealing a single flickering candle on a low altar. You enter quietly, careful to let the door close halfway so that soft light escapes but keeps the space intimate. Inside a clay bowl of pulque rests on a woven mat, its froth gently bubbling even in cold air. You recall Tecuich's chocolate foam ritual and the contrast between sweet spiced cacao and the lightly fermented tang of pulque. Here at night, pulque serves not just as a drink, but as an offering that hums with promise, an exchange between mortal and deity. You step forward and pour a small amount into a shallow cup, raising it to your lips. The smooth warmth spreads slowly, mingling with torchlight in your veins. A fringe rumor drifts. Some believed that night-offered pulque carried double potency for spirits, were hungrier under moonlit skies. You sip reverently, letting the cool sweetness guide your heartbeat into steady calm. Exiting the chapel, you pace along the northern ramparts where the wind carries the scent of distant Salt Lake winds from Lake Texcoco. You recall how mushrooms you gathered that morning might be ground into powders for rituals still to come, visions carried on echoes of owl calls and drum reverberations. Here at this vantage you see a pair of red macaws roosting in a high cypress, a callback to Silenon's care for birds. You step closer, torchlight dancing over their glossy plumes, and for a moment you wonder if they'll speak in the hushed language of caretakers guiding you toward hidden offerings or imminent dangers. Instead, they chatter once flutter tiny wings and vanish into the night. You breathe in, feeling the memory of their presence burn gently in your chest. Your final checkpoint is the southern gate leading to the priest's quarters. You approach a low stone table where Yaosehuatl once tuned drums and where small bells once hung. Tonight the bells are silent, but a single small handbell rests on the table, its silver surface reflecting torchlight. You pick it up and heft it in your hand, remembering its Coatl's caution bell tones could signal emergencies or summon guards. You give it a light tap, producing a soft chime that resonates through the courtyard like a question posed to the dark. No answer comes, only the echo fading into stone. You set the bell back down, ensuring its handle points inward, an unspoken code, so that any priest passing by knows you stand vigilant. The southern gate swings open onto a narrow walkway lined with low stone posts, each topped by flickering torch flames. You step beyond the crunch of gravel beneath your sandals, the only sound besides the murmur of night birds. The city sprawls below lanterns, twinkling like distant stars. A mist drifts over the water channels, weaving silver threads across the lake's surface. You pause to take it in, recalling how codices once depicted these waterways as mirrors of the celestial realm, each canal a path to the underworld or sky world. Scholars still debate those codices' true meanings, literal maps of pathways or metaphors for spiritual journeys. You let the moonrise shimmer on the lake's calm feeling, the night's pulse echo through your limbs. As you finish your patrol and return to your resting place near the temple's foot, you slow your breath, each inhalation syncing with the gentle rhythm of torch flames flickering above. You think of tomorrow's work with the temple's astronomer charting Venus's path at first light. But for now, the watchman's duty is done. The courtyards are secure, offerings remain in place, and the temple's pulse beats on through stone and torchlight. You lay down on a woven blanket, tucking the herb sachet Yuretsi gave you beneath your head. Owls hoot once more in the distance, and you whisper a soft apology to any who may still watch. As your eyelids grow heavy, you feel the hush of stone corridors settle, like a soft cloak lulling your mind toward restful sleep beneath the watchful gaze of God's guardians and your own steady heartbeat. You rise before dawn, stepping out into a courtyard that still shimmers with pale starlight. The air is crisp, as if the night itself has been wrung out and left behind, and you feel a hush that only exists when most of the city sleeps. Ahead of you, rising above the temple precinct, like a heart pumping its own beat, is the observation platform where the temple astronomer tracks Venus's journey across the sky. Historically, Venus was not simply a bright star. Its cycles guided Aztec rituals and even informed decisions of war and peace. Yet scholars still argue whether priests observed Venus every clear morning or focused primarily on key calendrical dates, and tonight you'll see those ancient practices in action. You step onto the lower terrace, each stone warmed slightly by the lingering heat of day-turned night, and begin your climb up the winding stairs. The walls here are carved with subtle glyphs marking Venus's appearances, each one a promise of celestial drama. As you ascend, the horizon ahead begins to glow faintly, a hint of rose blue bleeding into the east. A fringe rumor flickers at the edge of your mind. Some temple insiders claimed that if you stared at Venus long enough during its crescent phase, you could glimpse echoes of past battles, ghostly warriors wreathed in phosphorescent mist. You stifle a shiver, reminding yourself that looking at a bright planet is a lot less intriguing than it sounds, and probably less hazardous than staring directly at the sun. You reach the top terrace where a wooden platform juts slightly over the edge, offering an uninterrupted view of the eastern horizon. The temple astronomer, a lean figure named Aihuikamina, whose name means he who burns with fire, in Nahuatl stands before a simple sighting device, two vertical gnomons set into a carved stone base. Each gnomon casts a thin, elongated shadow that shifts imperceptibly as the sky brightens. Aihuikamina adjusts the angle of a small driftwood pointer, watching where its shadow falls on a narrow groove carved into the stone. Precision, he says, quietly guides our ceremonies and sometimes our swords. You sip water from a calabash bowl, feeling the cool liquid settle in your chest as a dozen stars wink out one by one. Mainstream scholars note that the Aztecs linked Venus's heliacal rise, its first appearance in the dawn sky, to the god Quetzalcoatl, who returned as a morning star. Yet historians still debate whether that connection was due to pre-Aztec influence from earlier Central Mexican cultures or an independent development of cosmic symbolism. You watch as Aihuikamina traces a fresh line of red pigment along the stone, an indicator of today's dawn position. You feel a quiet thrill, knowing that this fresco-like marking will guide rituals for the next 20 days until Venus disappears again into the sun's glare. A light joke worms its way into your thoughts. Next to 20 days of guiding rituals. Good thing he packed breakfast. Suddenly the horizon flares. A sliver of Venus emerges pale and bright against the fading night. Ihuikamina taps his staff gently against the stone, signaling you to look through a small circular aperture set at waist height. You lean in, peering through the ringed hole, and see Venus suspended there, like a solitary ember refusing to extinguish. It hovers low, framed by the swirl of crimson and gold of dawn. You feel your breath catch. There's something elemental about seeing that pale point of light, as though the galaxy itself offers you a private invitation. Ihuikamina nods at your reaction, then leans close to whisper. Once a priest claimed Venus spoke to him in a dream warning of drought if rituals fell out of sync. A fringe tidbit darts through your mind. Some priests believed that if you ignored Venus's warning, the god would send hurricanes of locusts. You chuckle softly, imagining a swarm of locusts wearing tiny sandals to march solemnly across fields. The joke lightens your chest, but you keep your gaze steady, seeing Venus's glow widen as the sky streaks brighter. A soft murmur drifts from a small group of acolytes stationed at lower levels, each holding a clay pot of red-painted pigment and a bundle of maize husks. They stand ready to refresh the horizon markings once the sun fully emerges. Ahuikamina gestures for them to wait. Venus's first clear appearance is sacred, and every movement must be deliberate. You note how their faces reflect the warm glow, each gazing upward as if waiting for a silent cue. Historians still argue whether those horizontal pigment lines needed daily renewal or only when Venus made significant angular leaps. But for now, each stroke feels profound, mapping the heavens onto earthly stone. The eastern sky melts into pale lavender and gold as the sun's edge peaks above the horizon. Shadows along the gnomon deepen, then abruptly shorten as sunlight floods the platform. Ihuikamina takes a small gourd, rattle, shakes it twice, and strikes a thin wooden drum, once signals that echo across the temple courtyards. The acolytes below kneel, dipping their brushes into pigment and moving in unison to redraw delicate lines on the guiding stone. You step back, letting the ritual wash over you. Dawn's hush dissolves into a soft clamor of movement. Footsteps on warming stone, distant prayers to the sunrise. A mainstream detail floats to mind. The Aztecs timed the sacrifice of a small bird to coincide with Venus's rising, symbolizing the god's departure from underworld shadows into radiant light. Yet scholars still debate whether that bird was a local hummingbird, tiny and fragile, or a larger quail whose feathers symbolized rain. You hear a flutter behind you and turn to see a small hummingbird lured by offerings of sweet nectar placed in a reed feeder Ihuikamina set for morning observation. For a moment, it hovers so close that you can see each iridescent feather catching sunlight like molten glass. A second joke surfaces. If you ask nicely, maybe it'll hum the prophecy. As the hummingbird flits off, you note how the sunrise has banished every lingering star. Venus now shines as a steadfast sentinel, one bright point among many, yet singular in meaning. Ihuikamina steps aside, wiping his sleeve on the hem of his tunic, and says, "We must record this moment for our calendar priests. They will plan festivals, battles, and feasts around it." You watch as he dusts pigment from his fingers and moves toward a cedar cabinet where rolled amate scrolls lie stacked. He unrolls a fresh sheet, brushes the surface lightly, then sketches a quick glyph of Venus as a radiant disk with twin cones rising and setting. A fringe rumor surfaces. Scribes sometimes hid personal prayers in margin glyphs, tiny symbols that meant something only to them, like a star tilted just so. You lean closer, but see only neat lines and bright dots, raw cosmic whispers waiting to be decoded. The platform grows warmer beneath your feet as the sun completes its ascent. Ihuikamina signals to you and the acolytes to lower the platform's reed mats, a soft floor covering that allows you to stand without slipping. He offers you a small cup of pulque, the foamy wine made from fermented agave. You accept, feeling the warmth spread through your chest in gentle waves. "Drink," he says, so you feel the sky's heat on your skin. You sip, letting the sweet tang and faint effervescence twist through your senses as though tasting the dawn itself. A scholarly debate echoes. Some argue that offering pulque during Venus observations invited divine favor, while others insist it simply kept priests alert during long vigils. You decide that a little sweetness at sunrise never hurt anyone. On the eastern edge of the platform, a single slender pole marks the point where Venus will set next week its angular path, shifting daily. Ahuikamina traces that path with his finger, describing how priests will use it to determine when to begin preparations for the month of Toxcatl sacred to the god Tezcatlipoca. Venus sets in the west about 236 days after its heliacal rise. He murmurs, voice soft, yet filled with wonder. You nod, savoring that blend of mathematics and ritual, a combination that bridges heart and mind. A fringe anecdote floats by some temple record keepers claimed that if you watched Venus's setting throatily enough, you might hear tiny celestial drums playing for the underworld gods. You shrug, imagining yourself pressing an ear to the horizon, hoping to catch a faint beat. The acolytes bow and step away, their task complete for now. You turn to Ihuikamina, noticing the faint line of perspiration at his hairline, proof that skywatching even at dawn is no idle pastime. "Tomorrow," he says quietly, "we observe Venus's evening star phase. The cycle never truly ends. It only shifts its court." You swallow, feeling an odd thrill at the thought of those repeating arcs, endless loops between earth and sky, mirrored by every breath you take. You take another sip of pulque, powering your resolve to remain alert for another observation at dusk. Before descending, you stand at the very edge of the platform and look out over Tenochtitlan. The city yawns awake below, smoke curls from household fires, and the distant clamor of a marketplace stirring begins to drift upward. You inhale deeply, tasting the mingled scents of lake water roasting maize and early morning incense drifting from the central shrine. A mainstream fact surfaces: Aztec astronomy was deeply tied to agricultural cycles. Venus's position could signal the best time to harvest maize or plant beans. Yet scholars still debate whether practical farming directives or religious symbolism drove that astronomical fervor. You exhale, letting the city's breath mingle with your own, acknowledging that both need each other, sky and earth, farmer and priest. Ihuikamina steps beside you and places a firm hand on your shoulder. Your journey continues beyond this platform, he says, voice soft but urgent. Tomorrow you will learn the chants that accompany these observations, how we call upon Quetzalcoatl as he emerges. You nod, feeling the pulse of early morning light steady in your chest. He hands you a small reed flute, carved with tiny glyphs marking Venus's path. Practice this in your dreams, he suggests with a faint smile. Let its melody guide you back when night falls. You descend the stairs with the flute tucked safely at your side, each step echoing in the dawn hush. As you reach the lower terraces, acolytes kneel beside bowls of fresh water, their hands moistened with cold relief to wash off stray pigment and sweat. One of them gently splashes water on your arms, an invitation to rejoin the world below the platform. A light joke drifts. Guess I'll smell like sunrise for the rest of the day. Hope no one mistakes me for a roasted tortilla. You allow yourself a small grin before continuing, knowing that Venus's journey is as much yours now as it is the temple's. As you step into the courtyard, the temple's morning rituals bloom into life. Priests begin draping crisply folded linens over small altars. Flower cultivators file in with baskets of bright cempasúchil, and bell ringers return to polish their bronze instruments in anticipation of midday chants. The memory of Venus's pale glow lingers behind your eyelids like a promise whispered on a soft breeze. You feel the temple's pulse shift once more, warding off the hush of night and welcoming the warm hum of day. You carry the echo of that celestial point of light in your chest, a shimmering ember that will guide your steps even in shadow. Tomorrow you'll learn the chants of Quetzalcoatl as dusk settles, but for now the dawn ritual stands complete. You tuck the flute into your sash and feel its carved glyphs press gently against your hip, a reminder that sky and stone are eternally intertwined. You straighten your shoulders, letting the steady beat of the city's awakening wash through you, and you know that this morning's observation of Venus has lit a spark within one that will guide you through the days and nights to come. You slip into a small open-air chamber bordered by low stone benches where the morning light filters through woven reed mats. The scent of dried herbs and damp earth lingers, mingling with faint echoes of drums from distant courtyards. Before you stands a semicircle of young acolytes, boys and girls clad in simple tunics, their faces reflecting quiet eagerness as they clutch reed flutes and small clay rattles. This is the chant instruction space, where the melodic pulse of spoken words guides novices toward mastery of sacred song. Historians still argue whether formal chant schools operated as early as the 14th century. Remained an informal familial craft until after the 15th century. But tonight you will hear each acolyte rise with the gentle power of collective voice. Your guide is a chant instructor, Named Moctezuma, no relation to the famed ruler, he assures you with a wry smile. His robes are simple, yet tastefully embroidered with geometric patterns representing wind currents and squiggling quetzal tail plumes. He stands at the center of the semicircle, barefoot, on the cool flagstones, and raises a patterned staff carved from cedar. You notice tiny glyphs etched into its shaft. Glyphs, Moctezuma says, represent each tonal shift in a standard sunrise chant. A mainstream detail hums in the back of your mind. Chants formed an integral part of Aztec rituals often recited in Nahuatl with precise tonality to align human speech with the cosmic order. Yet scholars still debate whether those tonal patterns derived from pre-Aztec traditions or evolved in Tenochtitlan itself as a unique liturgical innovation. Moctezuma lifts his voice, unfolding the first chant like a soft breeze, Huehue Tzihuacoatl, Tonatiu Itokaitl. The words tumble upward, each syllable elongated and lifted on gentle swells of breath. You feel the cadence ripple beneath your skin as though each phrase pulses in time with a hidden drumbeat. A fringe rumor flutters at the edge of your thoughts. Some older instructors claim that certain chants were so potent they inadvertently caused small tremors, Earth's heartbeat, momentarily echoing in response to human devotion. You let the idea drift, wondering if your own heartbeat might sync to Moctezuma's syllables. The acolytes repeat after him, their voices tentative at first, topsy-turvy echoes of his sure chant. Some stumble on a glottal stop, while others falter on elongated vowels. Moctezuma's eyes crinkle as he listens, and he offers gentle corrections. Lift the ha here, allow it to hover, feel the wind cradle your voice, not battle it. His tone is patient, each word balanced in a way that seems to draw the acolytes' attention inward, teaching them to root their voices in calm focus rather than striving for volume. You sense how different this feels from a modern classroom. No harsh reprimands, only a guiding presence, coaxing each child toward inner resonance. A young boy named Teoquitlatl shuffles forward, reed flute in hand. He plays a brief melodic pattern meant to accompany the chant's second line, Inin Sihuapili, Yolalisli Proteu. His fingers tremble as he navigates the flute's holes, the sound emerging as a lilting, trilling bird call rather than a solid tone. Moctezuma kneels beside him, adjusting his grip on the instrument with gentle hands and whispering, "Relax your fingers. Find the breath's origin in your belly. Let air flow, don't force it." Teoquitlatl inhales deeply and exhales into the flute, and this time the tone rings clear like a small bird greeting dawn. A mainstream fact surfaces: flutes of boar, carved from bone or clay, were common accompaniments to chants, their tonal qualities believed to mimic bird calls, integrating natural sounds into ritual performance. Yet historians still debate whether musicians intentionally patterned these tunes after bird calls or if the resemblance emerged by chance. Across the semicircle, a girl named Xochitl kneels as she holds a clay rattle, empty gourds strung with small seeds inside. She shakes it gently, in time with the chant's metrical pulse, her rattle whispering like wind through dried foliage. Moctezuma pauses, tipping his head to listen. Good, but let the rattle breathe, he instructs, demonstrating a looser wrist movement that allows seeds to tumble in languid pulses. Think of rainfall, not a shower. Xochitl adjusts accordingly, and the rattle's tones soften each seed, tumbling in hushed taps that caress rather than crack. A fringe detail drifts some. Chant masters believed that properly tuned raindrop rhythms could call on Telaloch himself, inviting actual raindrops to descend and bless fields. You let that thought settle as you watch Xochitl's face brighten, sensing her delight in mastering such a subtle shift. Moctezuma rises, raising his staff like a conductor's baton. The acolytes settle into an expectant hush, their instruments poised. He begins a new chant, a hymn honoring Toti, our grandmother, goddess of healing, Tochihuapili, Tzihuacoatl, Ilhuita Nimitzticpatic in Omacono. His voice unfolds slowly, each vowel stretched, each consonant crisp. You feel the sacred power in his timbre, how the words echo as if carved into stone. The acolytes follow their first notes, a chorus of breath and discovery. Gradually, as Moctezuma's voice sails higher, their voices lift too, an unbroken line of rising devotion. A mainstream detail emerges. Chants to Tosi often accompanied healing ceremonies in temple infirmaries, weaving sonic medicine that comforted both priest and patient alike. Yet scholars still argue whether those chants directly influenced curative outcomes or served more to focus collective intention. You close your eyes and let the chant's resonance wash through you like a warm tide. Tiny beads of sweat form at your temples, not from heat, but from the effort of matching each tonal inflection. You recall how Yuretsi used mullein tea to soothe fevers. Now Moctezuma's chant seems to weave a more subtle healing, less physical, more spiritual. A fringe rumor glides through your mind. Some healers claimed that a chant correctly executed could mend invisible wounds, scar tissue in the soul rather than flesh. You smile at the image, feeling present in this chamber where sound is both shield and medicine. As the hymn ends, Moctezuma invites each acolyte to step forward and chant a single line solo. The first participant, a girl named Sitlali, adjusts her grip on a handheld clay bell inscribed with figural glyphs. She lifts the bell to her lips and rings it once, a pure crystalline tone that trembles through the chamber. Then she sings, voice small but unwavering, Ilankuikatl, Hueka Nekok, Yohwali Shiupohwali. The phrase lifts like a gentle bird call, dances through the reeds, and hovers above stone before fading. You note how Moctezuma's staff glows faintly in his hand, an electric pulse pulsing in each carved symbol as he nods in approval. A fringe anecdote surfaces. Some chant experts believe that bell-inflected lines carried messages directly to Quetzalcoatl in the sky, tiny sonic offerings that floated beyond mortal reach. You sense a shiver run down your spine, imagining a Quetzalcoatl deity hearing this single line and granting its silent blessing. Next, a boy named Nahui approaches carrying a polished, rattling gourd. He trembles when he begins and his voice quavers as he recites Koyolxauqui Temik Inin Yan Quetzalpapalotl. Moctezuma steps closer, placing a steadying hand on the boy's shoulder, his voice low and encouraging. Sing as though you breathe, not as though you shout. Let the words be an offering, not a demand. Nahui takes a long breath, steadies his hand on the gourd, and begins again. This time, his chant flows like warm honey, each syllable dripping with reverence. The gourd's seeds tremble in his hand, producing a soft rippling undercurrent that cradles his words. A mainstream detail surfaces gentle rattles often accompanied chants to the moon goddess guiding the ebbing and flowing of lunar cycles. Yet scholars still debate whether specific instruments corresponded to particular deities, or if usage varied regionally. By the time Nahui finishes the semicircle, holds a hush so complete it feels like the world has paused. You sense the pulse of shared breath in each chest, each heartbeat aligned to the chamber's quiet beat. Moctezuma steps forward and lifts his hands, signaling all acolytes to join in a closing refrain, Tikmatise, in Nechikalisli, Yanshwikat Tlen Xochikatsin. Their voices swell as one soft at first, then intensifying into a gentle roar that shivers through the reeds and settles into stone. As they chant, the combined rattle of rattles, flutes, and occasional bell intertwines into a tapestry of sound that feels woven from threads of dusk and dawn. You watch their faces glow with concentration, their bodies swaying in subtle unison, each movement part of an unspoken choreography. A fringe rumor drifts by. Some seasoned chant masters believed that when chants reached perfect resonance, flowers in the garden courtyards actually bent toward the temple as if drawn by sound, an effect known only to a few who snuck out to witness such miracles. You imagine those blooms swaying toward each uttered syllable, petals dripping with dew like notes pressed on parchment. The thought fills your chest with warmth like a promise of hidden wonders. Moctezuma lowers his arms, and the collective chant fades into a final echo that trembles momentarily before dissolving. A gentle hush returns, as if the chamber itself takes a breath after that swell of sound. He steps forward, offering a nod of deep satisfaction to his pupils. You have learned how to transform breath into blessing. He says, voice soft yet carrying through the space. Remember, chant is not merely words. It is an act of devotion, a bond between here and the invisible. The acolytes bow and retreat, returning to their mats, each cradling instrument and quiet pride in equal measure. Moctezuma turns to you and gestures at a nearby reed mat with a gentle wave. Sit and let the silence speak, he says. You settle onto the mat cross-legged, closing your eyes as you let the lingering vibrations settle through your limbs. You sense how the air itself feels enriched thick with the residue of countless voices forging a single prayer of sound. Beyond the chamber, the temple courtyard stirs with life traders setting up morning stalls, flower growers laying out baskets of cempasúchil, and bell ringers polishing their bronze instruments in preparation for midday rituals. Yet here, in this quieter chamber, the world seems to hold its breath, honoring the power of faith gathered in collective devotion. You cradle your own breath, letting each inhale gather the memory of those rising voices, each exhale release lingering tension from your shoulders. The chant's echo settles like fine dust on every surface, stone, reed, and flesh. Moctezuma kneels beside you, placing the staff across his knees as he clasps his hands. Tomorrow we will learn the melodies that beckon the maze spirits, he says, voice a soft murmur. But for now, let the quiet cradle your thoughts. You nod, feeling the promise of dawn's next chorus shimmer within you. As you rise to depart, you breathe deeply, surrendering to the hush, knowing the echo of chant will accompany your steps into the coming day and perhaps into restful dreams where voices still swirl in gentle harmony. You slip into a narrow workshop tucked away behind the temple's eastern shrine, the air warm and softly glowing from rows of small oil lamps. The scent of hot wax mingles with a faint wisp of simmering agave sap, and shadows flicker against stone walls decorated with subtle glyphs of flame. This is the domain of the candle maker, those who craft the slender candles that feed the eternal fires burning in sacred alcoves throughout the temple. Historians still argue whether Aztec candle making relied primarily on local beeswax or if tallow played a larger role than recorded documents suggest. But as you step forward, your focus zeroes in on the dancing glow and the ritual precision that shapes each slender shaft of wax. Your guide is a veteran artisan named Chalchio, whose name means jade in Nahuatl, though his skin is as weathered as sun-baked clay. He wears a simple cotton tunic smudged with pale streaks of wax and a narrow apron laced with small pouches of raw ingredients, dried beeswax pellets, lumps of hardened agave resin, and a small vial of earthy red ocote pine resin. His workshop is cluttered but tidy. A low wooden table holds shallow clay bowls filled with melted wax, and wooden molds of various shapes line high shelves above. Chalchio greets you with a nod and a gesture toward a shallow basin of warm water. To make candles that burn without flicker, he says quietly, we must honor the flame's spirit in every step. You step closer, noting how each burner at the edge of the table holds a small fire of coals, some glowing embers, others flickering blue and gold. A mainstream fact surfaces: beeswax was considered a holy substance, often reserved for temple rituals due to the belief that bees carried elements of divine solar energy. Yet a fringe rumor lingers that certain artisans powdered crushed amaranth seeds into the wax to create tiny crackles in the flame, an audible reminder that the gods themselves were present in the flicker. You watch as Chalchio dips a slender wooden ladle into a clay pot of melted wax, lustrous and pale like honey sunlight, and lifts it, letting a narrow stream cascade into a waiting mold. As the wax pours, smoke spirals upward, carrying a sweet, honeyed aroma that drifts through your senses like a soothing breeze. You tilt your head to inhale, feeling warmth at the core of your chest, as though a quiet pulse of solar power courses through the workshop. A fringe tidbit flits by: some candle makers believed that adding a pinch of crushed obsidian dust into the wax would imbue the candle's flame with protective power, warding off malevolent spirits that might emerge during night rituals. You squint at a small pile of black dust in a clay bowl and wonder how often those protective charms really worked. Chalchio sets the ladle aside and lifts a wooden mold shaped like a thin tower, its interior hollow and smooth. He dips his fingers into a small dish of olive blue dye made from crushed indigo plant leaves, then drags a thin line of color along the mold's inner wall. The indigo marks align with the temple's hourglyphs, he says. When the candle burns down to that line, we know it's time for evening chant. As scholarly debate stirs, some experts insist that colored lines on candles served purely practical timekeeping roles, while others argue they carried symbolic meaning, each hue corresponding to different deities and ceremonial phases. You nod, imagining priests watching a candle's slow journey downward as if charting a miniature sun on a divine dial. You lean forward as Chalchio lifts the mold off the table and tilts it slightly so excess wax spills into a waiting bowl. The remaining wax clings to the walls, forming a neat pale cylinder that tapers gently at the top. He sets it upright on a flat stone slab and reaches for a thin wick of braided cotton. He threads the wick through a small hole at the mold's base, pulling just enough so a tail of cotton emerges at the top. Wicks, he explains, must be twisted to the precise thickness. Too thin, and the flame sputters. Too thick, and it smolders, blackening the smoke. You hold your breath as he places a slender iron pin atop the wick tail, pressing it just below the wax's surface so it remains centered. A fringe rumor drifts some candle makers twisted wicks with tiny strands of agave fiber, believing those natural fibers extended the flame's duration by an extra hour or two, an idea perhaps more hopeful than proven. Chalchio sets the mold aside to cool, then turns to a low clay pot bubbling with melted ocote pine resin. The resin's sap-like aroma reminds you of sweet-smelling turpentine, though less biting. He raises a wooden spoon from the pot, then drizzles a thin amber-colored layer over the cooling candle's surface. The pine resin seals the wax, he says, and gives the flame a faint bluish hue, seen as auspicious in night ceremonies honoring celestial deities. A mainstream detail, Hum's ocote pine resin, produced a brighter, steadier flame than wax alone, making it valued for nighttime lamps and ritual candles. Yet historians still debate whether resin was reserved for only the grandest temple ceremonies or used more commonly in every household hearth. You watch as Chalchio repeats the process for a second candle, his movements precise and rhythmic. He picks up a small wedge of beeswax from a clay bowl, pressing it gently between his palms to warm it. The wax softens quickly, and he rolls it between his palms to form a thin scalloped ribbon, which he then presses around the candle's base to create a decorative collar. These scallops, he explains, symbolize sun rays, a gentle reminder that even the stillest flame carries the sun's essence within. A fringe belief surfaces. Some candles bore hidden ribs of crushed jade dust just beneath their wax collars, meant to infuse any dropped drips with healing energy. You glance at a small mound of pale green dust in a clay bowl, wondering if any among the scattered shards truly floated into sacred alcohol offering vessels. As Chalchio fashions decorative collars, You feel the workshop's warmth settle into your skin like a silent accord between hands and hearth. He nudges you gently and offers a small disc of beeswax. Your turn, he says. You press your thumb into the disc, feeling its softness yield under your pressure. At first, you start to roll it unevenly, but Chalchiu's watchful gaze guides you to shift your grip, fingers curved like half moons, to encourage a uniform ribbon. You breathe in deeply, focusing on palm and wax, remembering Uretzi's advice to let deliberate attention shape each action. Slowly, a ribbon forms, and you press it against the cooler surface of a freshly formed candle base. You feel a subtle thrill. This sculpting of wax feels akin to inscribing a prayer upon each flicker. Chalchio nods approvingly and moves to a low brazier where a small heap of broken candles and spent wicks glows softly. He tosses a fragment of used wax into the embers, where it sizzles and a faint plume of smoke drifts upward. Recycling remains vital, he murmurs. Each scrap must return to flame, lest the wax accumulate and clog sacred spaces. A mainstream fact surfaces. Temple artisans collected used candles and melted them down for new molds, ensuring sustainability long before such concepts became modern virtues. Yet a scholarly debate hums. Some records suggest that once candles bore a particular deity's symbol, their remnants were buried as offerings rather than recycled. You close your eyes briefly, imagining a small shrine of buried candle remnants, each marking a whispered petition laid to rest. You notice the light outside shift to a cooler hue, morning approaching in earnest. Chalchio sets aside his tools and guides you to a low clay basin filled with cool water scented with crushed lavender leaves, an unexpected offering of fragrance in this workshop of fire. Wash away excess wax, he instructs. As you dip your hands, the water tickles your skin, carrying a gentle, soothing aroma that seems to balance heat and scent. You scrub your palms and fingers, watching soft white globs of wax disperse like ghosts dissolving in water. The lavender turns the rinse water faint lavender pink, and you breathe in deeply, feeling your thoughts calm. Chalchiu takes a small narrow candle, already cooled from the mold, and holds it before a small brazier flame, turning it slowly so the flame licks evenly around the candle's base. As wax softens again, tiny beads form at its tip, dripping down in a slow, measured dance. He gestures for you to hold your own candle similarly. You lean forward, holding it near the flame, close enough to warm the base, far enough to avoid dripping wax onto your fingers. Slowly, each bead of wax rolls down the candle's side, creating a series of natural spirals, accidental beauty, born from heat and gravity. A fringe belief floats. Some artisans said that if a candle's drip patterns formed recognizable shapes like bird wings or maize kernels, that indicated an auspicious blessing for the coming ceremony. You watch intently as spirals form, envisioning tiny wings unfurling from wax rubble. When the droplets melt away, Chalchiu signals for you to gently blow out your candle, careful of wax splatter, then places it into a waiting stand among dozens of others. Each candle stands ready to feed the temple's altars, their wicks primed to catch flame, during sunrise or dusk rituals. You step back, scanning the rows candles of varying heights and subtle color collars, each waiting to serve as a flicker of devotion, a silent prayer in wax. Chalchio closes his eyes briefly and inhales as though tasting the workshop's soul. Each flame lasts through at least 3 ceremonies, he says, voice hushed with reverence. A single wick can burn for up to 40 hours if tended well. You nod, letting the weight of that knowledge settle candles as both timekeepers and spiritual anchors. A scholarly debate surfaces. Some tent temples used protective enclosures around their sacred fires to extend burn time, while others allowed candles to burn openly so participants could witness the flame's purity. You glance at Chalchew's final product, a tall, pale candle marked with indigo lines and trimmed with wax collars, and imagine it burning steadily through layered chants, offerings, and silent prayers. Before leaving, Chalcheo retrieves a small candle already in flame and holds it as though presenting a torch to a passing messenger. Take this to the eastern shrine, he instructs. Light the new altar fire as dawn approaches. Let its single flame join the chorus of ritual flames across the temple. You accept the candle with reverent fingers, feeling its warmth spread like a solar pulse into your palm. The wick flickers at your touch, and you feel a hush descend. This simple flame carries more weight than you realized. A fringe rumor drifts. Some believed that a newly lit temple candle would catch whispers of prayers delivered along the chain of altars, glowing brighter when divine presence hovered near. You tilt your head to observe the flame's subtle flicks, as though searching for hidden energies in its glow. As you step into the courtyard, with the candle held before you, the first birds begin to call in distant trees, a gentle herald of dawn's arrival. You feel the candle's warmth press against your palm, guiding each step toward the eastern shrine. Along the way, guards exchange nods, bell ringers pause polishing, and scribes set aside their brushes, each acknowledging your silent task. You remain still, carrying the candle, as though cradling a hummingbird's heart, knowing that this single flame stands at the threshold of countless rituals to come. You reach the eastern shrine and kneel, setting the candle into a carved obsidian basin ringed with fresh copal incense. You draw a single matchstick from your sash, strike it, and bring the small flame to the candle's wick. As the wick catches a quiet whoosh, fills the air an intimate introduction of flame to wax. The candle's base sags for an instant before pushing back upright, flame settling into a steady glow. You inhale the sweet incense and honeyed wax aroma, letting the moment anchor itself in your heart. Chalchiu stands beside you as you rise. The eternal fire begins anew. He murmurs, voice a soft echo of dawn's promise. You look around the courtyard altars bathed in candlelight petals of marigold scattered like fallen suns, the temple's stones humming with anticipation. The single candle you lit joins dozens more, each flame a silent testament to devotion and time's unbroken flow. You bow your head, feeling the warmth of the candle drift through your senses like a lullaby, each flicker a gentle reminder of human care and divine presence. As you step away, the flame behind you stands tall, the hollow echo of night, giving way to birdsong and light. You feel your breath steady the flicker's glow, guiding you forward into the temple's waking hum. Tomorrow you'll join the astronomer under the evening sky watching Venus's new descent, but tonight let this candle's light carry you into restful slumber, its soft warmth radiating like the last amber of a setting sun. You enter a cool, shaded courtyard where the scent of freshly hewn stone mingles with the faint whisper of incense drifting from distant altars. The gray walls here bear the rough marks of recent chiseling, their surfaces dotted with flecks of pale dust. In the center stands a low workbench strewn with chisels, mallets, and a coarsely shaped idol of a jaguar deity frozen mid-roar. This is the domain of the stone carver's artisans who coax divine presence from unyielding rock. Historians still argue whether temple statues were carved on site or transported from distant quarries in partially finished states, but tonight your focus narrows to each precise strike that shapes a god's visage. Your guide is a master carver named Cuauhtémoc, whose name means descending eagle in the local tongue. He stands barefoot at the workbench, heavy leather apron tied around his waist, arms thick with sinew from years of hammer strikes. His dark eyes, flecked with flecks of granite dust, regard the jaguar statue before him with solemn reverence. A god is not just shaped, he says, voice low and deliberate. We invite its spirit into stone. Each strike must be measured, each curve coaxed with respect. You step forward, feeling the stones chill against your fingertips as you brush a swirl of granite dust from a rounded torso into a shallow pile. The statue's form emerges from a single block of basalt, its head tilted slightly upward as though gazing toward the sun. A mainstream detail sparks in your mind. Aztec sculptors often used basalt sourced from local volcanic flows for temple idols, valuing its durability and dark sheen. Yet a fringe rumor whispers that some blocks were chosen because they bore natural veins resembling lightning, interpreted as signs that the deity's essence already lived within. You trace a pale vein across the jaguar's haunch, feeling the faint groove where stone yields to time. Cuauhtémoc watches, nodding as if approving your silent recognition of stone's hidden secrets. He picks up a chisel, a slender, hardened obsidian blade set into a wooden handle, and motions for you to take another hand tool, a broader iron chisel whose tip gleams silver in torchlight. You accept it, noting the weight balanced between handle and blade, and plant your feet firmly on the cool stone floor. Begin with rough removal, he instructs, shifting his own chisel to chip away a protruding sliver near the jaguar's paw. You raise your chisel and tap lightly with a wooden mallet, each strike echoing in the hush of the courtyard. The stone flecks under your tool, sending faint fragments scattering across the workbench. A fringe anecdote surfaces. Some apprentices claimed they could sense the skull vibrations of a living jaguar just before chipping a perfect curve, an uncanny intuition that guided hand and tool in perfect harmony. You steady your breathing and focus on removing a small sliver from the stone's surface, angling the chisel so each tap yields a smooth arc rather than a jagged gouge. With each strike, the stone gives a soft, satisfying rasp, the echo carrying like a reverent breath. You step back and survey your work. A shallow notch now hints at the jaguar's haunch, curving into muscular geometry that promises to catch torchlight with dynamic shadows. Cuauhtémoc nods, then picks up a small flat piece of Venetian agate he uses to smooth rough edges. Stone must be coaxed with both strength and finesse, he reminds you, rubbing the agate over your newly carved notch. The surface grows smoother, as though the stone itself yields softening under dedicated touch. A group of younger apprentices works along a row of partially carved idols, warrior figures, feather-clad dancers, and serpentine deities, each at various stages of transformation. You walk along, noticing how each artisan employs different tools. Some use pointed chisels for deep grooves. Others rely on broader blades for flattening. A mainstream detail resonates. Sculptors often worked in teams, each member specializing in a particular carving. Stage, roughing, detailing, polishing, much like a production line, though the hierarchy depended on seniority and skill. Yet historians still debate whether these divisions evolved organically or were instituted under temple regulations. You catch a glimpse of a young apprentice smoothing a dancer's headdress, the flick of his wrist tracing feather grooves so precise they seem to flutter even in stone. Approaching Cuauhtémoc's bench again, you notice a small, half-finished jaguar figure, halfway between raw block and fully detailed idol. Its broad shoulders and muscular neck are already shaped. Its face, however, remains at a rough, unformed slab. Now we will define the face, Cuauhtémoc says. He hands you a narrow-pointed chisel, its edge sharpened to a razor's tip. Eyes first, he instructs. You lean forward, positioning the chisel at a faintly marked cross on the jaguar's brow, guidelines drawn earlier in charcoal. With a firm, precise tap of the mallet, you carve a shallow triangular trough for the eye socket. A fringe rumor lingers. Some sculptors believed that carving the eyes last invited the deity's spirit to materialize, to awaken the statue's eternal gaze. You steady your hand, imagining a living jaguar's amber stare emerging from stone. You pause to let your eyeballs adjust to the flickering torchlight, then carve the opposite eye, mirroring the first. Each strike must match in depth and angle, for any asymmetry could mar the idol's presence. You measure mentally, recalling Moctezuma's chant. Instructions, balance, and symmetry matter, whether in song or stone. Historians still argue whether sculptors employed rudimentary measuring strings or relied solely on practiced eye, but evidence suggests a bit of both. You smooth the sockets with agate, feeling the subtle bevels emerge, eyes now set like twin embers ready to ignite under the final polish. Next, you carve the broad rounded muzzle, each tap removing a thin sliver to form a chiseled snout. You recall how Uretzi's healing salves once cured skin blemishes. Now your chisel heals stone blemishes, revealing the hidden jaguar beneath rough rock. As you work, Cuauhtémoc hums a quiet melody, an ancient chant invoking Tezcatlipoca, the jaguar god himself. The sound resonates through you, urging each strike to be more precise, more reverent. You shape the nostrils, two shallow crescents, then move to the wide open mouth. You carve a thin gap space where fangs will emerge, each fang a delicate point tapering from base to tip. You recall seeing obsidian blades with jagged edges, and here you carve obsidian's curiosity into stone's mouth. A fringe anecdote surfaces. Apprentices whispered that if you carved the fangs just right, stone would hum beneath your chisel, a low vibration felt in fingertips, proof that the deity accepted your offering of attention. You test that idea running your chisel lightly along the fang's curves. No humming, but a satisfying resonance of stone sparkling under torchlight. Cuauhtémoc steps forward, gesturing toward the statue's ears, two pointed triangles atop the head. He hands you a broader chisel, advising you to begin with shallow cuts to outline each ear's triangular shape, then refine with smaller tools. You angle your chisel along the base of one ear, carving a guiding line, then deepen it with precise taps. The ear's form slowly emerges each facet, catching torchlight differently, its inner walls drafted to echo sound, as though a living jaguar might hear approaching hunters. A mainstream detail floats in your mind. Sculptors sometimes hollowed ear cavities to enhance acoustics, believing divine presence resonated with outer sound. Yet scholars still debate if this was pragmatic or purely symbolic. You smooth the ear's interior with agate, feeling how the rough stone transforms under patient hands. You carve the second ear to mirror the first, each angle, each bevel measured by eye and muscle memory. As you work, you sense the statue's persona, crystallizing a fierce sentinel poised to guard temple halls. You step back, letting your eyes trace each curve, jawline, whisker folds, fur texture, etched in fine parallel strokes across cheeks. A fringe belief drifts some carvers, left tiny floral motifs hidden among whisker grooves as secret signatures marking their devotion in quiet detail. You scan the cheeks, but find no hidden petals. Perhaps only apprentices knew the secret, or perhaps local temple guilds forbade self-signatures to maintain focus on deity alone. Cuauhtémoc now guides you to the statue's raised claws, massive paws poised mid-stride. He hands you a heavy mallet and a broad chisel. Power is in the stance, he says, gripping the chisel near its base for control. You position the chisel against the paw's rough form, striking firmly to remove a chunk of stone that defines powerful muscle. Each strike echoes through the courtyard, sending a tiny shower of granite sparks into the air. After several precise taps, the paw's shape emerges, four thick arched toes, each tipped with a raw, pointed nail. You smooth the curves with a rounded chisel, letting the paw transition from rugged mass to sculpted elegance. A mainstream detail surfaces. Temple guardians believed that jaguar claws carved with motion conveyed strength to ward off enemies. Yet historians still debate whether claws served purely symbolic metaphors or indicated real-life reverence for predators. You run your hand over the paw's surface, rough, warm, and almost alive. Stepping back, you survey the statue in its near-complete form, head lifted, teeth bared, claws clenched, This jaguar stands as a silent protector. Yet gaps remain fur, texture must be added, spots indicated. Chalchio nods and hands you a fine-pointed chisel, its edge narrowed to trace subtle indentations. He points to lined reference sketches on papyrus tacked to a nearby pillar, rows of jaguar spots rendered as shallow ovals. Fur's motif must flow naturally, hugging underlying musculature, he instructs. You position the chisel's tip at the beginning of a broad cheek, sketching shallow ovals that curve around jawline, each spot a whisper of stepping cat's pelt. A fringe rumor flutters. Some carvers believed that each carved spot offered a path for jaguar spirits to move invisibly among stone, protecting temples at night. You carve each spot carefully, imagining invisible forms slipping through these carved gates. You complete rows of spots moving down the statue's back where muscles ripple beneath. You trace a line of spots along the spine, each one nesting within carved ridges. The effect a living tapestry of motion, frozen mid-spring. Cuauhtémoc steps closer, nodding in appreciation. He points to the statue's tail coiled around its haunch. Finish the tail's segmentation, he says. You bend, placing the chisel's tip at the base of the curled stone, carving a shallow groove to separate each tail segment. Each groove deepens under mallet taps, creating a sequence of rounded folds that spiral down to the tail's tip. You smooth each segment with agate, letting the surface shift from jagged to fluid. A mainstream note emerges. Tails, positioned in spirals, often symbolized cyclical time, the jaguar's presence reminding mortals of life's endless turns. Yet scholars still debate if that symbolism arose from local observation of jaguars' curled resting poses or from earlier Mesoamerican iconography. You finish smoothing the tail's tip, feeling a sense of completion ripple through you. Now, Cuauhtémoc guides you to the final step, polishing. He hands you a bundle of soft cactus fibers, densely packed and tied at one end to form a brush. He dips the brush into a bowl of fine abrasive sand-ground volcanic pumice mixed with water. You apply firm circular strokes over the statue's surface, each movement buffing away microscopic ridges until the jaguar's curves gleam like polished metal. You feel the brusque resistance of pumice transform into smooth caresses as stone's roughness yields to patient friction. A fringe belief drifts. Some carvers said that polishing imbued the statue's surface with a mirror-like sheen that reflected souls, even those lurking in shadows, so nothing could hide from its gaze. You let that thought blend with each stroke, imagining a jaguar's polished face catching torchlight like a beacon. By the time you step back, the jaguar statue radiates presence, its eyes hollow yet luminous, its form carved with reverence and precision. Cuauhtémoc lays a hand on your shoulder. Tonight, this idol will stand sentinel in the northern alcove, he says. May its spirit guard the temple through moonlit hours. You nod, feeling the weight of that responsibility settle in your chest. This stone jaguar will witness endless ceremonies, silent pillars of protection. You bow to Chalchio, acknowledging the sacred trust he placed in your hands. As you leave the workshop, You notice apprentice carvers cleaning their chisels and packing tools into leather pouches, each move deliberate and unhurried. Torches flare along the courtyard walls, and the hum of night watchmen's patrol echoes in the distance. You breathe deeply, letting the scent of stone dust and agave resin mingle in your lungs, a memory as potent as any incense. Each footstep on smooth flagstone feels guided by etched grooves left behind by centuries of artisans. You sense the temple's pulse in every stone that lines these walls, each idol a living presence born of patient, reverent labor. Tomorrow, you will carry the flame of a new candle into dusk's quiet hush, but tonight the jaguar stands complete, a testament to devotion carved in stone. You let the hush enfold you, imagining the statue's polished eyes reflecting moonlight like twin embers. As you slip into rest, let the thought of chisels shaping divine presence soothe your mind, each precise strike, a gentle lullaby for the soul. You slip past the flickering torches and leave behind the echo of chisels, stepping into a cool corridor where the first pale blue light of dawn begins to seep through narrow lattice windows. The scent of damp moss and earth follows you as though the temple itself exhales a breath of moisture. Ahead lies a small courtyard surrounding the temple's purification spring, known as Tlaloc's Eye, a sacred source believed to hold the power of renewal in its crystalline depths. You recall Uretzi's careful application of mullein tea, the sweetness of pulque at dawn, and now you face a task just as vital, hauling fresh spring water for nightly and morning purification rituals. Historians still argue whether Aztec priests fetched this water each dawn or relied on stored cisterns near the temple's heart, but tonight you will trace each footstep of those who carried water as if it were living essence. You step into the courtyard where a shallow pool of water catches the dim light reflecting jade green over polished stones. The pool sits at the base of a small carved shrine to Tlaloc, rain god patron and keeper of waters. A fringe rumor still tugs at your mind. Some temple insiders whispered that eels swam beneath the prayer-laden waters, believed to be Tlaloc's silent messengers carrying offerings from surface scribbles pressed into clay. You lean over, peering into the dark reflection, half expecting a flicker of motion, but find only ripples forming where a cool breeze drifts along the water's surface. You inhale the fresh mineral scent, damp peat mingled with faint pine resin, reminding you of Citlali's incense when she guided you in spinning flower mandalas. Your guide is a water bearer named Izel, whose name you've come to associate with guided fungal hunts. Yet here she stands barefoot on smooth flagstones, her reed cane poised like an extension of her own spine. Her basket holds bundles of long reed tubes expertly cut to length, each able to carry 2 handfuls of water. She greets you with a nod, her eyes bright in torchlight's diminishing glow. Water for cleansing and blessing, she says softly. Tonight we carry it to altars for morning rituals. Each drop must remain pure. You remember how Codex scribes meticulously recorded offerings in Amate scrolls. Here, each vessel of water itself becomes an offering carried by patient hands. You step forward and select a single reed tube its interior hollow and smooth, polished by previous use. You run your fingers along its length, feeling slight indentations where other bearers rested their palms. You crouch beside the pool, lowering the reed cane into the water so that its lower half submerges. The water's cold sting sends a gentle shock up your forearm. You recall a mainstream historical fact: Aztec purification ceremonies, temazcal, or sweat lodge rites often began with water drawn from sacred springs believed to wash away impurities of both body and spirit. Yet scholars still debate whether water from Tlaloc's eye required blessing by priests before use, or if its natural spring form carried divine purity inherently. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the water's chill anchor you to the spring's primal pulse, a heartbeat older than temple stones. Pulling the filled reed cane from the pool, you bring it slowly upright, letting two slender streams of water trickle from its tip into a woven clay bowl nearby. The bowl rests on a carved stone platform engraved with images of swirling water glyphs. Azel watches as you position 2 or 3 reed canes in a neat bundle on a broad leaf, then tie them securely with a strip of agave fiber. Each tube now brims with water, their bundled weight tugging slightly at your wrists. A fringe detail surfaces. Some temple legends claimed that small, brightly colored fish, thought to be offspring of Tlaloc himself, swam near the spring's mouth, their presence considered a sign that water was truly blessed. You peer into the bowl and imagine seeing tiny fins darting beneath the surface, though all you see is your own reflection and the soft glint of torches. Azel nods and gestures you to follow her toward a narrow ramp that descends to the lower altars. The pathway winds along a low canal fed by this same spring, its water flowing in gentle arcs toward ritual fountains and small basins where priests will wash their hands and feet at dawn. You step carefully, mindful of wet stones that could easily betray a slipping foot. The faint gurgle of canal water echoes around you, carrying the promise of purification even as you move deeper into the temple complex. You recall thrumming drums and solemn bells from earlier sections, now replaced by water's voice, a living hymn of blessing. The corridor opens to a series of small alcoves, each alcove housing an altar bedecked with offerings, maize cakes, copal incense, and baskets of fresh flowers. Here, priests wait quietly, their eyes hooded in anticipation of the final touches before first light. Tonight it falls to you and Azel to pour fresh spring water over carved jade basins that will cascade into shallow troughs. You carry your bundle of reeds forward, adjusting the length of each cane so that water spills gently into each basin without splattering onto sacred surfaces. As you position canes in the first basin, a carved stone vessel embossed with serpentine motifs. The trumpeting echo of distant jaguars from carved idols resonates in your memory, reminding you of that statue you helped shape. You steady your breath and lift your reed bundle. One by one, you place each reed cane at an angle so that water drips slowly into the basin, filling it until it overflows into a channel leading to a nearby territory of pedestal steps. The water's gentle flow sends ripples through the basin, reflecting candlelight in shimmering patterns like moving serpents. A mainstream detail surfaces Aztec priests performed ablutions at these basins each dawn, using water as a conduit for divine presence and mental preparation. Yet historians still debate whether these ablutions formed a solitary act or part of larger communal gatherings. Some sources portray silent pilgrimages. Others depict group chants accompanying water's flow. You let that duality linger as you refill the next basin, envisioning both quiet introspection and shared devotion weaving seamlessly. Ezel moves to the next alcove and begins draining any stagnant water in a small stone basin set at temple ground level. She uses a shallow gourd scoop to remove old water, letting its final drops fall to the earth below as offering to underworld deities. You watch her work, noting how her actions mirror tasks you've done before, how Sitlali folded linens, how Yao Sihuatl tuned drums, all acts serving greater purpose beyond the immediate task. She glances up at you and nods, then presses her hand to her heart in a silent gesture of reverence before kneeling to refill the basin with 2 reed canes. Each cane's tip hisses as fresh water cascades, sending ripples curling across the basin's surface. You step to a wider central altar, a broad stone platform carved with funeral lantern glyphs, encircled by twin serpents. 2 priests kneel here, heads bowed, awaiting your offering. The wider basin here requires 4 canes for balanced flow. You kneel, pulling 2 extra reeds from your bundle and carefully place them so water spills evenly across each channel. The priests lift their hands above the edge of the basin, cupping a small amount of water to splash on their foreheads, a silent ritual inherited from ancestors. You watch as the water's coolness seems to draw a sigh of relief, lifting tension from their furrowed brows. A fringe rumor surfaces. Some temple elders claimed that water from this central basin, if applied at just the right moment, could reveal faint visions of forthcoming rains in its shimmering reflection, an omen whispered only among select diviners. Once the basin fills sufficiently, water spills over into a carved trough that leads to the next purification station, a small pool surrounded by circular glyphs denoting the sun's cyclical journey. You rise and move to fill narrow jugs made of woven reeds, each lined with clay to hold water. These jugs will be carried to distant shrines that cannot access the spring directly, ensuring every altar, no matter how remote, receives living waters. You dip a reed cane into the large basin and let water funnel into the opening of a reed jug, watching as it slowly fills its walls, bulging gently with liquid weight. Each jug takes 2 canes to fill, and you exchange a knowing nod with Izel as you signal readiness to move on. A soft rush of wind ripples through the courtyard, carrying the faint cry of a heron waiting near the canal and reminding you of Zilanen's aviaries. You let your gaze flicker upward to the top terrace where stars still cling to the sky, then back to Izel's steady form, kneeling to refill another jug. Scholars still argue whether water jugs used in distant shrines bore additional preservatives like crushed amaranth or cedar oils to maintain purity during transport, or if the reed's natural fibers sufficed as a seal. You allow this debate to lodge in your mind, knowing that practical concerns and symbolic meaning often entwined seamlessly in temple practice. Finished with jugs, you stand and shoulder the nearest pair, feeling their weight settle across each hip. Izel carries the others, and together you head down a gentle slope toward a cluster of small shrines tucked beneath a canopy of fig trees. As you walk, you catch sight of a flicker, tiny fish darting near a shallow trough set at ground level. Their scales glint like molten silver in torchlight. Izel pauses and whispers, "These fish are considered sacred guides. They swim where water enters the temple, signs of purity." A fringe detail drifts some legends claim that if a fish circles a basin 3 times without pause, a powerful blessing will follow. You smile as one curious fish approaches, nipping at stray eddies, leaving faint ripples press across the water's surface. Pausing at a small stone altar shaped like a lily pad, you lower 2 jugs onto a painted platform. Priests stand on either side, their hands poised to lift each jug in unison. With gentle reverence, you tilt one jug, letting a steady stream flow into a shallow basin carved with feather patterns. The water saturates the basin's floor and spills through a narrow channel etched to guide its flow toward a nearby otter-shaped sculpture, an animated conduit to hidden lower altars. You step back as the second jug empties, the priests exchanging soft hand signals of gratitude. A mainstream fact emerges: otter-shaped channels at temple bases symbolized fluidity and the connection between freshwater springs and the ocean of underworld mysteries. Yet historians still debate whether these channels ever functioned as literal drains to subterranean caverns or solely as symbolic passageways. You allow the water's gentle gurgle to carry that question away. The next shrine sits beneath an archway where carved images depict sun disks and rain waves in alternating patterns. You place the final jug at its threshold and release water into a narrow basin where priests have arranged small clay masks of Xochipilli, god of flowers, and dance. They will clean masks with this water, preparing them for morning ceremonies. You watch as each mask is submerged, its surface shimmering, before being removed and set to dry on reed mats. A fringe rumor surfaces: mask makers once believed that cleansing with spring water imbued each clay visage with the power to dance in ritual dramas, even if the actor remained still. You imagine masked figures coming to life, swaying under dawn's first light. With all basins now filled, you rise and follow Izel back toward Tilalak's eye. The morning light has shifted, sending golden rays through the lattice windows, creating refracted patterns on courtyard stones that dance like living glyphs. A gentle breeze carries petals of marigold, drifting from earlier flower offerings, their bright orange flecks falling onto wet stones like floating embers. You feel a sense of calm fulfillment. Each vessel you carried has become part of the temple's living network of rituals. As you near the spring again, you glance at the carved serpents framing Tlaloc's shrine symbols of water's dual nature, nourishing and untamed. You kneel to wash your hands and face in the spring's cool waters, letting droplets gather at the edges of your wig and tunic hem, promising renewal for next night's tasks. A scholarly debate surfaces. Some sources claim that a final cleansing at the spring was mandatory for all temple workers to maintain ritual purity, while others argue it remained at each individual's discretion. Either way, as you feel the water's embrace, you recall Sitlali's gentle steaming of fine linen. This water's touch feels equally transformative. Ezel stands beside you, hands pressed together in silent gratitude, and you return her nod. The water's gift is complete, she says quietly. You take one last look at Tolalok's eye, its surface now still reflecting a sky so pale it seems almost white. You sense that under this quiet surface lies a power older than stone, older than temple walls. As you rise to leave, you feel renewed each breath, carrying that pulse of purification through your body. Tomorrow you will join Yuretsi in tending the temple's infirmary again, but for now let the memory of spring water's hush guide you toward rest, its gentle flow, a lullaby for the spirit, carrying dreams as clear as any mirror. You step into a warm courtyard where long benches draped in woven mats hold rows of clay pots, each simmering with aromatic liquids beneath wooden lids. The air carries a gentle hum of anticipation, the mingled scents of maize chili and chocolate curling beneath the dawn's hush. This is the realm of the ritual cook, the one whose hands transform humble ingredients into offerings fit for gods. Historians still argue whether temple cooks followed standardized recipes passed down through dedicated guilds or learned variations from family elders. But here, as you approach bubbling pots, the question feels academic compared to the steady rhythm of ladles dipping and stirring. Your guide is a cook named Tepiltson, whose name means noble child in the local tongue, though his face bears the wisdom of many seasons. He stands before a large clay pot set into a low stone hearth, the surface of its stew shimmering with a pale, cloudy broth. Tepiltson's tunic is stained with splashes of yellow maize and red achiote, and his hair is pulled back beneath a cloth wrapped like a small turban. He greets you with a nod, then lifts the lid of the simmering pot to reveal masa dough, gently boiling maize, ground into a velvety paste that swells beneath the water's heat. A mainstream fact flares in your mind. Maize nixtamal was the cornerstone of Aztec cuisine, its seeds nixtamalized to unlock nutrients and create pliable dough. Yet a fringe rumor drifts. Some cooks insisted that a pinch of crushed jade powder stirred into masa granted it sacred resilience, ensuring offerings remained intact through any ceremonial test. You cock an eyebrow at the notion jade in a tamale, but Tepiltson's steady gaze reassures you that any morsel he presents carries divine promise. He sets the pot aside and gestures toward a small stone grinding slab where women seated on low stools pound maize kernels with a wooden mano. The rhythmic thud of stone against stone pulses like a heartbeat beneath the roofs of nearby shrines. Tepiltson says, first, the masa must be fresh, warm, and finely ground. Then we shape offerings to honor specific deities. You step closer, catching the heady scent of warm corn and damp stone, a smell that speaks of harvest hands and heritage. You reach out, letting your fingers brush the coarse masa rim before Tepiltzin catches your sleeve, gently reminding you, bless each handful before you shape it. Food is not merely nourishment, but bridge between mortal and divine. You kneel beside a young cook named Solotl, who dips a handful of masa into a bowl of hot water tinted orange from achiote seeds. Aching flesh meets steam as you fold the dough into a flat disc about the size of a palm. A fringe detail floats some cooks claimed that if the masa felt too cold in your hands, you would offend the maize spirit, resulting in offerings that vanished overnight, stolen by small trickster deities. You smooth the disc, noting how pliable the dough feels, like soft clay, waiting to hold a sculpted shape. Xolotl fills the center with a spoonful of mashed sweet potato purple in hue, steamed and mashed until velvety. The combination of sweet potato and maize is a mainstream detail many Aztec offerings, layered flavors, sweet and savory, symbolic of Earth's abundance. Yet historians still debate whether certain filling combinations were regionally specific or simply personal preference. You fold the edges of the masa disc over the filling, pinching to seal before wrapping the bundle in a fresh corn husk. The husk's fibrous texture rustles like parchment as you position it around the tamal, twisting the ends to secure the parcel. Once Xolotl shows you how to press multiple tamales into a broad clay steamer lined with woven mats. Tepiltzin guides you to another hearth where 2 pots of sauce simmer, one bright red with ground chilies, the other green with roasted tomatillos and herbs. Offerings are incomplete without sauces that honor Earth's flavors, he says, lifting a ladle to release a swirl of bright red liquid into a small clay bowl. You inhale the spicy pungence, chili smoke, soothed by underlying sweetness, and imagine how this sauce will drench tamales once they emerge from steaming, each drop a prayer in liquid fire. You taste a small spoonful, heat radiates from your tongue, then fades into a smoky warmth that lingers like a soft burn in your chest. A fringe rumor flickers. Some cooks added tiny shards of cinnamon bark to red sauce, believing the spice's scent summoned deities of hearth and home to blessing ceremonies. You swallow, letting the chili-infused heat settle before nodding in approval at Tepiltzin's balanced craft. Beyond the tamales, another cook named Atul speaks to you as she polishes small earthen bowls, each inscribed with a glyph signifying which god will receive its contents. We prepare atole for Huitzilopochtli and Zocoatl for Xochiquetzal, she says, her voice soft as a morning breeze. She rinses one bowl and dips it beneath a spigot of hot atole, a thick maize gruel flavored with vanilla beans and a hint of maguey syrup. A mainstream detail reminds you that atole often accompanied tamales in daily meals, but the versions offered in temples were richer, infused with cacao or herbs meant for ritual. Yet scholars still debate whether atole was always offered hot or if cooled versions were preferred during summer ceremonies. You watch as the warm, smooth gruel slips into the bowl, steam curling upward like soft prayer ribbons. Atul pushes the bowl to you, and you lift it carefully, savoring the sweet aroma of maize mingled with vanilla's subtle warmth. You move next to a narrow table where small clay molds in the shape of hearts and animal figures lie ready. These molds hold offerings of molded amaranth, tiny grains pressed into bars bound by honey or agave syrup. Tepiltzin explains that amaranth figures sometimes bore tiny embellishments, seeds of chia, or crushed sunflower petals that glinted like golden sparks under torchlight. A fringe belief drifts. Some priests believed that if an amaranth heart cracked during pressing, it signaled an offering rejected by the gods, an omen requiring immediate remedy. You dip your hand into a shallow bowl of sticky honey and press a handful of amaranth into a heart-shaped mold, packing it firmly. You lift the mold and flip it onto a fresh leaf, revealing a perfect heart, glossy full, pulsing with sweet promise. The sticky residue clings to your fingertips, and you lick them absent-mindedly, tasting honeyed quinoa and field-grown sweetness. You remind yourself to keep devoted focus, an offering's purity hinges on every detail, shape, color, smell, and even the craftsman's reverent intention. A gentle clack of sticks catches your attention. Two cooks in a shaded corner stand before a low stone burner where steamy pots of exocoatl, bitter chocolate, drink await. Tepiltzin gestures you over. For Xochiquetzal, goddess of love and beauty, we prepare exocoatl sweetened with regional flowers, jasmine petals, true lotus blossoms, and a hint of dried freesia. He scoops ground roasted cacao from a clay jar fine dark as velvety night, then stirs it into hot water with a frothing stick. You dip your finger into a small pile of jasmine petals, crush them between your fingertips, and let the fragrant dust swirl into the simmering brew. The aroma rises heady as a bridal bouquet. A mainstream fact surfaces: exocoatl played major roles in fertility ceremonies and matrimonial feasts symbolizing divine union of earth and sky. Yet historians still debate whether floral essences were common additions or rare luxuries for high festivals. You stir the beverage froth, forming on top like pale waves, then tilt the vessel to pour a cupful. You bring it to your lips. The first sip is rich, bittersweet, with floral notes dancing on your tongue. A fringe anecdote floats lovers sometimes exchanged sip of flower-infused exocoatl, believing the shared sweetness sealed promises of devotion in their hearts. You smile, imagining a quiet whisper beneath that shared draught. Let this brew bind our spirits. Beyond the chocolate, you notice a simmering pot where tortillas float thin cakes pressed from fresh masa directly onto a hot stone. These tortillas, Tepiltzin says, will accompany dried fish offerings, particularly tilapia, smoked over pine embers, for a shrine dedicated to Tlaloc and Chalchiuhtlicue. The fish itself was a mainstream detail. Smoked tilapia held significance as sacramental offering, representing life sustained by water. Yet a scholarly debate lingers. Some scholars argue that fish offerings belonged solely to aquatic deities, while others insist certain gods preferred fish because they symbolized rebirth from primordial waters. You catch a whiff of pine smoke as a cook lifts a hot tortilla and drapes it over a smoked fish fillet, softening it, while infusing gentle warmth. The fish's silver skin shimmers beneath a crease of maize bread as though memories of living scales persist. You imagine the quiet hush of tomorrow's ceremonies when priests will offer these tortillas to the gods, soft, warm, and smoke-kissed. Tepiltzin calls you to join him in assembling a final offering, a platter of maize cakes, tlacoyos, each stuffed with black beans and coated in edible clay from a sacred earth source. You follow him to a broad table, crowded with stacks of clay bowls holding dried chilies, squash seeds, and crumbled maguey hearts. He hands you a round, thick masa cake and instructs you to press a small depression in the center, then spoon in a mixture of crushed squash seeds, chilies, and a pinch of ground obsidian salt, an unexpected mineral seasoning believed to invoke clarity of mind. A fringe rumor drifts. Some cooks insisted that the clay coating on tlacoyos served as protective shell, preventing offerings from dry rot until priests arrived. You pat the cake closed, pressing edges to seal filling inside, then coat its surface in a thin layer of clay paste, soft gray, that glints faintly in torchlight. You place it on a shallow reed tray, the gray cake looking like a pebble carved by moonlight. As the line of coders carrying offerings begins, you step back and observe the procession, tamales wrapped in vibrant husks, atole bowls glowing with golden gruel, xocoatl cups sending up wisps of perfume, fish-topped tortillas, and clay-coated maize cakes, each arranged with solemn care. A priest, clad in eagle-feathered cloak, approaches, bowing deeply before the offerings. He lifts each item in turn, tamale, xocoatl, amaranth, heart, placing them on a circular altar draped with woven cloth. He sprinkles a handful of flower petals, whispering soft prayers that ripple through the courtyard like water's breath. You feel a gentle warmth gather in your chest as though each offering resonates beyond the altar, echoing through temple halls and distant gardens. Tepiltzin nods at you, his eyes reflecting the flicker of offerings under morning sky. Tomorrow, he says quietly, we will rehearse fire offerings, how flame transforms food into divine smoke. You feel the promise of flame match the promise of food, each step in ritual weaving into another. For now, let the memory of maize's warmth, chocolate's bitter sweetness, and smoky fish's earthy tang settle in your senses. Let these flavors and scents lull your thoughts as you prepare for rest. The sun's first rays will soon chase away torchlight, but tonight, let these offerings glimmer in your mind like embers in a sacred hearth. You slip into a spacious courtyard where colorful feathers rustle softly in the morning breeze. Sunlight filters through the temple's latticework overhead, casting shifting patterns of gold and emerald across the worn stone floor. At the courtyard's center, a group of young dancers stands poised, each draped in elaborate regalia of Quetzalcoatl and motmot feathers. Their headdresses rise like living sculptures, iridescent wings framing their faces. This is where you learn the intricate dance steps that bring these feathers to life and motion. Historians still argue whether ritual dance originated in pre-Aztec Toltec ceremonies or emerged independently in Tenochtitlan, but here, as you prepare to don your own headdress, that debate feels distant compared to the soft hum of anticipation rising around you. Your guide is a dancer named Tlakael, whose name means something that flows like water in Nahuatl. He wears a lighter regalia today, smaller feathers woven into a headdress that arches gently over his brow, and he stands barefoot on the courtyard's cool flagstones. He steps forward, lifting a pair of leather-wrapped sandals in his hand. "First, protect your feet," he says, voice calm, yet energetic. "These steps can blister toes faster than a desert sun can scorch a cactus." He holds out a small linen pad, shaped like a miniature sandal, an improvised blister remedy. You recognize this as a fringe detail. Some dancers claimed that wrapping toes in fresh aloe leaves before dancing prevented any discomfort at all, though that remedy often left feet sticky and scents too sweet for the solemnity of ritual. You nod and slip your own sandals off, pressing the linen pad against the ball of your foot. Already you feel the soft cotton cushion warm against your skin, a quiet promise of comfort for the steps to come. Tlakael gestures toward a line of dancers who begin stamping a steady beat, heels tapping toes, pivoting, and the swish of feathers brushing air, creating an undercurrent of sound that feels like wind through high reeds. You raise your eyes to the central platform where a tall, slender altar rests its surface, engraved with swirling images of hummingbirds and singers. Normally, you might recall that Aztec ceremonial dances honored gods of wind and rain, imitating avian movements. Yet scholars still debate whether dancers sought to channel bird spirits literally or if their movements represented abstract prayers for sky-born blessings. Right now, however, your focus narrows to feet toes and gentle rhythm one step at a time. Tlakael crouches and places a finely woven headdress before you. Its frame, carved from light wood, curves to mimic a bird's neck, and bright green quetzal plumes fan upward like living jewels. The base is lined with layers of soft cotton and wool to cushion your forehead. He hands you a strap of tanned leather, explaining that it wraps under your chin to keep the headdress perfectly balanced. You take a deep breath and lift the headdress carefully, aligning the cotton cushion with your brow. As you tighten the leather strap, you feel the weight settle a surprisingly gentle pressure, like the soft hug of a friend. Behind your eyelids, you sense the headdress's plumes extending beyond your peripheral vision, eager to catch any passing breeze. Tlakael moves to adjust a small cluster of cotinga feathers at the headdress's rear, making sure each feather's base is secure. He then steps back and nods. Now stand tall, shoulders relaxed. The dance begins with a simple pulse, 1, 2, 3, 4. He raises his arms rhythmically, tapping his chest in time with his words. You lift your chest and tap your sternum once, twice, thrice, 4 times your heartbeat, aligning with his cues. A fringe rumor flickers. Some dancers believed that chest tapping, synchronized with deep breathing, opened chakras of the heart, though Aztec energy centers differed from later concepts. You let that linger as you pivot on the balls of your feet, turning once to face a small group of observers seated near the courtyard's edge, priests, scribes, and elders who watch with serene curiosity. Tlakail places his right hand on your shoulder and guides you to shift weight to your left foot, then tap your right heel softly on the stone floor. You follow each heel strike, producing a muted click that resonates through the quiet morning. He instructs lift the right heel just enough to tick the floor, letting the sound guide you rather than force you. Feel the stone's temperature and texture beneath your toes. You lean in, raising your heel and letting it tap lightly. The stone feels cool and firm. The sound lilts like a tiny bell in the hush. You tap again, more confidently this time, shifting your weight back to the right heel and tapping the left in return, establishing a balanced rhythm. Left heel, right heel, left heel, right heel. A mainstream detail surfaces. Aztec dancers often used heel taps to mimic bird calls, sending vibrations through the earth as part of corn planting ceremonies. Yet scholars still debate whether heel taps held agricultural significance or served purely as musical accompaniment. You decide that for now each tap simply feels like connecting with the stone below you. As your taps settle into a gentle flow, Tlakail signals you to lift your left foot and extend it forward, toes pointed slightly downward like a bird about to take flight. You draw in a steady breath and lift, watching how your foot hovers just above the stone. He nods and says, "Now place it down," with a soft roll from heel to toe, imagining drawing Vishurpsa from the earth with each step. You roll your foot down as instructed, heel first, then midfoot, then toes. The motion feels natural, like the flexing of a swan's webbed foot. A fringe anecdote drifts. Some dancers believed that if you pressed your toes into the stone just right, you could leave an imprint that carried prayers from one dancer to the next, though no such imprints have survived. Still, the whisper of that idea makes you smile as you press toes into the stone's surface with gentle intention. Next, Tlakail raises a small clay rattle and shakes it twice, once to signal transition, once to signal the next step. You watch the rattle's seeds tumble inside, producing crisp, rolling beats. Follow the rattle's rhythm, he instructs, and circle to your left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You pivot smoothly, spinning on the balls of your feet as the rattle clicks twice, then twice again, completing a small circular step that traces a quarter turn. You repeat pivot, 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 moving in a circle as controlled as a coiled serpent. A mainstream fact: Hum's circular dances symbolize the sun's path across the sky, echoing cosmic cycles in human movement. Yet historians still debate whether dancers comprehended these dances as literal cosmological translations or as abstract expressions of communal unity. You heed the circular motion's literal feel, savoring how each pivot wraps you closer into the courtyard's living pulse. As you circle, your headdress's plumes sway in arcs, brushing against each other with soft whispers. You sense the courtyard's energy bending around you, a gentle turbine of movement shaped by steps and breath. Tlakail steps forward and adds complexity. Now raise your arms, palms up at chest level. Keep your taps soft and your circle tight. Let your arms flow like wings. You lift your arms, elbows bent, wrists, relaxed fingers lightly tracing the air. Your taps continue left heel, right heel, while your feet trace the circular path. This dual motion feels like flying in slow motion, feet mimicking bird limb movement, arms mimicking wing flutters. A fringe belief flickers. Some dancers swore they could feel a slight lift beneath their feet when steps and arm motions synchronized, like momentary weightlessness reminiscent of flight. You test it, feeling your ribs expand as your feet pivot and your arms rise, and in that suspended moment, you sense a faint buoyancy, though it may be pure imagination. Tlakael shifts to demonstrate a small jump. When the rattle clicks 3 times, spring lightly off both feet, landing softly, then resume your tap. He shakes the rattle thrice, click, 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 and you bend your knees and spring upward, feeling your toes leave the stone by a finger's width. The moment feels flying, and when you land, the cushion of your linen pads prevents any jarring, though you feel your soles compress against the stone. A scholarly debate surfaces. Some historians argue that jumps signified bird ascent towards sky gods, while others suggest they simply added dynamism to dances entertaining spectators. You decide it's both momentary flight and a delight to onlookers. After a few more cycles, taps circle, flutters, jumps. Your breathing steadies each inhale, coinciding with a tap each exhale, with a pivot or flourish of arms. Tlakael calls for a pause, signaling you to stop in place, feet together, arms lowered. Your chest heaves gently, but you feel a wave of calm contentment wash through your limbs, as if your body hums in resonance. You glance around and see other dancers mirroring this cycle, each immersed in their own slow-motion flight. A mainstream detail arises. Dancers often performed group dances at dawn to open ceremonial days meant to awaken gods and ensure balanced day and night. Yet scholars still debate whether ensemble dances served primarily social functions, reinforcing communal bonds, or remained strictly devotional. Observing these dancers, now you sense both social warmth and ritual devotion intertwined. Tlakael steps forward again, guiding you into the final sequence, a graceful bow. He raises one arm overhead, tilting his head respectfully to the east. You follow, extend your right arm gently above your head, turn your palm toward the sky, then pivot on your heel to face the east. In a deliberate fluid motion, you bend at the waist and lower your torso in perfect reverence until your left palm touches the ground. You hold for 3 counts, 1, 2, or 3, breathing soft, calm breaths. You rise slowly, bringing yourself upright until your fingertips rest on your chest. A fringe rumor drifts. Dancers whispered that if you bowed precisely to the east, the emerging sun would catch your headdress in a blaze of light, blinding you for an instant with divine brilliance. You glance eastward and imagine that flash, then let it fade into memory as you straighten. Tepiltzin steps into view, holding a clay bowl of cool water scented with torn marigold petals. Wash away soot and sweat, he says, and feel the dance's spirit glide from your shoulders. You kneel at the basin's edge and dip both hands into the cool water. The petals glide across your skin, releasing gentle floral notes that calm any flicker of adrenaline. You rub your forehead where the headdress pressed, feeling a slight imprint of cotton lines, then rinse your palms and extirpate any lingering grit. Rising, you notice how the courtyard's light deepens, golden rays dancing across stone, as if the sun itself applauds each dancer's devotion. Tlakael offers you a small parchment scroll instructing tomorrow's practice schedule, a series of steps leading toward the grand festival held under the full moon. You unroll it, noting glyphic symbols indicating dance sequences, times, and accompanying chants. He says tomorrow we add bells strapped to ankles and drums to carry our steps farther. You nod, sensing the anticipation of new challenges rising like gentle tides. You step away from the courtyard, ankles tingling where soft headdress pressure recedes and memories of stone beneath your feet linger like echoes of flight. As you walk back through temple corridors, the hush gives way to stirring activity, cooks carrying last trays of offerings, priests retrieving folded linens, and scribes gathering pigments for new codices. Each step feels guided by the rhythms you learned, a gentle beat humming beneath your breath. As night approaches, let the memory of feathered flights and measured steps carry you into restful slumber. Tomorrow you will add bells and drum beats to your wings. For now, let the hush of feathers brushing air be your lullaby, as subtle as a hummingbird's wing and as comforting as the first touch of dawn's light. You slip into a dimly lit chamber lined with wooden shelves that sag under the weight of clay bowls filled with jade beads, amber figurines, and woven baskets of quetzal feathers. The air here hums with a soft authority. Countless hands have passed through each, adding precious objects to meticulously kept records. As you step forward, you feel the cool echo of stone beneath your sandals, the hush of parchment waiting to be inscribed. You stand at a low desk made of dark cedar wood where a temple archivist prepares to catalog today's offerings. Historians still argue whether early record keepers used purely pictographic glyphs taught in formal scribal schools, or if everyday devotees contributed ad hoc annotations. But tonight you'll learn how these two streams of tradition converge in the archivist's careful tally. Your guide is a young archivist named Cocoyoli Place of Jewels in Nahuatl, who wears a simple cotton tunic dusted with flecks of green pigment. She beckons you over to a set of quipu-like ledgers laid out on the desk, long strips of amate bark, folded accordion-style strings of dyed cotton threaded through holes at precise intervals. Each knot in the strings represents a quantity, a type of offering, or a specific temple section. Coyoli lowers her eyes to her work, then looks up at you with calm focus. Every bead, every figurine, every petal must be accounted for, she says, in second-person tones that feel like a gentle breeze. This ledger is not just a record, it is an act of devotion. You nod, sensing how each knot carries both practical detail and sacred weight. You lean forward to examine a row of rust-colored knots on a yellow-dyed string representing an amber figurines offered to the goddess Chalchutlicue. A mainstream fact surfaces Aztec record-keeping often combined numeric data with symbolic imagery. Scribes recorded tribute from conquered provinces in codices noting exact quantities of maize beans, fine textiles, and precious stones. Yet scholars still debate whether local temple scribes followed exactly the same conventions as tribute scribes in administrative centers, or if each temple developed its own shorthand. You consider how that debate might shape your own moment of counting, whether to follow the established numerical codes or to trust Koyoli's intuitive judgments. Koyoli lifts a jade bead from a shallow clay bowl and holds it between her thumb and index finger. Its surface gleams in the flickering torchlight, cool and smooth as river-polished stone. Green jade represents life, fertility, and renewal, she explains. We catalog each bead to ensure the temple's spiritual economy remains balanced. You take the bead, feeling its weight settle in your palm. You notice a tiny fleck of white quartz embedded near one edge, and an irregularity that feels almost like a fingerprint from the stone's earliest days. A fringe tidbit drifts. Some archivists whispered that certain beads contained hidden inscriptions, microscopic glyphs visible only under special obsidian mirrors, revealing secret messages for high priests. You roll the bead between your fingers, half expecting to see those hidden marks, but the surface remains smooth and silent. Koyoli demonstrates the ledger's system strings dyed crimson record offerings to the sun god Huitzilopochtli, strings dyed azure record tributes to Tlaloc, and strings dyed yellow record gifts to Xochipilli. Each knot tied on a string represents a single item, bead, figurine, or petal. You reach for a crimson string and tie a neat overhand knot next to an existing one, counting softly under your breath. 1, 2, 3, until you've recorded 7 jade beads offered this morning. Koyoli praises your knotting. Even the smallest knot must lie flat and tight. Loose knots invite error. You press each knot flat between your fingertips, mindful that its position indicates not just quantity, but spatial context within the ledger's wider narrative. You sense a quiet thrill as you realize each knot extends an invitation to future priests and archivists. Here was an offering. This index is sacred memory. Next, Koyoli guides you to catalog amber figurines. Each figurine carved in the shape of a hummingbird or minuscule maize cob rests in a basket lined with soft cotton. You lift a figurine shaped like a small coiled serpent, amber glowing like autumn sunlight. A mainstream detail surfaces amber's fossilized resin often carried insect inclusions, tiny time capsules that left strands of ancient detail visible to the naked eye. Yet historians still debate whether certain insects trapped in amber were intentionally revered as ancestral spirits or simply considered curiosities by artisans. You examine the serpent's curves, noticing a faint prehistoric inclusion near its tail, a sliver of insect wing shining in the amber. You feel the weight of centuries compressed into that little shape. Koyoli hands you an amber figurine shaped like a coiling quetzal feather. You nod, acknowledging both its delicate craftsmanship and its symbolic significance. She instructs you to thread a short length of blue string through a small hole drilled in the figurine's base. You slide the string through, tying a small firm knot that positions the figurine at a precise interval from other amber offerings on the same string. Spacing matters, Coyoli says. Each figurine's position marks its temporal order past present or future offerings. You align the figurine's knot just above an existing knot, counting 1, 2, until the string holds 3 figurines in ascending order. Each knot click echoes like a metronome marking temporal beats in the temple's living chronicle. As you finish knotting, you pause to notice a flicker of movement. A small hummingbird darts through a lattice window, its jewel-like colors shimmering. You recall Zillinen's aviary, the way those birds were believed to carry prayers to the sky. Coyoli watches your gaze and notes hummingbirds are sacred messengers. Their tiny hearts tap in rhythms that echo these knots. You let that thought drift, imagining the invisible flutter of wings translated into physical memory through knot and bead. Next, you catalog flower petals, vibrant cempasúchil marigolds stored in shallow bowls. You lift a single petal dew still clinging to its edges and tie it by its narrow base into a slender green string. A mainstream fact surfaces. Marigold petals were often strung together in long garlands as offerings, their bright orange hue believed to guide ancestral spirits during festivals. Yet scholars still argue whether individual petals held distinct symbolic weight or if garlands functioned more as collective symbols. You tie your petal just above an existing group of 3, creating a pattern of 1-3, an auspicious odd number. You press the knot tightly so the petal's curve lies flush against the string. Coyoli nods and shows you a short sequence, first 3 beads, then 1 figurine, then 3 petals, a repeating motif. This pattern honors triadic balance, she explains. 3 for life, 1 for unity. You replicate the pattern on a separate string, watching how the tapestry of knotted symbols unfolds across the ledger's bark. Each colored string weaves a horizontal band through the ledger, and each knot's precise position becomes a reference point, a coordinate in this sacred spreadsheet. As the evening candles flicker, you notice how the ledgers form a layered mosaic strings of jade beads line the top row, amber figurines in the center, flower petals near the bottom. Each row corresponds to a deity's realm, sky, earth, underworld. Scholars still debate whether this vertical organization arose from early Mayan influences or developed uniquely in Tenochtitlan's scribal schools. Yet here, in your careful knot-making, that debate feels settled. The cosmos arranges itself in tangible form beneath your fingertips. Coyoli steps back and offers you a flat piece of polished obsidian. Inspect these knots under the midnight sun, she instructs. Some knots bear faint markings, tiny codes that indicate special intentions, like a prayer for rain or a thanksgiving for harvest. You tilt the obsidian under a torch's glow and examine the knots' shadows. You see small indentations, tiny crosses, or spirals etched at the base of a few knots. You imagine each cross as a silent prayer for bountiful rains, and each spiral as a whispered plea for ancestral blessings. You let your fingertip trace an indentation, feeling the ancient stroke of ink and careful thumb pressure from archivists long past. A gentle hush settles as the archivists complete their own counts and tied-off strings drift into designated slots on nearby shelves. Coyoli closes her ledger and ties a leather strap around it, securing its future contents. She places it carefully among rows labeled by year and month, each marking a cycle in the temple's endless memory. You watch as she stamps the ledger's cover with a small jade seal bearing an eagle head, symbolic of imperial authority and divine witness. A fringe tidbit drifts. Some said that if an eagle-feathered stamp pressed just right on a ledger cover, it sealed not only records, but also spiritual covenants, binding the temple's future to the god's cosmic will. You inhale softly, imagining how each ledger's seal flickers like a silent contract between mortal and divine. Coyoli turns to you and places a small folded sheet of amate bark in your hand, a summary of tonight's offerings, encoded in glyphs. Carry this to the Chamber of Codices, she says. There, scribes will transcribe it into formal codex pages. You fold your fingers around the sheet, noting its delicate fibers that will soon be inked with pictographic narratives, another layer in this living archive. You bow slightly, honoring both the past archivists and those yet to come, who will read these records as portals to tomorrow's rituals. As you step away, you pass beneath a carved archway leading to the temple's inner sanctum, where morning light begins to coax strings of color from stained glass-like tiles overhead. The pulse of countless knotted records hums beneath your feet, each knot a silent reverberation connecting you to offerings offered and prayers woven across generations. You feel a gentle sense of belonging, an echo of every hand that pressed a bead into place, tied a figurine with reverent fingers, or strung a petal onto a desert-hued string. Tomorrow you will step into the flickering light of the ritual cook's hearth once again, but tonight let the memory of those knots hold you steady. Let each color-coded row of jade amber and marigold petals dance in your mind like a symphony of devotion. As you settle into rest, imagine those knots glowing softly under moonlight, each one a tiny star in the temple's sky, charting a cosmos built of memory, prayer, and eternal care. You slip into a small courtyard, shaded by copal trees, the air heavy with the scent of resin and warm earth. In the center stands a low stone basin carved with intricate glyphs of bouncing rubber balls and stylized players wielding curved paddles. You remember the drums and feathers of earlier ceremonies, the hush of codex pages, and the flicker of candle flames. Now you focus on a new task, kneading latex to craft bouncing balls for the Mesoamerican ball game, a rite full of ritual significance and athletic challenge. Historians still argue whether the rubber balls used in these games were primarily sourced from wild rubber trees in the Gulf Coast, or if early cultivation methods existed in highland gardens. But tonight, as you dip your hands into a basin of sticky sap, that debate feels like background noise compared to the rhythmic pulse of kneading. Your guide is a rubber worker named Zekatl, whose name means grass in the local tongue, chosen to evoke the natural source of this material. He stands barefoot on the cool stone floor, his mata atil agave fiber loincloth tied low at his hips. In his calloused hands, he holds a lump of fresh latex milky sap collected that morning from a wild Castilla elastica tree near Lake Texcoco. You step forward and catch the latex, its surface glistening like wet moonlight, cold and oddly fluid as it shifts beneath your fingers. A fringe tidbit flutters in your mind. Some rubber workers whispered that if you kneaded latex long enough under a full moon, the ball would retain a faint hum of lunar energy, making its bounce unpredictable and enchanting. You shiver at the thought, like chasing moonlight on stone, and set it aside so Zacatl can guide you through the process. He gestures toward a low, flat stone slab where another rubber worker, a young apprentice named Itzquintly, is pouring a handful of powdered maguey sap over a separate lump of latex. Mix the sap in, Zacatl instructs. It stabilizes the latex, making it less prone to cracking and giving it bounce. You lean in and scoop a pinch of the golden powder, sprinkling it onto the latex in the basin. The moment the powder touches the sap, a faint aroma of cooked agave rises, a sweet caramelized scent that makes your toes curl. A mainstream fact emerges: Aztec artisans discovered that mixing powdered maguey sap, called ixue, into raw latex improved elasticity, yielding balls that could bounce repeatedly without shattering. Yet scholars still debate whether formula variations such as adding charcoal ash or fine volcanic clay enhanced durability or were simply regional quirks. You knead the sap and latex together, feeling the mixture thicken into a uniform, milky dough that resists your fingers slightly but yields under steady pressure. Zacatl nods approvingly and lifts the mixture onto the stone slab before you. Now begin to compress and fold, he says, handing you a wooden mallet shaped like a small ceremonial drumstick. Strike gently, then fold. Strike, then fold. Let rhythm guide your hands. You position the latex lump on the slab, exhaling slowly, and bring the mallet down with a soft thud. The latex flattens under the impact, sending a muted echo through the courtyard. You fold the flattened mass in half, pressing edges together, then strike again. Each strike warms the latex, making it more pliable. A fringe rumor surfaces. Some workers insisted that if you tapped a small obsidian flake into the latex during kneading, it infused the ball with protective energy, an idea so poetic that few tried it, fearing sharp shards within their play. You press on folding and striking, noticing how the latex transforms from a sticky goo to a smoother, more cohesive mass. As you knead, you feel the rubber absorb heat from your hands, becoming supple, like a living creature stretching into shape. Zacatl moves to your side and demonstrates a hand-fold technique. He loops the latex over his fingers, pulling it into a longer rectangle, then tucks the edges inward, rolling it like a small drum. This shapes the core, he explains. Precision now determines bounce later. You mimic his movement, tucking edges gently, feeling the latex coil around itself until the shape feels rounded, a rough sphere awaiting refinement. Its Quintly joins you with a small bowl of fine charcoal ash. He scoops a pinch and sprinkles it lightly along the latex's surface, muttering a playful aside. Charcoal gives bounce and mask of shadows, hide your hits from enemies. You laugh quietly at the thought of rubber balls concealing secret messages, though elastic spheres rarely keep secrets long. You knead the charcoal into the latex, noticing how the color shifts from milky white to smoky gray, like dawn mist rolling over a lake. A mainstream note surfaces charcoal ash, improved rubber's resilience, allowing greater bounce height and extending the ball's lifespan in the scorching sun and hard stone courts. Yet a scholarly debate simmers. Some argue whether charcoal's effect was primarily chemical adjusting pH and reinforcing rubber polymers, or simply an intuitive discovery passed down by artisans. You decide those debates can wait until the ball's first bounce tests your handiwork. Zacatl nods and gestures you to lift the rough ball from the slab. It feels unexpectedly dense in your palm, warm under your fingers. He hands you a second wooden mallet, this one tipped with soft cactus padding. Now round it, he says. Strike without spilling form. Keep it moving so no flat side remains. You place the ball on the slab and strike, gently rotating it a quarter turn after each tap. A soft rhythmic thump resonates like a distant heartbeat, calling you forward. You imagine those echoes guiding players in the ball court, a muted drum alongside conch shell trumpets and rattles. The ball gradually becomes a round shape, each strike smoothing edges, coaxing out imperfections. As you refine the sphere, you notice a small groove where latex resists smooth shaping. Zacatl nods to indicate he's observed it. He takes the cactus-padded mallet and taps that region softly, showing you how a light touch can even out the surface. He then swivels the ball around his palm, inspecting angles under torchlight flicker. The glow reveals a few tiny dimples, inevitable scars from latex's natural cohesion. Dimples will guide its spin, he says. No ball bounces straight forever. Let these imperfections be part of its character. You nod, relieved that flaws add character rather than diminish value. Next, he moves to a small basket of brightly colored pigments, cochineal red, indigo blue, and yellow ochre. He dips a fine brush made from deer hair into cochineal dye and paints a series of concentric circles on the ball's surface, each circle a symbol of divine favor. A mainstream detail floats ballgame balls were sometimes decorated with bright pigments to honor gods associated with war, fertility, and transformation, echoing the belief that the ball's flight transcended mortal realms. Yet scholars still debate whether decorations served primarily ceremonial functions or merely aesthetic ones for court spectacle. You dip the brush into indigo, this time carefully outlining each cochineal ring with deep blue, creating a pattern that shimmers under torchlight like a miniature solar disk set in stormy sky. Its Quintly steps forward with a pot of thin maguey sap and offers you a small amount. Seal the surface, he says. Sap gives luster and protects from chapping. You pour a thin line of sap into your palm and rub it evenly over the ball's surface, watching as the pigments diffuse slightly, blending into a luminous patina. The ball now gleams like a polished gemstone, bright red, blue, and gold mottled beneath a smooth rubber sheen. A fringe belief drifts. Some artisans whispered that sap, mixed with a whisper of blood from a small beverage offering, would imbue the ball with life, an idea that feels both poetic and slightly unnerving. You decide the nourishing warmth of pure sap suffices and let your fingertips glide over the ball's surface, again feeling its smooth perfection. Zacatl takes the ball and positions it atop a small, cross-shaped wooden cradle, just tall enough to hold the ball without resting directly on stone. "Let it rest," he says. "Rubber must breathe." You step back and notice it's Quintley lighting a pair of small torches to illuminate the courtyard's edges. A low, flickering glow spreads across the floor, reflecting in the ball's glossy surface. You feel a surge of pride, a sphere born from sticky sap, kneaded by human hands, coaxed into form, and now a radiant orb ready for ritual play. Zacatl gestures you to stand by a carved stone marker embedded in the courtyard floor, a gently sloping relief etched with a ball court outline. He says, "Tonight we test its bounce. Tomorrow players use it to honor the gods through sport." You lift the ball from the cradle and let it drop from waist height onto the stone marker. It lands with a sharp crack, latex meeting stone, and rebounds in a perfect arc, spinning once before falling back into your hands. You exhale, feeling the vibration of its bounce in your palms. It bounces again slightly higher, a flicker of sunset glow caught in its rebound. A scholar's debate stirs. Some ballgame experts argue that high bounce indicated proper rubber processing, while others insist that players valued unpredictable lower bounces, forcing skillful play. You smile and let it drop a third time, listening to the respirating bounce echo in the courtyard. Zacatl nods, a rare smile breaking across his face. "Perfect," he says. "It honors the sun and the earth, both rise and fall in harmony." You feel that harmony settle into your chest, an echo of all you've learned, codices, candles, chants, carvings, and now the living pulse of rubber. You return the ball to its cradle and step aside as Zacatl sprinkles a few drops of maguey sap around the cradle's base, an offering to Tlaloc, who grants the rain that nourishes rubber trees, and to Xipe Totec, who oversees new growth and transformation. As the final torches flare, you watch the ball sit still, a perfect sphere waiting for tomorrow's dawn. You feel its lingering warmth in your palms and carry that pulse with you as you retreat from the courtyard. Each step back through temple corridors feels guided by the ball's measured arcs, each corner of stone, whispering of bounce, rhythm, and play as sacred acts of devotion. Tomorrow you will serve as a spectator in the ball court during ritual matches, but tonight let the memory of latex's sticky transformation and the ball's resonant bounce guide you into restful slumber. Imagine the ball's surface glowing under first light, echoing the sun's warmth as it rises, inviting players to honor gods and ancestors in ancient ritual sport. You climb the winding stones of the great temple's western stairway as dusk deepens the sky, shifting from rosy gold to a deep indigo punctuated by faint stars. Each step echoes softly against carved glyphs that mark Venus's setting points from previous months. Your fingers brush the stone's cool surface as you ascend, remembering that only yesterday you watched Venus rise at dawn. Tonight you'll witness its descent as evening star another moment when sky and stone align in ritual harmony. Historians still argue whether priests viewed Venus's heliacal setting with equal reverence as its rising or reserved greater ceremony for dawn, but tonight your heart thumps with anticipation as if each carved glyph pulses with unseen energy. At the top terrace, the city sprawls beneath you. Rooftops and canals glimmer in lantern light, smoke curling from cooking fires, and distant voices murmuring in marketplace lanes. You step to a simple stone platform where Ihuikamina, the astronomer, stands beside two polished gnomons set into a square stone base. He greets you with a nod, his eyes reflecting torchlight and starlight in equal measure. Venus returns to guide our offerings into the night, he says softly. Tonight we honor its descent by renewing our celestial vows. You feel a hush descend below life continues, but here at this altitude the city's hum feels distant, almost sacred. Ahuikamina raises a small hand-painted sphere, a model of Venus at its current phase, a slight wane pale against a field of black lacquer. A fringe rumor flits through your mind. Some priests claimed that if you studied Venus's phase closely enough, you might see tiny flickers of color, echoes of distant conquests or forgotten rituals. You smile, half expecting to detect a turquoise flare at Venus's limb, though the sphere remains solid white under torchlight. You nod to Ihuikamina and follow his gesture toward the western horizon. There, just above the faint silhouette of pyramidal rooftops, a single bright point blazes against the twilight, Venus blazing like a lone torch, guiding travelers home. Ihuikamina dips a feather stylus into a shallow bowl of red pigment and draws a fresh line across the polished stone gnomon base, aligning with the tip of the shorter gnomon's shadow, a precise moment, 17 days before the new cycle, he murmurs. A mainstream fact surfaces: Aztec priests used these horizon markers to calculate ritual calendars, ensuring ceremonies aligned with Venus's cycle, believed to herald times of harvest, war, or renewal. Yet scholars still debate whether specific weather phenomena influenced those calculations more than pure astronomical observation. You breathe deeply, letting the red pigment's color alive against dark stone anchor you in time's flow. As Venus hovers, you feel a gentle breeze swirl around you. You hold a small reed flute, given by Moctezuma, your fingers resting over slender holes, ready to translate this evening's wonder into sound. Ihuikamina steps back and nods to a small group of acolytes who stand in a semicircle, each with a clay rattle or handbell. Begin the evening hymn, he instructs. We call upon Quetzalcoatl in his guise as the evening star. The acolytes lift their instruments, and a clear tone rings out as a handbell's silver surface meets a gentle strike. Their melody threads through the twilight hush, a soft chant echoing phrases You learned yesterday, Quetzli, Cihuacoatl, Tonantzin, Mamalixitl. The words roll upward, carried on a breeze that feels prayerful, coaxing Venus's light closer. You raise the reed flute to your lips and begin a simple counter melody, soft breaths, weaving notes that mirror the ballads of sunset you once heard from traveling minstrels. Fingertips hover over holes each breath, guided by the flute's gentle arc, ta-la-lo, ta-la-lo. The note shifts, bending into a minor key that seems to capture Venus's dual nature, bright guidance and impending hidden return. A fringe tidbit drifts. Some musicians insisted that if you played a descending minor scale, just as Venus set, you invited favor from underworld deities, an idea that modern scholars struggle to confirm but circulates in hushed temple gossip. You let that thought settle as your melody harmonizes with acolytes' rattles, a tapestry of sound unfolding under night's dome. As each chant repeats, you notice how Venus's brightness diminishes slightly, its blaze tempered by Earth's shadow. Ihuikamina watches the shorter gnomon's shadow lengthen toward the red line he drew only moments ago. Hold steady, he whispers. At the moment the shadow crosses this line, we cease our rounds and dedicate tonight's offerings. You feel your heart beat in time with that promise, an invisible countdown measured in light and shadow. The shadow edge creeps ever closer. You allow your flute's song to taper into a gentle hum, each note shorter, softer, echoing like a whisper in the dark. A scholar's debate surfaces. Some argue that chants accompanying Venus's descent must end precisely at the moment of ceremonial significance, while others claim slight delays accommodated human fallibility. You let that debate drift, focusing on how your breath dissolves into the night sky. Finally, the shadow touches the red pigment line, an infinitesimal click in your mind, like a lock clicking shut. Ihuikamina steps forward and raises his hand. We end, he intones. The acolytes fall silent, letting their instruments rest. You lift your flute, play a final single note that lingers like a feather floating on a breeze, then tuck the instrument into your sash. As the hush settles, Venus slips slowly behind a thin bank of clouds, its brilliance fading to a pale ember before vanishing entirely. You blink as though waking from a dream. Ihuikamina turns to a low wooden table where small clay bowls hold tonight's offerings, cups of sweet, honeyed pulque mixed with finely crushed orchid petals, plates of maize cakes drizzled with chili sauce, and baskets of purple cotinga feathers. Each is offered to Venus in gratitude for guiding temple life through yesterday's dawn and tonight's dusk. You kneel beside a brazier and press 2 fingers into warm beeswax, melting a small scoop for anointing offerings. A mainstream fact, Hum's late evening offerings to Venus often included honey or decadent foods symbolizing sweetness given to guide the star's return to underworld realms. Yet historians still debate whether offerings' timing aligned more with agricultural cycles or military calendars. You apply a thin wax layer to a maize cake, pressing gently so its surface gleams in torchlight. You breathe in the warm, sweet scent, feeling that act of devotion settle in your chest. The priests gather around the table, standing in respectful silence as Ihuikamina raises the first bowl of pulque. He tilts it skyward, offering a silent prayer that pulses through each beat of your heart. A fringe anecdote surfaces. Some temple elders claimed that if a drop of polka splashed upon a lotus bloom placed on the altar, it confirmed Venus's favor, and some cooks saved those splashed blooms to grind into precious pigments. You watch as polka splashes tiny pearls skimming a purple blossom, then pour the remainder into a small carved basin, letting it pool like liquid moonlight. Next, the priests take plates of maize cakes. One by one, they lift a cake, smear its top with honey, then sprinkle hollowed orchid dust over it before placing it beside the clay bowl. You follow their lead, imagining the cake's sweetness carrying prayers upward as incense did. A scholar's debate surfaces. Some sources argue that maize cakes offered during Venus's setting were meant to ensure fertile fields in coming planting seasons, while others claim they honored Venus as a rain-bringer deity. You let that tension linger, feeling that both interpretations spring from the same root life's intertwined cycles of sky and earth. As the final feather-laden basket is placed on the altar, a cluster of purple feathers glinting like distant stars. You sense a gentle breeze stirring through the courtyard. It lifts a few stray petals and sends them drifting across the stone floor like silent messengers. You bow your head, letting the moment's hush enfold you. Tonight's offering stands complete, a mosaic of sound, light, and substance woven into a fabric of devotion. Ahuikamina steps forward, drawing a small obsidian mirror from his sash and holds it beneath the altar's lamps. The mirror's surface gleams, reflecting flame and shadow in shifting patterns. Each mirror honors the hidden realm, the star's path into unseen journeys, he whispers. You lean closer, catching the flame's glint in the obsidian's darkness. A fringe belief flitters. Some priests claimed that as Venus disappeared behind Earth's shadow, its reflection in the obsidian would flicker as though winking an omen that unseen gods beckoned for continued devotion. You watch the mirror's surface, half expecting that flicker, but see only steady flame and a shifting mosaic of candlelight. As the priests depart to prepare for midnight prayers in other temple precincts, you feel the courtyard's hush settle into a gentle murmur of receding whispers. The night's chill grows noticeable now that the bath of flame and song has subsided. You breathe deeply, savoring the scent of copal and honeyed wax that lingers in the still air. Tomorrow morning you will watch Venus rise once more, but for now let the memory of its descent carry you into restful slumber, its pale light guiding your mind through the boundary between dusk and dawn, earth and sky. You slip through a narrow archway into a courtyard where the scent of cool water mingles with the faint tang of fish scales. Torches flicker along a low stone wall that borders a series of shallow canals fed by Lake Texcoco, their surfaces rippling under a breeze you can almost taste. Here, amid wooden docks and woven reed baskets, the temple's fishermen prepare for dawn's ritual harvest. Historians still argue whether freshwater tilapia from Texcoco or saltwater species traded from coastal regions formed the bulk of fish offerings. But tonight, as you settle at the canal's edge, that debate fades into the gentle lull of lapping water. Your guide is a fisherman named Toctli, whose name means rabbit in Nahuatl, a nod to his nimble movements along the slippery stones of the dock. He wears a simple cotton loincloth dyed a deep indigo, its hem frayed from long hours wading in shallows. In one hand, he holds a slender reed pole tipped with a small bone hook. In the other, a woven basket lined with agave fibers. He greets you with a nod, and as you kneel beside him, you see how his eyes reflect moonlight, bright as tiny fish scales. Toctli lowers his reed pole, plunging the hook beneath water's surface, and you feel the cool mist settle over your skin. A fringe tidbit drifts through your mind. Some fishermen whispered that if you whispered a prayer to Tulalak before casting your hook, the water itself would guide fish into your net, an idea steeped in both reverence and hopeful imagination. Toctli's voice, calm as rippling water breaks the hush. We wait until dawn's first light to honor Chalchutlikue, goddess of water. Fish offer sustenance and blessing. You nod, remembering how Uretzi used mullein tea to heal flesh. Here water's offering sustains life, closing the circle between earth and spirit. You lean forward, knees brushing smooth stone, and grip a small clay lamp filled with agave oil. Toctli lights its wick, and the flame quivers, casting golden ripples across the canal's surface. The light reveals tiny fish fins flicking just beneath the water, their silvery bodies glinting like stars reborn below the surface. As the eastern sky begins to brighten, a pale wash of lavender appears on the horizon. Toctli gently pulls his hook upward, and a slight tug tells you there's a catch. He draws back his arm and lifts a stout, dark-scaled carp from the water. Its body thrashes scales, flicking water droplets like sparks. A mainstream fact surfaces. Carp and tilapia were common in lake fisheries around Tenochtitlan, prized not only for their size and abundance, but also believed to link earthly sustenance with divine bounty. Yet historians still debate whether coastal fish sent by canoe in woven baskets were reserved for special ceremonies, while lake fish served daily offerings. You shred the agave fiber lining in your basket, pressing your palm gently against the carp's damp flank to steady it as Toctli removes the hook. You pause to note the fish's eye, round dark reflecting candlelight, like a polished gem. Toctli murmurs a silent prayer, then lays the fish into your basket. The ensemble of water fish and lamplight feels like a living tableau, a song of life born from fluid depths. You remember Itzcuintli's Coati experiments like tiny symbols of renewal, and here fish symbolize life renewed through water's embrace. As you settle the carp beside a blanket of fresh reeds, Toctli moves along the canal's edge, drawing his hook again. A chorus of bird calls rises from reed beds beyond herons and egrets stirring in the pre-dawn stillness. You watch as those waiting birds stalk shallow waters, beaks poised to seize unwary fish. Toctli whispers, birds offer omens, herons herald rain, while kingfishers promise gentle Krishna's path. A fringe rumor surfaces. Some fishermen claim that if a kingfisher's dive coincided precisely with the fish's struggle in your basket, you harvested not only flesh, but also fate messages from water's unseen realms. You catch your breath imagining a tiny bird's plunge, sending ripples through lake and soul alike. You kneel to inspect your basket, two carp, a tilapia, with mottled scales, and a small whitefish seldom seen outside sacred offerings. You note their subtle differences, one's tail fin fringed with red, another's scales patterned like sun-splashed waves. Toctli gestures to a shallow weir built of woven reeds and stakes a few yards away where fish pool trapped by the canal's gentle current. He steps forward, wading knee-deep into water that presses against your skin like whispered cool relief. You steady yourself on a submerged stone, grateful for your father's stories of fishing in childhood, how he taught you to feel water's ebb and flow beneath your toes. Toctli reaches into the weir and scoops another fish, sleek silver, with bulging eyes that reflect your gaze. You rise, lifting the catch and draping it in your basket beside the others. A mainstream detail drifts ritual weirs, allowed selective capture, a portion of fish for offerings, while sparing enough to maintain lake stocks. Yet scholars still debate whether these weirs were purely practical or imbued with ritual significance, perhaps constructed on auspicious days to channel Tilalok's favor. You feel the weight of that possibility as your knees touch the cool mud and you catch a strand of emerald algae between your toes. From the shore, a shiver of movement catches your eye. Two small turtles paddling toward the weir's entrance. Toctli points and says, "Those are sacred to Xochipilli symbols of patience and earth-water union." He reaches into the weir and guides one turtle gently back into the open canal. The turtle's shell glints wet and dark beneath torchlight. You recall how dancers once shaped jaguar statues, each shape carrying spiritual resonance, and here waves of motion between animal and human shape the ritual. You kneel to watch the second turtle slip away its flippers, propelling it through water like a silent whisper. A fringe belief drifts. Some fishermen swore that sparing certain creatures, turtles, herons, kingfishers, ensured lake spirits remained at peace, preserving fish stocks for generations to come. You imagine an ancestral treaty between fisher and turtle, sealed by moonlit vows. Toctli steps back, brushing mud from his thighs, and says, "Now we return to temple." You rise, balancing the basket in one hand and lamp in the other, and follow him along a narrow stone path. As you walk, you pass dozens of reed baskets filled with fish of various sizes, each labeled with painted glyphs indicating which shrine will receive them. A mainstream fact surfaces: each fish's destination corresponded to specific deities: carp to Chalchiotlacuae tilapia, to Tlalok, whitefish, to Huixtocihuatl, goddess of salt and fertility. Yet historians still debate whether each shrine's fish quotas strictly adhered to ancient codes or evolved with changing temple needs. You let that question drift as you trace fish-rendered glyphs on each basket, feeling the subtle hum of temple economies and divine contracts woven through daily life. You cross the courtyard, passing a low stone altar where a single heron feather lies left as an offering by fishermen earlier. You pause and bow your head, mindful of the feather's silent testament to shared sacrifice, birds and fish spirit, and body interwoven in ritual tapestry. Tuckley leads you to a small stone bench where priests write down fish counts in codices. You hand over your basket, and a scribe lifts a stylus to annotate 3 carp, 2 tilapia, 1 whitefish. He speaks the numbers aloud, 321, then ties a knot on a string ledger to record the offering. A scholar's debate lingers. Some argue that scribal tallies marked real-time accountability, while others insist they served more mnemonic functions, supporting oral traditions. You watch the stylus carve dots into bark, each scratch bridging material sacrifice and spiritual memory. The priests filter off to prepare fish for ceremonial cooking, a task you know Tepiltzin will oversee at dawn's first light. For now, you remain at the bench. Cup of warm atole in hand, sweet, cool maize gruel mixed with maguey honey, shared as a quiet toast between fishermen and scribes. You sip and feel its warmth settle through your chest, echoing the bundle of fish's weight, now gone from your shoulders. Tuckley places a calloused hand on your back and says, "Rest now. The lake awaits our return when moon falls behind the hills." You nod, savoring the atole's nutty sweetness and the hush of water's stories echoing in your veins. As you stand and step away, each footfall echoes through the courtyard like a heartbeat echoing in a cave. The fish baskets line the paths, silent rows of offering awaiting tomorrow's rituals. You recall how codices will preserve these tallies across seasons, how dancers will soon summon feathered headdresses, and how chants will rise to greet dawn. Each part of the temple's living tapestry pulses in your mind: stone, flame feather, and now water-borne fish, all weaving devotion into each sunrise. Tonight, let the memory of water's cool hush and the fish's silver flash guide you toward restful slumber. Imagine the ripple of water carrying prayers beneath moonlight, each fish a witness to ancient cycles sustained by water's endless embrace. You step into a courtyard, suffused with the steady glow of smoldering coals, the air thick with the scent of heated metal and the tang of sweat drying on stone. This is the forge of the temple blacksmith, where the rhythm of hammer on anvil echoes like a heartbeat that sustains ritual life. Above you, banners bearing flame motifs flutter lazily in the warm air, their edges fraying where sparks have kissed them. Historians still argue whether Aztec smiths obtained their metals, especially copper and bronze, from local mines or through trade with distant highland regions. But as you stand before a blazing furnace, those debates recede beneath the forge's roaring voice. Your guide is a burly blacksmith named Tlalkiotl, whose name means precious fire in Nahuatl, an apt title for someone whose craft turns raw ore into sacred tools. His torso glistens with sweat beneath his simple cotton breechcloth, and his forearms bulge with muscle as he wields a heavy wooden-handled hammer whose head is forged of steel. He nods at you and gestures toward a battered anvil set atop a sturdy stone block. First, you must stoke the fire, He rumbles the word resonating like distant thunder. He shoves a length of dried agave wood into the firebox, sending the flames leaping higher. A fringe rumor flits through your mind. Some temple legends claim that smiths took secret oaths under full moons so that the metal they forged would hum with lunar power. Tools crafted on any other night they said lacked spiritual resonance. You glance at the surging flames and wonder if there's any merit to the tale, or at least a good story to tell during long nights by the forge. Tlalkiotl steps back, allowing the furnace to roar, and lowers a long iron rod into the heart of the blaze. You feel the heat wash over you as though the sun itself presses against your skin. Beneath roaring tongues of fire, the iron rod begins to glow dull red, then bright orange, signaling it's ready for shaping. Now, Tlalkiotl says, hefting his hammer, we make the ceremonial blade. A mainstream fact surfaces. Ceremonial maquahuitl blades, obsidian-edged wooden clubs, were more common in Aztec warfare than metal swords. But metal blades existed for high priests and nobles, often used in rituals rather than battle. Yet scholars still debate whether metal weapons served practical roles in conflict or were largely symbolic displays of status and divine favor. You shrug, deciding that tonight's blade will serve both functions, shining gold in the sun and slicing ribboned offerings for temple ceremonies. You take a long iron rod from the fire, with tongs feeling its glowing end pulse like a living thing. Tlalkiotl guides you to position the red-hot tip onto the anvil's surface. With a deep breath, you swing the hammer, landing a solid strike that sends a small shock up your arm. The iron flares white-orange where the hammer's face meets it. You strike again once, twice, bending the rod into a flattened, elongated shape about a foot long. Sparks scatter like glowing fireflies leaping onto your arms and chest before sizzling out. A fringe detail emerges. Some smiths claimed that letting sparks land on a blade's edge rather than brushing them away imbued the metal with bits of stardust, a metaphysical concept rather than literal meteorite fragments. You tap your forehead, half joking. If this blade sings with stardust, maybe it'll double as a star map, but Tlalkiotl only grins, arranging the metal under the hammer again. As you strike, each blow sends a resonant clang across the courtyard, an echoing voice that seems almost musical. You feel your breathing sync with your hammer, strokes in and out strike, and rest hammer and pause. Tlalkiotl steps closer and points at a small carbon-rich slab at the forge's edge, a piece of charcoal from yesterday's fire. He dips the glowing metal into a slurry of water and crushed maize flour, creating a thin, bubbling coating. Quench the metal to cool it, he says. Each plunge seals the blade's strength. You steady your hand, brace your elbow, and submerge the blade's tip into the quenching bath. It hisses violently, steam rising in serpentine clouds that cling to the anvil's surface. The blade's bright glow softens into dark steel gray. You withdraw it carefully, feeling the sudden drop in temperature, as though the air itself has become a living thing. Now we trim and decorate. Tlalkiotl says, guiding you to a carved stone bench scattered with bowls of pigments, red cinnabar, blue azurite powder, and fine gold dust. You set the blade on a wooden rack to stabilize it, then dip a piece of palm fiber into a bowl of red cinnabar mixed with a thin vein of agave sap. With a steady hand, you paint a sinuous serpent motif along the blade's base scales, curling into a stylized sunburst near the hilt end. A mainstream detail floats to mind. Aztec metalworkers often adorned metal tools and weapons with animal motifs. Jaguars, eagles, serpents, symbolizing divine alliances between wielders and deity counterparts. Yet historians still debate whether those motifs marked craftsmen's personal signatures or were mandated icons chosen by priests. You paint a small dot of gold dust at the serpent's eye, a single spark of sunlight in dark metal, and feel a thrill at the transformation, a raw blade turned into living homage. Next, Tlalkiotl hands you a thin strip of copper, gleaming like liquid fire crafted earlier. He shows you how to wrap the copper around the blade's hilt, securing it with fine gold wire, spun from lamellae plucked from melted plates. Copper brings warmth. Gold brings the sun's blessing, he explains. You wrap the strip carefully, each coil snug against the previous one, ensuring no slack that might catch the hand. The copper's smooth glint catches torchlight, turning the blade into a prism of molten hues. You bind a final coil with a ribbon of gold wire and press its end into the copper's groove. A fringe rumor floats. Some smiths believe that binding gold wires into copper rather than forging gold directly ensured the hilt would bestow both solar power and earthly resilience upon its bearer. You trace the golden spiral with your thumb, feeling its cool weight and imagining its promise of divine favor. Tlalkiotl steps back, nodding his approval. All that remains is the blade's edge. He gestures to a row of grinding stones, wheels turned by water flows channeled from the temple's canals. You lift the blade and place its edge against a slowly spinning wheel dusted with fine volcanic grit. The wheel's hum merges with distant croaks of frogs from the canals. You draw the blade down its length, applying gentle pressure as water trickles across the stone's surface. Each pass hones the metal, creating a razor edge that glints like morning dew. A mainstream fact surfaces metalsmiths' tempered blades by quenching and then grinding edges against water-driven stones, achieving a balance of hardness and flexibility. Yet scholars still debate whether blacksmiths used mercury amalgams or simply relied on repeated quench grind cycles to control carbon levels. You focus on the grinding's steady pulse, letting each movement smooth out imperfections until the blade's edge catches any stray torchlight in a shimmering harvest of sparks. As you finish, the blade's edge feels impossibly sharp, razor-fine, capable of slicing through cloth, leather, or rose petals with equal ease. You lift it from the stone, inspecting its polished length under torchlight reflections dance across the engraved serpent copper hilt and golden accents. Tlalkiotl nods, then holds up a small curved obsidian mirror to the blade's edge. "Observe," he says softly. You peer into the mirror, watching as the blade's edge reflects back a thin, bright line proof of its deadly precision. A fringe anecdote drifts. Some smiths insisted that when a newly forged blade's edge caught the flicker of a single star reflected in a mirror, it signified divine approval. Only then could the blade be used in temple rituals. You stare at the reflected edge, half expecting a star's glint to appear, but see only torchlight dancing on steel. Still, you feel a quiet sense of triumph. The blade stands ready. Tlalkiotl then presents a small wooden stand carved to resemble coiled serpent bodies. He sets the blade within its serpentine curves, the edge pointing upward as though guarding the courtyard itself. He steps back and gestures for you to bow. Your offering is complete, he intones. Tomorrow, priests will anoint this blade with copal smoke and place it upon the altar of Tilalak. Its first cut will be of maize for the harvest festival. You bow deeply, feeling a flutter of humility. This blade's journey began as raw ore and ended as a sacred instrument of ritual. You take a deep breath, letting the forge's heat and the courtyard's cool night air mingle in your lungs. As you step away, you pass a shallow canal where water flows beneath a stone bridge. Tiny fish dart beneath the surface, their scales flickering like liquid bronze, an echo of the blade's gleam. You recall how earlier fishermen offered fish to water deities. Now you offered a blade to sky deities and earth gods alike. The courtyard's torchlight casts long shadows, and you feel the blade's presence lingering in the hush. Tomorrow its cut will ripple through temple life, severing maize stalks, incising ritual bread, or perhaps marking initiates in sacred rites. Tonight let the memory of iron glowing in fire, the rhythmic hammer strikes, and the hiss of quenching water guide your rest. Imagine the blade's edge humming softly against the cool obsidian mirror, ready to honor gods at dawn's first light, an eternal pulse forged by sweat flame and devotion. You slip into a shaded courtyard where the morning sun filters through a canopy of Magi leaves, casting lattice-like shadows on a row of backstrap looms strung between carved wooden posts. The air carries a faint tang of dyed fibers mingled with the earthy scent of freshly beaten cotton. Here in the temple's weaving enclosure, skilled artisans transform raw plant fibers into ritual garments worn by priests and dancers. Historians still argue whether backstrap loom technology arrived in the Valley of Mexico through coastal trade routes or developed independently from highland weaving traditions. But now, as you settle beside a weaver named Siupili, those debates fade beneath the rhythm of shuttle and warp. Siupili sits cross-legged on a woven mat, her back to a sturdy post, and a broad belt woven with a simple brocade pattern wrapped around her waist. The other end of the warp threads wraps around her back, anchoring the loom so that every movement of her torso adjusts the warp tension. You kneel beside her, noticing how the wooden heddle's thin sticks carved from cedar lift alternate warp threads, creating a shed through which the shuttle passes. A fringe anecdote flutters some elders claimed that each weaver's heartbeat synchronized with the warp's tension, imprinting a faint pulse pattern into every finished cloth, an idea so poetic that generations of apprentices swore they could feel ancestral hearts beating in the fabric's weave. You lean in to feel that pulse yourself, letting your hand hover above taut white threads that hum with unspoken rhythm. Shupili begins by adjusting the warp tension, leaning forward, then reclining slightly to pull more warp threads taut. The warp threads gleam pale. They've been prepared from cotton picked at dawn and beaten to soft fineness with a wooden mallet. She picks up a shuttle, a narrow wooden tool wound with indigo dyed weft thread, and sends it through the open shed with a smooth flick. The thread glides, leaving a bright blue line against the bleached cotton warp. She nudges her belt forward, raising alternate warp threads so the next pass goes over and under in reverse order. A mainstream detail surfaces backstrap looms, allowed weavers to produce complex patterned cloth such as diamond motifs or stepped fret designs by manipulating heddles in precise sequences. Yet historians still debate whether looms in central Mexico initially served utilitarian needs, simple blankets and tunics, or were reserved for elite ritual garments from the outset. You focus on Shupili's movements, letting her steady rhythm coax you into her world. You reach out and carefully take the shuttle from her, feeling its rounded edges smooth against your palm. She guides your hand as you pass the shuttle through the shed over one warp thread under the next, then pull it gently until it rests against previously woven cloth. Your first pass is clumsy. Your shuttle snags and the weft wobbles. Shupili gently steadies your wrist, reminding you, let the shuttle float, not stab. Your arm should move like water flowing over stone. You inhale and exhale, softening your grip, and attempt again. This time, the shuttle glides with ease, leaving a neat indigo row that mirrors Shupili's pattern. You pull the beater, a wooden comb-like tool, across the weft, packing it snugly against the previous row. The texture springs beneath your fingers smooth, yet with faint ridges that catch the light like rippling water. Shupili smiles and says, breathe with the loom. Each breath guides the pattern forward. She shows you how to beat with just enough force to compact the weft without stretching the warp. You nod and resume weaving, feeling the shuttle's rhythmic arc through the shed like a heartbeat. As you work, the pattern emerges a simple diagonal stripe that will later frame motifs of sprouting maize symbols of growth and fertility. A fringe belief drifts some temple weavers inscribed hidden glyphs into warp count. If you counted warp threads in multiples of 20, it evoked the 20 days of the sacred month, weaving calendrical power into cloth. You count 20, 40, 60, wondering if Shupili embedded those sacred counts by design, giving the textile a silent invocation of time itself. Beside you, Shupili dips a thin brush into a small bowl of cochineal red and applies fine dots along select warp threads. We add decorative detail only after base cloth is woven, she says. The red dots catch the indigo weft below, like ripples of blood on deep water. A mainstream fact surfaces red pigments from cochineal insects were prized more than gold in Mesoamerica, used for textiles worn by nobles and priests, marking social rank and divine favor. Yet scholars still debate whether particular red patterns, such as dorsal stripes or swirling motifs, carried codified meanings like lineage or deity affiliation, or were more aesthetic flourishes. You watch Xiupili's brush flick red bursts against blue, each dot a tiny pulse of color. Xiupili finishes her section and gestures for you to set aside the shuttle and pick up a small row of jade beads threaded on a fine cotton string. Next, we weave in ceremonial embellishments, she explains. She points to a narrow section of the warp where a small gap lies in the weft. You slide the beads one by one, placing each between adjacent warp threads, then pass the shuttle through, locking the beads in place. Each jade bead glints like captured moonlight, adding subtle weight and tactile contrast to the cloth. A fringe rumor surfaces. Some priests believe that jade beads, sewn into garments, whispered prayers to ancestral spirits, each bead a spoken blessing. As you weave, you feel the jade's cool presence against your palm, imagining the final cloth's tactile chorus: cool jade, warm cotton, bright indigo, and passionate red, all whispering devotion. You continue weaving now, integrating a line of fine gold wire, thin lamella plucked from melted sheets, woven as an accent along the cloth's edge. Xiupili kneels beside you and shows how to fold the wire over the warp, weaving it gently with the shuttle to create a metallic border. The gold line catches torchlight gleaming like a narrow river of sunlight in the darkening courtyard. A mainstream note emerges: gold was considered the blood of the gods, and integrating even small threads into ceremonial garments elevated them from mere textiles to divine conduits. Yet historians still debate whether gold accents served more as cosmic symbols or as explicit statements of elite status. You lean in, braiding the lamella into the warp, feeling its weight change the cloth's drape, granting it both visual and tactile richness. Beside you, Xiupili steps back and inspects your progress. The cloth now measures about 2 feet in length, enough to drape over a priest's shoulders or wrap around a dancer's waist. She points to a section near the top where threads appear loose. Fix here, she instructs, reaching for a slim bone needle and a length of undyed cotton thread. She shows you how to draw in stray warp threads, weaving the needle through adjacent warp, tightening the structure without disturbing the pattern. You mimic her movements, threading the needle with careful precision, each subtle pull restoring the fabric's integrity. A fringe detail drifts. Some weavers believe that correcting stray threads during ritual days offered small atonements, mending fabric as mending community ties. You continue weaving the needle through warp, knotting discreetly so no irregularity remains. As you finish, Xiupili steps back and holds the cloth up to the torchlight. The tapestry of indigo stripes, red dots, jade beads, and gold filaments gleams against the soft cotton background, an intricate map of sky, earth, and ancestral power. She smiles and says, "Tomorrow, this cloth becomes a priest's sash, binding him to Tilalok and Xipe Totek's dual presence." You nod, feeling a quiet pride. A ritual garment emerges from your hands, clad with symbols of life sacrifice and cosmic order. A mainstream fact: Hum's garments woven for priests often featured iconographic panels, depictions of gods' faces, maze glyphs, or coiled serpents, embedding mythic narrative into the cloth's warp and weft. Yet scholars still debate whether those panels were woven in situ or appliqued afterward. For now, this garment's pattern, a balanced interplay of color and texture, carries a living narrative in tactile form. Jupili hands you a small clay bowl of warm pulque infused with chia seeds and a whisper of honey. We rest now, she says. You sip, tasting pulp sweetness and gentle body of fermented agave. The warmth spreads through your chest as though the garment you wove lives within you, binding breath and fiber in shared devotion. As you lean back, you watch the cloth drape across Jupili's lap, each fold catching torchlight like a living tapestry. Beyond, priests move through adjoining courtyards, carrying lanterns to altars where tomorrow's dawn ceremonies will begin. As the courtyard's shadows deepen, you rise and gather the woven cloth, cradling it like a newborn. Jupili places a gentle hand on your shoulder and says, let its threads guide your rest, each fiber a path to dream of maize blossoms. You nod, feeling the cloth's weight steady your breath. As you step away, the courtyard's hush follows you, shuttle clacks echoing faintly in your mind, and you carry that woven tapestry, a living embrace of sky, earth, and flame, into the hush of night. Tonight, let the rhythm of shuttle and warp weave through your thoughts, each breath a beat echoing the loom's song, guiding you into restful slumber. Imagine the cloth draping a priest at dawn, its beads catching sun, its gold filaments glinting like stars, binding mortal and divine in a tapestry of devotion. You slip into a sunlit courtyard where a gentle breeze carries the faint, briny tang of evaporating water and the distant call of waterfowl. Before you, terraced salt flats stretch out like pale mirrors under the sky, each shallow basin reflecting the golden light of early morning. This is the temple's salt harvesting enclosure, where sacred salt, known as tequihwitl, is drawn from Lake Texcoco's brackish waters, then purified and offered to deities of earth water and fertility. Historians still argue whether the Aztecs learned salt production techniques from coastal neighbors or developed their own evaporation methods using natural geothermal springs. But now, under the warmth of dawn, those debates fade into a hush as you approach the first shallow basin. Your guide is a salt harvester named Chikawa, whose name means strong and resplendent in Nahuatl. He stands barefoot on sun-warmed stone, wearing a simple cotton wrap that falls to his knees, his skin glistening with fine beads of perspiration. In his right hand, he holds a flat wooden rake carved from cypress, a tool he uses to gather crystalline salt as it forms. He nods at you, eyes reflecting the white shimmer of salt, and gestures toward a row of filled basins. We begin as the sun warms the water. This heat draws moisture upward, leaving salt behind. You kneel beside the first basin, noting how a thin crust of salt has begun forming along its edges, delicate as frost. A fringe rumor drifts through your mind. Some salt workers claim that if you harvested salt next to a cluster of whispering reeds susceptible to faint wind songs, you captured latent prayers carried by wind spirits. You lean in half expecting to hear a rustle of mystical voices, but only the soft hum of drying water greets you. Chikawa lifts his cypress rake and places its tines gently under a narrow strip of salt crust. He pulls smoothly, and the crystalline layer breaks free, peeling up in a thin, translucent sheet that catches light like spun glass. A mainstream fact surfaces. Aztec salt was not merely a seasoning, but a form of sacred currency. One bean of salt equaled one turkey egg. In some markets, and entire temple economies depended on salt tributes. Yet scholars still debate whether temple-managed salt flats produced enough surplus to rival coastal salt sources, or if highland salt production remained largely symbolic. You smooth your palm over the freshly lifted salt, feeling its powdery granules slip between your fingers like fine sand, cold, brittle, yet alive with mineral weight. Chikawa places the salt sheet on a broad reed mat set at the basin's edge. He then reaches into a small basket at his side and withdraws a tool made from dried agave wood, a narrow scraper used to peel residual salt from the basin's bottom. You take the scraper, marveling at its smooth surface, worn by seasons of use, and glide it along the shallow floor. Tiny crystals grit against the wood, and you lift handfuls of coarse salt into a clay bowl lined with clean white cloth. You notice the bowl's mouth etched with spiral glyphs representing cyclical rebirth, an assurance that this salt will carry blessings wherever it journeys. Next, Chikawa leads you to a slightly deeper basin where the water's brine remains thicker, almost syrupy, beneath the sun's mid-morning heat. He kneels to test its density, dipping a small clay cup into the liquid and lifting it to his lips. He tastes, then nods, ready for final harvest. He motions to a group of apprentices in the shade of a nearby ahuehuete tree, each holding woven baskets and agave fiber brushes. The apprentices use the brushes to sweep away any impurities, tadpole-spawned tiny crustaceans, or drifting dust, leaving the brine's surface as pure as sky-blue glass. A fringe detail emerges. Some apprentices believed that if you brushed the brine at dawn's first light, when dewdrops mingled with salt crystals, the resulting salt captured both celestial dew and lake spirit, rendering it doubly potent for offerings. You lean close, watching how the brine's surface ripples under the brush's touch. Then lift your face to catch dew that glints like tiny diamonds on your eyelashes. Once the basin is clear, Chikawa kneels and with a confident motion sweeps the rake through the center, gathering a broad swath of crystalline salt that has coalesced on the basin's slightly raised rim. The salt yields in perfect sheets, sliding beneath the tines like frozen lace. You assist by holding the clay bowl steady, feeling its cool surface against your knees. Each time Chikawa pulls a sheet free, you break it into smaller pieces, placing them carefully into the bowl. A mainstream note resonates grains of salt from Texcoco's evaporated brine were often preferred for ritual offerings because they contained trace minerals thought to hold purifying power. Yet historians still debate whether mineral composition truly mattered or if its sacred context in temple rites conferred its power. You let that question rest on your tongue as you taste a single crystal, cold, sharp tasting of distant lake winds and ancient earth. When the basin's crystalline crust is gone, Chikawa places a wooden cover over the remaining liquid to allow new crystals to form under midday sun. He helps you to your feet and leads you to a stone platform where other bowls of freshly harvested salt stand waiting. Each bowl holds salt of varying purity, some coarse, some fine, some still mottled with faint pinkish stains from clay that seeped into the brine. He points to a pile of larger granular crystals. These go for everyday offerings, temazcal cleansings, simple altar sprinklings. But the purest white as bone we set aside for state rituals. He indicates a small wooden chest lined with cotton sacks, each labeled with glyphs: Temple of Quetzalcoatl, Temple of Tlaloc, Temple of Saipe Totec. A fringe rumor floats. Some temple elders insisted that only a pinch of powder from the basin's absolute center, the heart salt, held true divine essence, and that each chest's location affected the salt's spiritual potency. You imagine placing crystalline grains in cozy sacks, each one whispering a secret bond between temple and deity. Next, Chikawa hands you a shallow reed basket lined with fresh agave leaves. He says, "Now we dry and sort." He places each bowl's contents into the baskets, mixing gently to separate pure crystals from coarse chunks. You knead the basket's contents, with your fingers feeling the salt's weight and listening for the faint rattling of crystals, an echo of the lake's heart. After sorting, you spill the purer crystals onto a shimmering limestone slab warmed by the afternoon sun. It feels like a gentle invitation. Lay the salt out to dry just enough for storage. A mainstream fact floats by: limestone slabs were preferred because their alkaline surface prevented salt from clumping or taking on off flavors, ensuring purity for ceremonial use. Yet scholars still debate whether certain stones, obsidian, basalt, or limestone, conveyed additional metaphysical qualities to the salt harvested on them. You let the limestone's smooth heat seep into your palm, then spread salt crystals evenly across its surface, watching them glitter like fallen stars. Chikawa gestures toward a darkened alcove beneath a row of cypress trees, where several large ceramic urns stand, each bearing inscriptions in fine red pigment, indicating its sacred contents. He lifts the lid of one and holds it for you to peer inside a pyramid of perfectly formed salt cones, each about 2 inches tall, stacked like miniature altars. He explains that these cones, called tahuanis, will be carried in a sandals and silk procession to the cenote, where pilgrims will toss them into the water, offering thanks for life's sustenance. You cup your hands to press one cone gently. It crumbles slightly, but holds shape, a testament to careful harvesting and drying. A fringe belief emerges. Some pilgrims swore that if a tahuani's cone tip reflected sun at the precise moment Venus rose at dawn, their offerings would be heard by underworld gods and guarantee safe passage for ancestral souls. You nod to the cone's gleaming peak, imagining Venus's pale light striking its summit. With the cones in place, Chikawa turns to you and offers a small pinch of salt in your palm. Bless this salt with your words. He says words soft as moss. You close your eyes, feel the salt's tiny shards pricking your palm, and whisper a silent prayer. May this salt purify body, nourish earth, and carry our gratitude to depths unseen. A mainstream note surfaces many offerings, included a spoken dedication. Temple priests believed that spoken words infused the material offering with intent, making it more than a mere object. Yet scholars still debate how often spoken prayers were recited aloud versus performed silently within one's mind. You let your whispered words settle like dust, traveling through sacred air. As afternoon light dims toward dusk, Chikawa leads you to a low stone bench beside a shallow canal where water from the salt flats trickles toward gardens below. He dips his hand in and lets salt crystals drip off his fingers, tiny echoes of salt returning to water from which it came. A fringe whisper lingers. Some salt harvesters believed that returning salt-laden water to the canals maintained balance, ensuring that both lake and salt flats replenished in cycles ordained by Tlaloc. You dip your palm into the shallow current, feeling salt's grain press into your skin, then let the water carry away the remnants, an intimate gesture of reciprocity. Finally, Chikawa and you gather your tools, rakes, scrapers, reed baskets, and place them neatly on a rack carved with swirling glyphs of water and flame. You bow to the salt flats, the hottest shadows now slanting long across white basins. Tomorrow, other harvesters will gather what's left, and eventually, these basins will flood again with fresh brine from Lake Texcoco. Tonight, let the memory of crystalline salt and heated stone guide you into restful slumber. Imagine each grain as a tiny mirror reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, a boundless network of offerings that renew life in the temple's heart. You slip into a hidden corner of the temple grounds, where a lush garden of sacred flowers unfurls beneath a lattice of wooden beams. The air here hums with the heady fragrance of Cempasúchil jasmine and morning glory mingling with the faint memory of incense you carried from Sitluka's chamber. In this secluded sanctuary temple, gardeners tend to blooms that will become offerings, garlands, and floral crowns. Historians still argue whether these gardens originated from royal palace plots or were later additions to temple precincts. But now, as you step onto the soft earth, you sense that centuries of petals rest beneath your feet, each one a silent prayer awaiting its moment. Your guide is a gardener named Xochipilli Flower Prince in Nahuatl, who kneels beside a low stone trough of water where freshly cut blooms float like jewels. He wears a simple linen tunic splashed with yellow and orange pigment, evidence of crushed petals from this morning's toil. He stands and greets you with a nod, then offers you a broadleaf of papaya to wipe your hands. You do so inhaling the fruit's faint tropical sweetness, and notice the garden's layout: rows of marigolds, rows of calendulas, and clusters of fragrant orchids tucked beneath ferns. A fringe rumor drifts. Some gardeners whispered that orchids grown near ancient cypress trees held greater spiritual potency, their roots absorbing whispering ancestral voices. You brush a finger over a glossy orchid petal half expecting to feel a faint murmur under your skin. Xochipilli beckons you to a wooden bench where bundles of freshly harvested petals lie waiting bright cempasúchil deep purple morning glory and pale pink ticomate blossoms. We begin with garlands for the morning ritual, he says, voice soft as moss. He picks up a length of thin cotton cord and hands it to you. He shows you how to fold a marigold petal around the cord, piercing it gently with a small bone needle to secure the petal in place, then threading a second petal beneath to create a continuous chain. You lean in, adjusting your posture so your spine remains straight, and follow his movements. Fold, pierce, thread, slide. A mainstream detail surfaces Aztec garlands called ciutlali, often combined marigolds and morning glories, symbolizing the sun and the moon in cosmic union. Yet scholars still debate whether specific color combinations held strict symbolic rules or if gardeners exercised personal artistry. You let that tension settle as you push the needle through a second petal, feeling the soft resistance of its cells splitting. The garland begins to grow a bright ribbon of gold and purple. Xochipilli reaches over and adds a small dash of crushed cochineal dust to the morning glory petals still in your hands, deepening their hue to a richer reddish purple. Cochineal enhances the petal's brilliance, he explains. The sun favors vivid tones. A fringe detail surfaces. Some elders insisted that petals tinted with cochineal carried the essence of rebirth, fire engendering new life, so they glowed more brightly in dawn ceremonies. You slide your fingers along the growing garland, feeling each petal's texture shift from velvety to slightly sticky where pigment was applied. You smile at the thought of garlands as living tapestries of dyed light. Once you've strung nearly a dozen blooms into a graceful loop, Xochipilli gestures to a wooden frame shaped like a crescent moon. This is for the afternoon's choral offering, he says. We drape the moon garland here to honor the goddess Coyolxauhqui. You lift the garland and hang it across the frame's arching curve. The petals cascade like a waterfall of dusk hues. A mainstream fact drifts to mind: floral frames, called quetzali, when adorned with quetzal feathers, were later incorporated into floral offerings during the month of Panquetzalisli, yet earlier codices show similar frames used long before the festival's formalization. Yet historians still argue whether those frames originated with specific lunar rituals or were adapted from earlier Mesoamerican horticultural traditions. You let that question nestle among petals, imagining the moon garland glowing under the afternoon sun like a silent hymn to the night sky. Xochipilli now leads you to a low platform strewn with bowls of crushed maguey sap, fine ash from sacred firewood, and ground jade powder, elements used to treat petals and leaves so they last through multiple ceremonies. He dips his fingers into a small bowl of ground ash and dusts each marigold petal you've laid across the platform, then sprinkles a pinch of Maggie sap to help pigments stick. Ash cleanses pollen, and sap charges with fire spirit, he says. But the jade lends cooling balance. A fringe rumor flutters. Some gardeners believed that mixing ash sap and jade powder into a fine paste to coat petals ensured they would shimmer like living jewels under torchlight. You trace a jade-dusted flourish over a pale tecumate blossom, its edges now glinting with crystalline flecks. You inhale, feeling the ash's mineral coolness and sap's sweet warmth coalesce like the meeting of sky and earth. Now Xochipilli gestures toward a second bench, where two female gardeners stand weaving thicker rope-like garlands, oh my, made from braided grass stalks wrapped in petals. He says these go around temple pillars for evening chant. You step over, noting how the grass garlands support hundreds of petals, each one tucked and pressed into place with a slender bone pin. You reach for a handful of morning glory petals and press them into the grass braid, listening to the soft pop as the pin anchors them. A mainstream detail emerges: grass-based garlands, Huitlali served as living banners during ceremonies, their fragrance signaling the arrival of dancers. Yet scholars still debate whether these grass garlands formed patterns such as serpents or eagles, or if their shapes remained more free-form. You adjust your placement of petals to follow a subtle spiral pattern, imagining how the garden's rhythm flows into the temple's stone walls. As you work, a distant hum of drums rises, perhaps Yaosihuatl's evening practice heading your way. You pause to listen, drum beats soft at first, then building into a gentle crescendo. A fringe belief drifts. Some petals were said to quiver in time, with drum resonates as though flowers danced to invisible rhythms. You press a tecumate blossom into the grass braid and feel a gentle trembling beneath your fingers, as though the petal itself resonates with distant drum pulses. You glance at Xochipilli, whose eyes reflect a knowing glow. He too senses the garden's pulse, aligning with temple rhythms. Beside you, Xupili's woven cloth, made yesterday, hangs draped across a low branch, catching the garden's flickering light. You remember that cloth's jade beads and gold accents, and now imagine how a floral garment might pair with its woven counterpart during dawn rites. A mainstream note surfaces: temple botanists sometimes stenciled flower motifs onto cloth before weaving to ensure precise patterns echoed real petals. Yet historians still debate whether stencils were widespread or confined to special workshops. You let that settle as you tuck a bright red petal into the woven cloth's fringe, sensing how living blooms and woven threads merge to create a unified fabric of ritual significance. A small group of children appears at the garden's edge, giggling as they chase butterflies flitting among the blooms. A fringe story emerges: gardeners once trained young apprentices to catch butterflies with silk nets during midday, believing that if a butterfly settled on your head, it signaled a direct blessing from Xochiquetzal. You watch as one child lets a pale yellow butterfly alight on her hair and close her eyes in quiet reverence. You smile, letting the garden's living tapestry petals, butterflies' children, echo deeper within your chest. Xochipilli now guides you to a low stone altar set beneath a spectacular hibiscus arch. The altar holds small clay cups filled with distilled floral waters, lavender, rose, and ylang-ylang, used to anoint flower garlands before presentation. He dips a feather brush into pale lavender water and gently sweeps it across the garland you draped earlier on the crescent frame. The air immediately hums with floral dew, each droplet refracting torchlight like liquid gemstones. A mainstream detail hums floral distillations, exochiacamatl, were sometimes used in healing ceremonies believed to carry soft, restorative energies. Yet scholars still argue whether distillation techniques came from Nahua pharmacopeias or were influenced by contact with Mesoamerican southern cultures. You let the aromas swirl through your senses, tasting faint sweetness on the breeze. Finally, Xochipilli presents a small petal-strewn basket to you, a flower mirror offered to Coyolxauhqui, goddess of the moon. The mirror's base is a thin circular sheet of polished mica set within a wreath of white and pale blue petals that catch moonlight like a silver lake. He says, "This will rest beside the moon garland at dusk, reflecting her face back to the night sky." You lift the basket and hold it gently, feeling the cool mica's smooth surface beneath soft petals that tremble like living eyelashes. A fringe rumor drifts. Some moon priests claimed that if a mortal gazed into a detached flower mirror under a full moon, they might glimpse ancestral dreams, though accounts become fanciful at edges. You don't test that claim, but hold the mirror aloft, imagining how its petals will glow when moonlight spills across their edges. As you step away, you see garlands draped on pillars, floral frames glowing on wooden stands, and baskets of petals awaiting tomorrow's dances. The garden's hush deepens as twilight descends, and you inhale one final breath of floral dew, feeling petals settle into your lungs like whispered lullabies. Tomorrow you will join Sitlaka in incense chamber before sunrise, carrying these garlands into fire-lit rituals. But for now, let the memory of petals, pigments, and living tapestry guide you to rest each petal, a soft promise of dawn's floral hymn. You stand at the threshold of the great temple's main altar, the first pale light of dawn filtering through carved stone columns and catching the dew on flickering incense smoke. Across the courtyard, priests light torches to signal the new day's beginning. You feel the weight of countless tasks you've performed, chanted hymns, painted codices, kneaded rubber, weaved cloth, harvested salt, carried fish, forged blades, arranged garlands, all converging into this singular moment. As you step forward, the mosaic of offerings laid out before you seems to pulse with living energy, pulsing drums, quivering garlands, gleaming blades, crystalline saltfish glistening in shallow bowls, and rows of jade beads threading through violet-colored cloth. A fringe rumor surfaces. Some temple elders whispered that if you gathered all these offerings from every corner of the temple grounds and placed them together at dawn, the gods themselves would appear in the morning mist to witness your devotion. You inhale deeply, tasting the mingled scents of sweet chocolate, smoky incense, floral waters, and damp stone, a sensory chorus that grounds you in this holy now. Your guide, High Priest Tozcatl, stands beside the central altar, draped in ceremonial cloth woven with jade beads and gold filaments. He wears a headdress of quetzal plumes, their emerald hues shimmering a promise of divine favor. He greets you with a nod and gestures toward a shallow basin filled with pulque, infused with orchid petals. Begin with this, he instructs, so your voice will carry through smoke to Quetzalcoatl. You lift a small clay cup of the frothy brew, feeling its gentle warmth bloom in your chest. A mainstream fact emerges. Pulque was considered the drink of the gods, often served at dawn to accompany solemn offerings symbolizing the fertility of earth and the generosity of divine waters. Yet scholars still debate whether pulque's primary function was spiritual communion or a pragmatic way to sustain priests through long ceremonies. You sip, letting the sweet, effervescent drink slide across your tongue as you step toward the incense brazier. Before you, Sitlaka tends the incense, a gentle smile on her face as she fans slow spirals of copal smoke. She hands you a fresh pinch of copal resin. Offer this, she says, so smoke carries your prayers upward. You hold the resin between your fingers and tilt your head, allowing a thin ember from the brazier to ignite it. White-blue smoke curls upward, twisting into the rising sun like living glyphs. As you exhale a silent prayer, you feel the smoke swirl around you, an intimate veil between mortal and divine. A fringe belief drifts some temple mythmakers claim that copal smoke could reveal hidden paths through the underworld if you watched its patterns for long enough, veering off in shapes that corresponded to ancestral spirits. You let that thought settle, focusing instead on the immediate hush of inhalation and release, feeling your heartbeat align with the incense's silent rhythm. Next, you step to the woven cloth draped across a stone bench. Its indigo stripes, red dots, jade beads, and gold accents glowing softly in the dawn's light. Xochipilli, dressed in a woven sash edged with jade, motioned you to place your hands on the cloth earlier. Now you kneel before the bench, tracing each motif with reverent fingertips, the diagonal patterns, the hidden glyph-like stitches that count sacred days, the gold wire catching torchlight. A mainstream detail surfaces priestly garments, often incorporated iconography of maize and serpents, symbols of life and cosmic order, to ensure that the wearer became a living embodiment of divine will. Yet historians still debate whether these garments functioned primarily as protective armor against malevolent forces, or as visual prayers woven into every thread. You smooth the cloth's edge once more and rise, letting its presence cool your chest before proceeding. To your left, a row of salt cones, tawanis, stand on a carved stone plinth. Next to them is a small plate of maize cakes drizzled with chili sauce, and another of fish fillets steamed in agave leaf wrappers. You lift a handful of crystalline salt and sprinkle it across the maize cakes, white shards melting into bright orange pepper and warm masa. A fringe anecdote swirls. Some cooks insisted that if salt grains landed on maize kernels in a specific spiral pattern, it signaled that gods accepted the offering for a bountiful harvest. You notice salt crystals forming tiny patterns on chili-dusted maize, and you send a silent nod to the earth gods in thanks. Next, you lift a silver fish fillet, its skin glinting like moonlit water, and press it gently onto a swath of fresh cabbage leaves lined with lavender-scented atole paste. You remember Toctli's words about fish offerings representing life, renewed by water, and you whisper, "May this flesh honor Chalchutlakui," before placing it on the altar. Your breath catches as you reach for the ceremonial blade resting in its coiled serpent stand. You draw the blade, its edge gleaming under torchlight like a promise of dawn. You feel the engraved serpent coiling toward the sunburst motif near the hilt, each scale a testament to Tlalkiotl's devotion in forging and you in painting and quenching. A mainstream note hums blades used in temple offerings, sometimes carved maize stalks or flesh of sacrificial animals during ceremonies symbolizing the severing of life to sustain cosmic balance. Yet scholars still debate whether metal blades ever cut sacrifices or if obsidian knives remained the primary sacrificial tools. You press the blade's edge against a small ribbon of maize, scoring just enough to create furrows, then lift the blade to let a thin wisp of corn kernel dust fall like confetti onto the altar. You exhale, releasing tension from your shoulders as the blade returns to its stand. Above you, the arches of the temple's stone columns burst into morning light as the sun crests higher. A chorus of chants rises from the priests gathered around the altar, voices woven together in second-person invocation. You greet the sun, you greet the moon, you greet the earth's heart. You remember Moctezuma's instructive voice guiding acolytes in earlier chants, and you join in softly, letting your voice rise in unison. A fringe belief floats by some elders swore that when enough priests spoke in perfect harmonic resonance, the earth itself pulsed with energy, each word a breath in the living body of the temple. You close your eyes, feeling that pulse resonate in your chest, weaving into the rhythm of sandals sliding on stone and distant echoes of dancing feathers. After a moment, the chanting softens. The priests bow and step back, making space for offerings to win their way across carved channels in the altar's base. Molten honey drips from a small bowl onto the salt-lined fish, its candied sweetness glinting like captured sun. A mainstream fact surfaces. Honey was often used in sacred offerings to ensure that offerings glowed with divine sweetness, signifying the temple's hope for abundant bounty. Yet historians still debate whether honey's use was primarily symbolic or also recognized for preservative properties in arid climates. You lean forward and brush a fingertip through the honey dripped onto salt crystals, tiny islands of evaporating dew, tasting a fragment on your tongue. Its sweetness blooms on your palate, anchoring you in the morning's promise. Finally, one priest steps forward with the flower mirror cradled on a woven cloth. The mirrored surface catches the first full rays of dawn, reflecting light in fractal patterns across the altar stones. You watch as the priest lifts the mirror, angling it so that morning's light dances across Quetzal feathers in the headdress worn by Tozcatl. A fringe story flickers. Some priests claim that when a new mirror captured dawn's light on a full moon's eve, the reflection bridged mortal sight with ancestral realms, though no one quite agrees how many nights to count. Tonight, though, the mirror's simple shimmer is enough. You feel a gentle hush settle over you as the dawn reflection catches on jade beads, gold filaments, and sacred salt. Tozcatl steps to the altar's edge, and raises his voice. Today, as dawn touches our offerings, we honor the gods who grant life, who control waters, who guide the sun's path, and who hold sustenance in every seed and feather. His words roll like gentle thunder across the courtyard, and you sense every person, every breath, every flutter of feather fall into sacred harmony. A mainstream detail emerges. Such dawn ceremonies often marked the beginning of temple festivals, uniting pilgrims, priests, and artisans in a single tapestry of devotion. Yet scholars still debate whether these festivals followed a strict calendar or flexed according to celestial omens and seasonal variations. You let that tension rest as you focus on Tozcatl's voice and the hum of countless hearts in unison. As the final echo of his invocation fades, you feel a soft hand on your shoulder. It's Moctezuma, his face alight with quiet pride. You have honored every path, every gift, every pulse of temple life, he whispers. May these offerings ripple through the cosmos. You bow your head, feeling the weight of devotion pressed gently upon you, less a burden and more a gentle cradle holding the sum of every task you've learned. The courtyard still pulses with incense smoke petals drifting on the breeze and the soft hum of scarlet birds waking in distant trees. You inhale deeply, letting the sense of dawn and devotion fill your chest like new life. As the temple's gates open and pilgrims file in, hands clasped, eyes shining, you step back from the altar, the memory of each offering brimming in your mind like living embers. You let the morning's heat warm your shoulders and feel the first ribbons of sun push through incense haze. Every action you've performed, from weaving cloth to forging blades, from arranging flowers to harvesting salt, now resonates in this living moment, as though each piece of temple life pulses within your bones. You take a final breath, letting incense, garland, honey salt, and flame weave into one living tapestry. As you step away from the altar, you carry with you the echo of dawn's hush, a vow that each task, each offering, each breath holds sacred weight. In this moment, temple and cosmos converge, and in every path you've walked within these walls unites in a single sacred pulse. Let your eyes rest upon the gentle curve of torchlight fading into the courtyard's stones, each flicker a soft heartbeat lulling your senses towards stillness. Imagine the incense smoke drifting through cool air, its tendrils weaving silent prayers that float above petals and polished jade. Breathe slowly, each inhalation gathering the memory of dawn's first glow, every exhale releasing the tension of tasks completed. Feel how the warmth of pulka's sweetness lingers at the back of your tongue, like a whisper of sunrise melting into the day. Close your eyes and sense the woven cloth draped across stone benches, jade beads glinting like captured starlight beneath heavy folds. Let your thoughts drift along the path of whispered chants and distant drum beats, each echo a reminder that the temple's pulse never truly stops. Picture petals, marigold morning glory, tikamate, settling soft and quiet as dust on the ground, their vibrant hues preserved in memory's gentle embrace. Remember the weight of salt cones, the glimmer of fish scales, the edge of a freshly forged blade, every object a living poem folded within the temple's great narrative. Let that narrative wash over you like cool water, each ripple